Let's get straight to it. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm back with another one for you guys. All right, man. We got Biden coming out the woodwork or out the retirement home. Hey, man, thank God he's alive. But let's get straight to it, guys. We got a lot more coming up. Make sure y'all double tap that screen, like the video. Let's go.
More. It's Baltimore. And Baltimore. Off. You know, my great friend, he is a great friend, Governor O'Malley. He, my dad, the Biden family started off in Baltimore. They don't say Baltimore, it's Baltimore. In Baltimore. And, but we've been friends for a long time. And I just want to say at the outset, if you ever want anybody on your team, whether it's an athletic team, whether you're in a battle, whether it's a political team, whether it's a team just trying to help, you want O'Malley. The guy has guts. No, I mean it sincerely. He not only has, political courage, has physical courage. He's across.
Hey, at least he's like, I'm serious, guys. I'm serious.
Across the board. If ever want anybody standing next to me, I want O'Malley there with me. And I mean that sincerely. It really matters. You know, I always kid Maryland because Delaware, the second smallest state, we share the eastern shore of Maryland with Maryland, but we're close friends. And folks, you know, it's no surprise that he did a hell of a job when I asked him to be commissioner of the Social Security. And the reason I did that is not an ordinary transition for a governor, but I knew
he was the administrator of Social Security. Hey, bring bro up on charges, because hold on. If he was the administrator of Social Security, this was the guy that was administering the Social Security cards to illegals. What's his name again?
I mean this is from the bottom of my heart. I knew we needed someone with some guts, some toughness, who'd fight for every single penny that it needed, that would try to restore the integrity of the system. And to everyone here today, I want to thank you, all of you, very much for this award. It means a great deal to me coming from you. And I mean that sincerely. It means a great deal. You're in the front lines every single day. You're helping, you're advocating for your fellow Americans, Americans with disability. It's a big deal. We talk about what happened in the physical side of it if we didn't have Social Security.
I mean, if it was such a big deal, then why'd you allow so much waste to go on in Social Security? Yeah, it's this money that go out to our disabled, our less fortunate. We do need that to be well accounted for accurately. So it is kind of crazy that he's making this stance, going like, "Oh, thank my man over here," but I'm going like, "Bro, you and your man is the reason why there's like millions of dollars in waste going on in Social Security." You could say fraud, but then I ain't gonna lie, the libs are gonna lose their mind and be like, "Where are the charges?"
Think of what the psychic calm gives so many people who just don't know where to go, don't know how to traverse what needs to be done, or alone. Last fall on the White House lawn, we celebrated the anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. As a United States Senator 400 years ago, I was looking back on it. God almighty, I've been doing this 50 years. It's hell turning 40 years old anyway. But back in the year 1990, I was the co-sponsor of the Americans with Disabilities Act as a United States Senator.
Tough turning 40.
In my view, and I suspect many of you, it was one of the most consequential civil rights laws in American history. That's what got me involved in politics in the first place. Delaware, like Maryland, was one of those states, was a slave state. We had all the vestiges of what was going on back in the day. We were one of those states that still, I remember moving from Scranton, Pennsylvania down to Wilmington, Delaware, and Cole died. My dad moved back to where we could get a job. And I remember I pulled into, my mom would drive us on the Philadelphia Pike connecting Wilmington and Philadelphia.
Were you born rich?
We lived in an apartment complex. And she'd drive us it was only about half a mile to Holy Rosary School in Claremont. But it was so dangerous, she wouldn't let us walk up because
I'm sorry, but whose rags to riches story is this? Because Biden was born rich. Biden is like a silver spoon. The Bidens are like a silver spoon family. So it's like, whose rag to riches story is this? Because like, what? And shout out to my man Green Bean, man. Appreciate you letting us off. Starting us off. He says, "Who let this angry old man on stage?" I know, right? But hey, man. They said the man was dead. I'm happy he's alive.
Access Road. I remember
Just make sure you put him in retirement after this stuff.
pulling into the parking lot, and I had never seen hardly any black people in Scranton at the time I was only going in 4th grade. And I remember seeing the kids going by at the time called colored kids on a bus going by. They never turned right to go to Claymont High School. I wondered why. Asked my mom.
It's crazy how he's talking about this because Biden, you were for segregation. You were one of the main guys. Don't you remember Super Predator? Your crime bill? Yeah, my man. Bro, whose rag to riches story is this?
Why? So in Delaware, they're not allowed to go to school, in public school, with white kids, honey. That sparked my sense of outrage as a kid, just like it does.
It sparked your sense of outrage so much that down the line you end up supporting it. Oh, it really must have sparked your outrage so much. Okay. Yeah. Whose story is this, Biden? This ain't your story.
These young kids right here can tell you things affect them when they learn about something that's really just unfair and unjust. My dad was an honorable man. And my dad used to have an expression. He said, "Joey, your job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it." Well, that's what you're all about. That's what the legislation is about. It's about dignity. Simple dignity.
Okay.
Everyone.
Turn up.
Everyone deserves to be treated with dignity, regardless of their standing, regardless of the economic situation, regardless of who they are. Making sure that more than 60 million Americans who are living with disabilities are treated with dignity is who we are as Americans. That's what it's about. I mean it.
I know.
Dignity at work, at school, in their communities, in every corner of American life. Laws like the ADA need advocates like you. You're the ones that keep it going, God love you. You fight like hell every single day.
And it's so funny. He talks about Social Security, but it's the same guy. Remember, this is our same guy. 2 million Social Security numbers given out to immigrants, non-citizens. Yeah, you want to talk about Social Security, though? You want to talk about restoring the dignity of Social Security? Are you serious? You got to be the last guy talking about restoring dignity to Social Security, because you was damn near disrespecting everybody who puts into Social Security, including the recipients of Social Security. I can't believe this man has this argument. Not even an argument. I can't believe he's just talking like this. Like I said, bro. Okay, yeah, he must not have been in office. He must not have been in control. There's no way he's talking like this right now.
To make sure the law is respected and your clients' rights are protected. So from the bottom of my heart, I mean this. I give you my word as a Biden. From the bottom of my heart, I say thank you. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for your commitment to the dignity of all Americans, because that's what all of this is about. Folks, today I want to talk to you about an issue that's front and center right now for millions of Americans: Social Security. Some of you may know the Democrats have declared today the Save Social Security National Action Day, National Day of Action, I should say. We know just how much Social Security matters to people's lives. Everyone in this room fights for people with disabilities who rely on Social Security to survive. Not just the physical side, it's the mental side. It's the mental side. You make sure folks get the benefits they earn after a lifetime of hard work.
Yes, after a lifetime of hard work and putting into the system, right? I get it. Not letting them cross the goddamn border and letting them get the money, bro. It's not letting not illegals, but non-citizens come through the border and they get benefits. Yeah, that's what's asinine. So what are you talking about, bro? I would love to sit here and be like, yeah, you're right, man. We need to stand up for Social Security. I'm a proud taxpayer to Social Security, but it's so hard to feel that way, knowing that it could possibly go to, well, a non-citizen who hasn't even paid into it all their life. I mean, who would be happy about that? Who's going to be happy about paying taxes knowing that our money could have possibly been going to that?
The work they do is more than just a profession. What you do, it's a calling. It's not just a profession. And Social Security is more than a government program. It's a sacred promise. We made it a sacred promise. 73 million Americans receive Social Security. Mm-hmm. From their first paycheck through their entire life, they pay into Social Security. And in return, they count on Social Security to be for them when they're going to need it.
Well, what about the illegal immigrants? I'm like, yeah, they come over here, make their first American paycheck. And then all of a sudden they get to get into Social Security. It's like, what's going on here? I mean, we're giving them Social Security cards. So it's not like they cannot receive the benefits later on down the line. But let's be real. So what was the purpose of talking about Social Security when you completely disrespected the integrity of our Social Security system?
Folks must never, ever betray that trust or turn our backs on that obligation. That's why during my presidency, we protected Social Security and made it stronger. Martin, the governor can tell you. We came into office, Social Security Administration had its lowest staffing, she referenced it, lowest staffing levels in 50 years. And demand was going through the roof because of my generation and the baby boom generation reaching the retirement age.
Damn boomers. Oh God, let's make sure we go ahead and double tap that screen and like the video. And I'm just playing about the boomers. Not all of you, it's not all of you, but we got to do understand how y'all generation did contribute to where we are now. Now, not all of you, but hey, why are we here? A lot of decisions that y'all made is the reason why we're here. Like, cleaning the rest of y'all. But anyway, though, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video, though. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going. All right, and shout out to my man Green Bean. He said, shout out Steph. Oh, God, shout out Steph. Shout out to the sis. Shout out Green Bean.
So the demands on Social Security increased significantly. Our administration secured nearly $2 billion to reduce the backlogs and improve customer service. We slashed wait times for folks in need. We're calling the 1-800 number. We got it down to under 13 minutes. It used to be 3 times that long when we took office. Made it easier for people to get help with their claims.
So this is an excuse for pretty much letting go of all those manufacturing jobs and then pretty much trying to put in the CHIPS Acts to pretty much give government subsidies to these jobs or to certain industries. I mean, this is an excuse? Hold on, dog. Did I hear that right?
Number. We got it down to under 13 minutes. It used to be 3 times that long when we took office.
So you're telling me we let go of hardworking American jobs so we can cut down wait time in office with government jobs? Not the ones that regular people work, but regular. Okay, yep. I'm glad he's up out of here. Trump 2024. I'm standing on it. There's damn near almost nothing this man. Like, bro, it couldn't have got any worse than Biden at this point. At this point, Trump would literally have to put us into World War III to be worse than Biden.
Made it easier for people to get help with their claims online. Reduced how long it takes to review a case.
Hey, and shout out Seth, 7-month celebration. First so cringe. Right now, seeing this man again. Go back to bed, Joe, please. Too rude. Didn't say hello. Peace. Seth, my bad, Seth. Shake my head. 3. Thank you, Green Bean. I appreciate you. And gold 2. But Joe, go back to bed, please. Please, I hate seeing you right now. Damn, Seth, baby. Damn. Not like Biden. She not like Biden. Shout out Seth, though. Appreciate the support. And hey, Seth.
We fixed the appeal system to make it uniform in all 50 states, which made a difference. We strengthened the anti-fraud measures to protect people's identities.
I mean, man, let go of hardworking American job just so we can what? Cut Cut the IRS wait time? What? Cut the VA wait time? I mean, the VA guy's still saying they ain't getting nobody on the phone. So, I mean, I'm really wondering where that $2 billion went to improve customer service. Yeah, that was a real waste of money, but I'm not even gonna lie to you. That was a waste of money.
And to make sure benefits are going to people who actually they belong to. By the way, those 300-year-old folk getting that Social Security, I want to meet them because I like to figure out how they live that. Hell of a thing, man. I'm looking for longevity because it's hell when you turn 40 years old.
Wait, what?
But as a result,
hold on. Are we just gonna when you turn 40? Hold on. What?
Hell of a thing, man. I'm looking for longevity because it's hell when you turn 40 years old.
Biden, I think you're about 82, my friend.
But as a result, by the time we left office, we had improved every single line of customer service, from applying for disability to filing an appeal to reporting fraud. It all became more efficient and more effective. And I'll bet it made your jobs easier, too, in the process. Now, these achievements may not sound so glamorous to most people, but you know, they're absolutely essential. And my view,
you know, I ain't never heard of a call center, right? That low key, and I used to work in a call center like during my first years of college, and I ain't never heard of no call center just go ahead and just say, you know what? Let's install more people with $2 billion. Let's say make it small, $200,000. Let's use to put in more people, and that's gonna cut down, the call time. That's actually never worked. Usually, you improve the training of those guys in the IRS or the Social Security office or the VA, and then the wait time. I mean, then those call times go down. Usually, it's all about the training. So hopefully you spent $2 billion on training, which I doubt, because I'm certain that $2 billion went towards government employees instead of actually training these people to be better.
One of the most important jobs of any elected official is to make sure the government works for the people, works for all people. It's understandable. They can understand what it is. And then we keep our promises to the people, to all the people. That's exactly what we did, thanks to all of you. Also signed into law the Social Security Fairness Act. That act eliminated 2 unfair rules so public employees wouldn't get shortchanged. The government pension offset and the windfall elimination provision can never come in ever again. But as a result, more than 2 million people are now finally receiving the full benefits they earned. And remember, we also faced a constant threat by some members, Republican members of the Congress, to cut and gut Social Security, period. Cut and gut it, period. They wanted to let Social Security expire every 5 years. That was the proposal. Let it expire every 5 years unless reauthorized by the Congress. Who in the hell do they think they are? Every 5 years, and then wait around and be.
Now, Dems, we still got Social Security, right? Actually, if you look at your current paycheck or your paycheck that's coming in, you will still be paying into Social Security. So it's still here. I mean, trust me, tax dollars are still going to Social Security. So I'll be asking y'all, I'm like, where's the cut at? Where's the cut at? It's still going there. People's like, hey, anybody stop paying into Social Security? Let me know.
I will not go further or get in trouble, but look, folks, can you imagine the chaos it would have charged? Every 5 years, Congress is going to step up. You imagine this Congress stepping up? They threatened to raise the retirement age as well. Now, that might not be a hardship for someone working in a comfortable job. But if you're on your feet all day, you're doing manual labor all day, They're working with a disability. It's a very different matter. And then they even tried to force cuts on Social Security during the negotiation of the debt ceiling. These are wonderful guys. Last time this guy had the job, he raised the debt ceiling because of an enormous and profligate tax cut to the super wealthy. And then he said, look, then they started talking to us, his colleagues. Well, maybe we can do something about Social Security, but we got to do something about the debt ceiling. How are we going to
I'm not sure if I'm being an ass making this point, but it's a very boomer type of like self-interest he got right here. These guys got with Social Security. You're like, well, we're mostly recipients of Social Security. And I know there are, people who are damn near my age getting Social Security, but who are the main recipients of this? And I'm for paying into Social Security, but they're fear-mongering on Social Security because they want to low-key put fear in those who are, well, in the older crowd. That's really what this is about. Like, nobody's cutting y'all Social Security. Trust me, we're all still paying into Social Security. If you old guys are worried about this, if you guys are on Social Security, maybe you should ask everybody, has they stopped paying into Social Security yet? No. I mean, have y'all premiums went down? I mean, our payments went down? I don't think so. So what is this fear mongering about? If y'all can't even bring up anybody from the Social Security, any Social Security recipient that's being affected right now, instead of fear mongering on the people who are on it and the older people.
Find the money in Social Security. Once we do what they wanted to cut Social Security. Not on my watch. We refuse to go along with any of that.
Have to go, my friend.
Look, Americans have always been able to count on these benefits. So let me pause a second here and say this. We talk about the physical needs that Social Security provides for people, particularly people, hardworking people retired, people on the edge. But the psychological impact is profound. Profound. You're a man or a woman, you're 70s, 80s old, you're not in good shape, you have a disability.
I mean, the psychological effects is funny. The only psychological effect I felt during Biden was, I ain't gonna lie, the gaslighting, the extreme gaslighting. Those are the psychological effects of me seeing from my eyes what it is, and then, you Biden or Kamala supporters telling me that, whoa, don't believe your lying eyes. I mean, trust me, that was a psychological effect right there.
And you hear the check may not come. How do you sleep at night? How do you sleep at night?
Fantastic.
We lived up in Wilmington in a 3-bedroom split-level home in a new development, 40 homes, with 4 kids and a grandpa living with us. And I remember our bed headboard was near my dad's, mom's room. And you could tell when Dad was restless. I remember asking one night, my mom, what's the matter with Dad? The next morning, she has found out that we're not going to provide insurance anymore where he works. Well, imagine if you're somebody who's been struggling your whole life. You're literally counting on Social Security to buy your food, just to get by. And you hear the threats, what might happen. Many of these beneficiaries, that's their only income. If they were cut or taken away, it'd be devastating for millions of people.
Okay.
And the psychological pressure we put people under by having this debate is absolutely devastating. That's why we work so damn hard to make Social Security Administration stronger than it's been in years.
I mean, all right, yeah, somebody must have pulled this man out the basement because, we moved past Social Security, Biden. That was maybe the topic, I don't know, maybe like the first week of Trump's administration. So now we are on tariffs, and I wonder what his thoughts is on that. But yeah, we're on tariffs now. Trust me. The whole fear mongering on Social Security is done for. It hasn't been cut. Everybody's still paying in it, and the people are still receiving it. God bless them.
And that's why I asked the governor to take over, by the way.
Oh, sure.
But look what's happened now.
Oh, shout out to my man droning in the scenery. Appreciate the support, man. Dog whistle to all the boomers that got to profit. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I didn't want to say it because I'm like, man, it's kind of an asshole point. I don't want to make it feel like I'm against all boomers, but
fewer than 100 days, this new administration has made done so much damage and so much destruction. It's kind of breathtaking it could happen that soon.
well, let's make sure to like the video, guys. Let's go ahead and double tap that screen, like the video. Let's get more people on the conversation. Appreciate the support. Let's go.
They've taken a hatchet to the Social Security Administration, pushing an additional 7,000 employees, 7,000 out the door in that time, including the most seasoned career officials. Now they're getting ready to push thousands more out the door. Already we can see the effects. For example, thousands of people use the Social Security website every single day to check on their benefits and submit their claims. But now, the technology division of Social Security Administration has been cut in half. And so the website's crashing. People can't sign on to their accounts. What do you think it does to that woman's living alone at 74 years checking and just not able to even find out whether she can't even find out what that disability claim is she had? She can't file a new disability claim.
I mean, come on, man. I gotta stop playing on these old people like this. This is almost disrespectful to old people. It's like, bro, there's old people sitting there on Social Security going like, yeah, Biden, I'm still getting my checks. What are you talking about? Like, we're good. He's like, okay, I see you want to fearmonger on it, but we're way past that now. There's nothing. Social Security's been solidified. Everything is all right with Social Security, okay? Okay. Like I said, I'm pretty sure everybody here is still paying into Social Security. I'm pretty sure all the recipients are still getting Social Security. Trust me, it'd be mass hysteria. Bro, mass panic if Social Security was to stop. Trust me, we wouldn't hear the end of it.
It's a lot of these people being told incorrectly that their benefits have ended.
Damn. Shout out to droning in the scenery. He coming in with another one. Appreciate the support, man. He says, man, what the fuck? 90% of boomers are waste fraud. Yeah. Damn. But appreciate the support. But still, like, man.
Folks, imagine the panic that causes
don't pull no
for a
punches.
retiree living alone with only Social Security to depend upon. So now people are overwhelming the phone lines. They're showing up at the local Social Security office, tearful and frantic, and told, do you have an appointment? In that tone, by the way. I can give you a personal example if I'm not going to, though. To cap it all off, serious people are now generally concerned for the first time in history, for the first and only time in history, that Social Security benefits may be delayed or interrupted.
I mean,
folks, let's put this in perspective. In the 90 years since Franklin Roosevelt created the Social Security system, people have always gotten their Social Security checks. They've gotten them during wartime, during recessions, during a pandemic, no matter what, they got them. But now, for the first time ever, that might change.
I mean, I don't know. Don't you think in 08 there might have been a bit more panic about the Social Security than now?
Calamity for millions of families, millions of people. The current Secretary of Commerce doesn't seem to get it. Or based on his comments, he doesn't seem to even care. Many of you saw what he said the other day. And by the way, he's a billionaire. God love him, as my mother would say. Paying 8.5% in taxes. Anyway, billionaires don't know what he's paying. But when he talked about the possibility of Social Security checks not going out this month, he shrugged it off. Here's what he said. He said his 94-year-old mother-in-law wouldn't complain, wouldn't bother her. She's probably a lovely woman. No kidding. Her son-in-law is a billionaire. What about that 94-year-old mother living all by herself?
I mean,
Doesn't have a billionaire in
the only reason Trump shrugged off the whole Social Security claim because he knows, like, yeah, none of that's happening. He's like, oh, well, what if this was going on and you had a 94-year-old grandmother that was on Social Security? He's like, she'd be just fine. Why? Because we're not cutting Social Security. That's why.
the family. For all the retirees who depend on that monthly check to feed themselves. All those people with disabilities have no other source. What about all those people? That's who you fight for. So they so desperately need you. And folks, it's not just the Secretary of Commerce. We heard how others, empowered and emboldened by this administration, talk about Social Security. One of them called it a Ponzi scheme. A Ponzi scheme? What the hell are they talking about? People earn these benefits. They paid into that benefit. They rely on that benefit. And no one should take it away.
I know we're not.
You know, Franklin Roosevelt had a different view.
Nobody wanted to take Social
He was
Security.
president coming out of the Great Depression. He and all his colleagues saw great suffering, so much poverty. He also took steps to raise standard of living for ordinary Americans, including creating Social Security. He himself was from a very wealthy family. He didn't need Social Security, but understood how much it would mean to millions of Americans. He knew it would make America stronger in the process. And it has. Makes our economy stronger. Makes the community stronger. It makes families stronger. It gives peace of mind. That's why the vast majority of Americans, including many wealthy Americans, still support, thank God, Social Security. And very wealthy billionaires still support Social Security. They may not rely on themselves, but they know Social Security deserves to be protected for the good of the nation as a whole. You got to ask yourself.
I'll tell you this, he made the strongest appeal to boomers. I'll tell you that right now. He made the strongest appeal to boomers. When it comes to Social Security and their fears of it, hey, he's playing on it quite nicely.
Got to ask yourself, why is this happening? Why are these guys taking aim at Social Security now? Well, they're following that old line from tech startups. The quote is, move fast, break things.
Move fast, break things.
Well, they're certainly breaking things. They're shooting first and aiming later. And as a result, the result is a lot of needless pain and sleepless nights. My friend Governor O'Malley knows what they're really up to. He says, and I love his quote, they want to wreck it so they can rob it. They want to wreck it.
So like how you guys were robbing it by giving out Social Security numbers to illegals. I mean, it is pretty funny how he laid the speech out as if they wasn't doing waste or, if you want to say, fraud through Social Security them damn selves. But hey, when it's Biden, we forget all that, I guess. But all right, now let's go to this Prec Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
Produce AI supercomputers entire Easter worship service on Thursday. The president and the first lady are honored to continue the tradition of the White House Easter egg roll, which will take place on the South Lawn next Monday. In other news, President Trump is turning America into a manufacturing superpower again. Yesterday, there was a monumental announcement by NVIDIA, one of the largest companies in the world. This is just the latest example. For the first time ever, chip-making giant NVIDIA will produce AI supercomputers entirely in the United States as part of its pledge to produce $50 billion worth of AI infrastructure in our country over the next 4 years. With their manufacturing partners, they have commissioned more than 1 million square feet of manufacturing space to build and test NVIDIA Blackwell chips in the great state of Arizona. and AI supercomputers in the great state of Texas. NVIDIA's founder and CEO Jensen Huang touted how the engines of the world's AI infrastructure are being built in the United States for the first time. This is the Trump effect. This follows trillions in other U.S. investments announced already, including $500 billion from Apple in U.S.-based manufacturing and training, $100 billion from TSMC and U.S.-based chips manufacturing, and the $500 billion private investment led by OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank in artificial intelligence infrastructure. Under President Trump,
yes, it does seem like the AI industry are going all in. They're like, oh, well, you're going to open up your market to us and we're going to get favorable deals? I mean, of course, they're going to jump all on top of it.
we're going to produce the
Like, we ain't going to subsidize y'all. We're going to make y'all, of course, perform under competition. But, I mean, that's best what y'all do. Is best that none of y'all will get government subsidies like the CHIPS Act. And y'all just work it out in, in the market.
cars, the ships, the chips, the airplanes, minerals, and medicines that we need right here in America at the hands of American workers. On the border, President Trump continues to break records and protect our homeland. According to CBP, Border Patrol apprehensions along the southwest border for the entire month of March 2025 were lower than the first 2 days of March 2024 under Joe Biden. Incredible law enforcement officers are arresting violent illegal aliens from American communities every day. Here are a few examples from the latest ICE report, which I received this morning. ICE Los Angeles arrested a 54-year-old citizen of Mexico convicted of rape by threat, sodomy with a person under 14 years, and kidnapping in San Jose, California.
Hey, whoa. I'm glad they got his ass up out of here. But shout out to my man Fox Chase. Appreciate the support, man. He says, what up, Set, mods, and Patriots? F the rest of y'all, though. Yeah. But shout out my man Fox Chase. Appreciate the support, man. And we are 24 super chats away from opening up the call-in line.
ICE Los Angeles arrested a 54-year-old citizen of Mexico convicted of rape by threat, sodomy with a person under 14 years, and kidnapping in San Jose, California. ICE Houston has arrested a 23-year-old citizen of Mexico convicted of predatory criminal sexual assault of a child in Cook County, Illinois. ICE Houston arrested a 60.
I'm sorry, but Illinois already got enough problems, okay? They already got enough gang violence going on with their own citizens, with our own U.S. citizens. The fact that y'all added immigrants in there with gang ties and honestly these predatory tendencies is a bit crazy. Y'all made a terrible situation complete chaos at that point.
64-year-old citizen of Honduras convicted of murder in Los Angeles County, California. ICE Chicago arrested a 49-year-old citizen of Guatemala convicted of assault and arson in Prince Williams, Virginia, not far from here. ICE Denver arrested a 36-year-old citizen of Mexico who is registered as a sex offender and has been convicted of sexual assault of a child in Lake County, Colorado. ICE Baltimore arrested a 50-year-old citizen of China convicted of sex trafficking in Bel Air, Maryland. And ICE Boston arrested a 46.
A whole lot of sex trafficking charges is making me uncomfortable. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Just take the time to let this in, okay? She's reading all these charges, and remember, this is what the Dems is all been defending. These guys, who are coming here either under cartel or their own, initiative. Now the guys who came through their own initiative, we can prove that, then they get due process. But those who came through the cartel, they get no due process and they get sent back immediately to their government. Let their government deal with them. It's crazy because if we was to deal with them, I don't think y'all want us to deal with these immigrants. Trust me, because we'll put them under the jail.
6-year-old citizen of Jamaica convicted of 3 counts of rape of a child and 2 counts of indecent assault and battery of a child under 14 in Boston, Massachusetts. Right. President Trump and our administration will not rest until every single violent illegal alien is removed from our country. The safety of the American people is too important to settle for anything less. On that note, the Democrat and media outrage over the deportation of Abrego Garcia, an MS-13 El Salvadorian illegal alien criminal who is hiding in Maryland, has been nothing short of despicable. Based on the sensationalism of many of the people in this room, you would think we deported a candidate for Father of the Year. That's because, unfortunately, many in this country care more about this quote unquote Maryland father, a legal alien MS-13 gang member, than a Maryland mother and an American citizen who was brutally murdered at the hands of a different illegal alien. Of course, I am referring to Rachel Morin. And if you didn't see yesterday, a Maryland jury found illegal alien Victor Antonio Martinez Hernandez guilty of murdering Rachel Morin in August of 2023. She was a 37-year-old mother of 5 who was jogging in an otherwise safe community northeast of Baltimore when this monster ambushed, strangled, and beat her to death before stuffing her brutalized body in a tunnel drain. The Morin family finally got justice yesterday, but they will never get Rachel back. Our hearts go out to Rachel's family, her 5 children, and her mother, Patty, who has suffered the unimaginable loss of her daughter. In case you missed it last week, President Trump signed a national security presidential memorandum directing federal agencies administering federal land on the border to make land available to the Defense Department in a new national defense area. This followed the president's day 1 executive order committing his administration to marshal all available resources and authorities to stop the unprecedented flood of illegal aliens into our country and to obtain complete operational control of the borders of the United States of America. Once again, the president,
like I said, when we was like telling you guys during the election that we let in the worst of the worst from some of these countries, we weren't fear mongering. This is actually what the Biden administration has allowed through their lax immigration policies. This is what happened. They let in many criminals that do heinous crimes that we're rounding up now. Now you're hearing about it. Guess what? They continue doing their heinous crimes in America. I mean, they were doing it in their own country, and now they came here to do it. And here's the problem with it. Y'all want to give these guys, what, citizenship? Huh. All right, imagine how that worked out.
Is fulfilling another key promise. This new national defense area spans more than 170 miles across our border in New Mexico. But in the coming weeks, this administration will add more than 90 miles in the state of Texas. This national defense area will enhance our ability to detect, interdict, and prosecute the illegal aliens, criminal gangs, and terrorists who were able to invade our country without consequence for the past 4 years under the Biden administration. It will also bolster our defenses against fentanyl and other dangerous narcotics that have been poisoning our communities. With all of this work being done to make America great again, we continue to see a positive response from the American public. A brand new poll published from the Daily Mail and JL Partners this morning found that President Trump's approval rating is at an all-time high. That's because the president is working tirelessly to keep his promises to the American people, as I just saw him doing today in the Oval Office. We have a reporter in our new media seat today, Matthew Foldy. I like your boots, Matt, who is the editor-in-chief of the Washington Reporter. Washington Reporter is a new, fast-growing outlet that breaks stories about legislation and interviews leaders in Congress and across the administration. The publication's readership includes the highest levels of business and government. And with that, please kick us off, Matt.
And we've interviewed you as well. So Caroline, thanks so much for having me here on behalf of our readership and the millions of Americans who I think appreciate what you're doing with the new media seat here and making this more accessible, reading the room. I'm curious with Harvard, we saw the Trump administration today announced it's cutting around $2 billion, or freezing $2 billion in funds to Harvard because the campus has serious problems with violence and with anti-Semitism. We saw President Obama, former President Obama, side with Harvard, which rejected the Trump administration's demands. I'm curious, where does the administration see this going with Harvard and with other colleges and universities in America that are refusing to reform in wake of the sort of craziness that we've seen take over some of it?
I mean, y'all stepping on their free speech. And the problem is, though, you're not just trying to get out of these immigrants or these green card holders, but you're also going at U.S. citizens. And unlike that young man, you can't deport U.S. citizens so easily, but I guess you can't try to defund their college because of what? Of their anti-Israel sentiment. Like I said, this Trump administration is filled with Zionists. I love what he's doing with America. I promise you I do. But when it comes to what he's doing in the Middle East and how they're trying to, I guess, kind of cover up speech on any type of criticism of Israel is kind of playing into that whole Zionist thing I was telling y'all in the beginning of the election. Like, oh yeah, I like Trump, but it does seem like he is a bit pro-Israel to a detriment. Because it's like, oh yeah, y'all get free speech until it's, oh, what's going on with Israel and Gaza? Okay. Y'all get free speech until it's like, oh, well, what's up with all these Palestinian deaths? Okay. Mhm.
Thank you, Matt, for being here, and thanks for the question. When it comes to Harvard, the president's position on this is grounded in common sense, in the basic principle that Jewish American students or students of any faith should not be illegally harassed and targeted on our nation's college campuses. And we unfortunately saw that illegal discrimination take place on the campus of Harvard. There are countless examples to prove it, particularly with the stunning confession by then Harvard President Claudine Gay, who said that bullying and harassment depended on the context. The president at that time made it clear to the American public he was not going to tolerate.
I mean, does it not? Does it not though? Like anybody can just say, "Oh, I'm being bullied" just because somebody maybe disagrees with them. But like, I mean, they could try to say that was bullying. So I would like to hear, well, what type of bullying was there? Was they marking up their, like, I don't know, like dorm rooms, throwing stuff at them on campus? And if they was ignoring stuff like that, then yes. And I was reading into the whole Claudia Gale thing. That's exactly what was going on. That's exactly what's going on.
Illegal harassment and anti-Semitism taking place in violations of federal law. So the president made it clear to Harvard, follow federal law, no longer break Title VI, which was passed by Congress to ensure no student can be discriminated against on the basis of race, and you will receive federal funding. Unfortunately, Harvard has not taken the president or the administration's demands seriously. All the president is asking, don't break federal law, and then you can have your federal funding. I think the president is...
Or you can drop the Zionist bullshit and you can just let people have their free speech. Like, I think this is something that the Trump administration should lay off on right now. Like, lay off on these guys and let them have their free speech. If it comes down to them hurting students of Jewish or Palestinian descent, then yeah, get involved. But if not, then let them talk.
Also begging a good question. More than $2 billion out the door to Harvard when they have a more than $50 billion endowment. Why are the American taxpayers subsidizing a university that has billions of dollars in the bank already?
True.
And we certainly should not be funding a place where such grave and...
Yeah, you could have left it at just, why are we funding bro, why are we funding Harvard when, like, bro, what is their tuition? $50K per student? $50K per student. And I don't know how much students they got, but shoot, all you need is 100%. They could have 100 and they still making money. So I'm wondering here, like, yeah, how much money did you actually need? Hold on, no. F that, because that's not even most of Harvard's money. Most of Harvard's money comes through donations, and that's not, and I'm not talking about through the government. With the government, that's $8 billion, ain't even really all the money they get. Most of their money they get is through donations from, well, honestly, George Soros donations, and that is where a bulk of their money comes from. Like tuition probably comes second or third to, well, the money that these colleges take in.
Anti-Semitism exists.
And I'm curious, you had just mentioned Rachel Moore, and I'm a Maryland man, and I think most Marylanders appreciate what you were saying today. We've seen that Chris Van Hollen, who was Rachel Moran's senator, basically threatening to fly to El Salvador to press for the release of someone who was in America illegally. What, and not as much sort of from him about Rachel Moran's horrific murder and the verdict that was, I think, rightly reached yesterday. What does the administration think about the priorities we're seeing from Senate Democrats in terms of illegal immigrants instead of the work that agencies like ICE and DHS are doing with the Trump administration?
It's mind-boggling, the priorities of the modern-day Democrat Party. I think it's atrocious that you have Democrats in Congress on Capitol Hill who swear an oath to...
And shout out to my man droning in the scenery. He said, meanwhile in Texas, murder white privilege. I mean, yeah. Bro, I mean, what I've been seeing is some wild stuff lately. Like, is it true that that young man who took out Austin McCabe, who murdered Austin McCabe, is it true that he got let off and went home? Now, I would like to urge my white boys, my dudes, my dogs, okay? Look, do not let this outrage you, okay? Like, this is what they're going for. They're going for this to outrage you. They're trying to push you into this more, well, neo-Nazi white first agenda that's going to push us into a civil war. Ignore what they're trying to do, because this is how it starts. And I'm gonna call it a play out right the fuck now. And I can see it. I can see it. They're doing this to get more of you white boys to go with the Nick Fuentes route. They're doing this to get you white boys to go to the more neo-Nazi route and cause an uprising. So when the left points you guys like, oh, look, see, there's those white boys over there, when you guys are really just outraged that, well, a black man could kill one of y'all and get off. But if y'all do the same, I get it. I get the outrage, but don't fall into it.
Protect their constituents and to serve them in Washington, D.C., spending more time defending illegal immigrant gang members than their own constituents and law.
He says, got off, then buy a horse, race war. Hey, man. All right, shout out to Jonas here. Appreciate the support, man. And we are about, shout out to Big Mac Sauce. My bad, bro. I almost missed you. He says, what's your opinion on Trump wanting to send American criminals to El Salvador? Or Salvadorian prisons? Well, look, he did say that, but trust me, Supreme Court never allow it. So I'll tell you that right now. We would never allow it. But my thoughts on it is, you know what? Big Mac Sauce, how severe the crime? Now, and I would ask you this. How severe the crime would it be where you would just be like, you know what? Let's get him on up out of here. But even if it's American citizen, that's what I'm thinking. It's like, you know what? I personally wouldn't be for it. Personally, I wouldn't be for it. But then again, I mean, if they're talking about it's a crazy crime, like this dude was out here, what she was saying, raping and slaughtering children, then you know what? I don't think our jail's good enough. Our jail is not hellish enough for those type of people. Our jail is not hellish enough for the pedophile murderers of the United States. They need something special. You know what's special? El Salvador. I like the way El Salvador look. And not only is it cleaner than ours, but it's definitely more brutal than our prisons. So you know what? I kind of do agree with it, because our prison's a little too nice. I mean, it's brutal. Our prison's brutal too. But compared to El Salvador, woo, boy, that motherfucker looks tough.
Abiding American citizens like Rachel Morin. And I saw the president personally.
But appreciate the support though, man. All right, let's keep it going.
On the campaign trail, and I continue to see him in his role as president of the United States put American families first, reach out to the victims, the families of victims at the hands of illegal immigrant crime. And frankly, the actions and the words of the Democrat Party prove they could not care less about the American public. And maybe if they did, they'd see a bit higher approval ratings right now. Thanks for being here with us today, Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. To follow up on something that you just said, why do Ivy League schools get so much federal funding?
It's a very good question. And it's a question the president has obviously raised in his discussions and negotiations with not just Harvard, but also Columbia and many other Ivy League institutions. We have the anti-Semitism task force, which the president promised and delivered on. The anti-Semitism task forces across the government, representatives from various federal agencies who meet on a weekly basis to discuss the question that you just raised. And I think a lot of Americans are wondering why their tax dollars are going to these universities when they are not only indoctrinating our nation's students, but also allowing such egregious elite.
No, actually, we're going to get into how El Salvador runs and how this guy Loki turned around this country. I got some videos for that, because he was a topic of conversation yesterday. And like I said, I've actually heard an interview with him and Tucker Carlson before, and what this man did with his country is phenomenal. But like I said, I do kind of accuse this man of dumping his criminals here. Because I'm just like, all right, bro, you locked them up. That's great. But how the hell did they end up in our country? And I mean, look how secure his prisons are. So I'm really wondering, like, yo, bro, how the hell did they end up in our country?
Legal behavior to occur.
To follow up on immigration, deporting American citizens to Central American prisons, is it legal? Or do you need to change the law to do it?
Well, it's another question that the president has raised. It's a legal question that the president is looking into. And he talked about this yesterday when his meeting with President Bukele in the Oval Office. He would only consider this, if legal, for Americans who are the most violent, egregious, repeat offenders of crime, who nobody in this room wants living in their communities.
And then there's this CHNV thing. President Biden let more than 530,000 people from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua.
No, keep them here. They're our responsibility. Just like we make their criminals their responsibility, let's make our criminals, our responsibility.
Venezuela into the U.S. with this CHNV program. He did it with the stroke of a pen. And now a judge will not let President Trump undo it with the stroke of a pen. So are you guys going to give all 530,000 plus people individual deportation hearings, or are you just going to try to deport them?
I spoke to White House counsel's office about this morning, because obviously another rogue district court judge is trying to block the administration's mass deportation efforts with this latest injunction. We will fight this in the court of law, and we will.
Even when another district judge pretty much said, yeah, you're out of your lane, another district judge steps up and does the same thing as if they're not going to get the same answer. I mean, y'all desperate at this point.
Sure, that every individual who was who illegally entered our country and was really taken advantage of by the previous administration, because they abused the parole system in this country to fast track legal status, as they said, for these illegal immigrants. And they completely abused our legal system. Many of these paroled individuals were then given temporary protective status, which the intention of that TPS was only supposed to be used in times of war or storm or destruction in the home countries of these migrants. It was completely abused. These migrants came here for economic reasons, and they illegally entered our country, and the president is not going to tolerate that. And so we will continue to focus on deporting as many individuals as we can. Jennifer.
One on tariffs and one on Russia.
And under that stance of the TPS program, Haiti got, like, a lot of guys got in here through some BS arguments, but Haiti, they actually got a legitimate argument. The problem with Haiti was, I mean, like, bro, if you understood how bad it was in Hades, they're eating their own people. I mean, yes, there's cannibalism going on in Haiti, okay? Get that through y'all head. You can look it up. It's all over the news. You'll be able to find it. Yes, cannibalism in Haiti. I showed a video on here, but they age restrict my video, so I ain't going to do that again.
Can you give us any sort of an update on which deals are in hand or are close? Which countries are reaching it?
Oh, trust me, when they start eating the cats and dogs, it wasn't too much of a surprise for me to understand that. I mean, they was eating their own people back in their own country. Why wouldn't they come here and just eat the animals that's walking around?
Deal on tariffs. And then on Russia, can you give us an update on what the agreement was with Russia? The president yesterday said that he thinks we'll be seeing some very good deals very soon. Can you talk a little bit about what Russia agreed to?
Sure. I don't want to get ahead of our United States Trade Ambassador and Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of Treasury, all the great individuals who are working incredibly hard to cut these good trade deals. And the president's deeply involved in this as well. He has made it clear to his trade team he wants to personally sign off on all of these deals too. And so I don't want to get ahead of them on announcements. But obviously, as you've heard from numerous administration officials, there have been many talks with countries. We've had more than 15 deals, pieces of paper put on the table, proposals that are actively being considered. And as we've said consistently, more than 75 countries have reached out. So there's a lot of work to do. We very much understand that, but we do believe that we can announce some deals very soon.
And then on Russia, can you say, did Russia agree to anything with Special Envoy Steve Witkoff?
I don't want to get ahead of those negotiations as well. What I can tell you is that they were a productive conversation was had. As the presidential envoy Steve Witkoff said last night, he believes that Russia wants to end this war, and the president believes that as well. There is incentive for Russia to end this war, and perhaps that could be economic partnerships with the United States, but we need to see a ceasefire first, and the president and the presidential envoy Witkoff made that very clear to the Russians. Gabe.
I mean, yeah, rather work with Russia and get the resources and get some type of economic benefit than to possibly go into World War III with them. I mean, at this point, like, think about it. Would you rather work with Russia or go to war with Russia? Like Putin or not? Like him or not, though?
Thank you, Caroline. And I also want to thank your press office for releasing that information that you cited up there regarding the ICE arrests of the last couple of days. And I have them right here, but what I might ask is, why not release the same information for those who were deported to El Salvador?
Well, first of all, the information was released by the Department of Homeland Security. The individuals on the flights to El Salvador are foreign terrorists, and those are counterterrorism operations. They are much different than the arrests and final order of removals that you see on a day-to-day basis that law enforcement agents are conducting around the country.
That information was not, to that detail, was not released by DHS. Though.
I just told you the reason. It was a counterterrorism operation, a deportation of foreign terrorists, not illegal criminals who have been convicted of heinous crimes living in our American communities. It's two different things. Foreign terrorist, illegal immigrant criminal, two different things, two different definitions. You should look them up. Christian, go ahead.
Yeah.
Thanks, Caroline. Does the president support raising the corporate tax rate to pay for all these other tax cuts he wants to see move through Congress?
Look, I've seen this idea proposed. I've heard this idea discussed, but I don't believe the president has made a determination on whether he supports it or not.
And then secondly, do you have any information on the status of Eden Alexander? Hamas says they lost contact with the unit guarding him following an Israeli airstrike earlier today.
I don't have updates. I have not seen that report, but I can certainly check in with our national security.
Lord knows, though. Lord knows. Let Israel be the one to actually blow up their envoy to get their hostage, and then they're gonna blame it on Hamas and say Hamas didn't want to give up the hostage, and then Hamas is gonna say, but Israel blew up the envoy, and everybody's gonna be sitting here in the who's right? Oh, well, do you really want to believe Hamas sources? Do you really believe Hamas? I mean, well, damn, should I just have full faith in Israel?
Council. I have spoken to the president about Eden Alexander, and he's made it very clear to our national security team that finding him is a priority, but unfortunately I don't have any updates to share, but it's a very important matter, and certainly we can check in. Sure.
Hi. How concerned is the president that a federal judge could hold a Trump administration official in contempt of court for defying deportation orders?
We are complying with all court orders. So I see what you're trying to do there with that question, but we're very confident that every action taken by this administration is within the confines of the law, and we continue to.
Yeah, so everybody who's confused about aren't you going to bring him back? Isn't it? It's court ordered. Yeah, you're right. It is court ordered, but you didn't listen to the courts all the way. They said if El Salvador allows it, then, or if El Salvador want to send them back, then yeah, we'll facilitate the flight. But El Salvador's president pretty much just said, "Nah, we're going to keep him. We'll keep him here." I mean, the guy pretty much said he didn't want to go to El Salvador for fear of prosecution. I mean, like, why are we helping him escape the law?
Comply with the court's orders, and you have seen that. And
I mean, we don't even do that for our own citizens. Like, you imagine getting arrested for a felony that you're going to go to years? Bro, go to jail for years on. And you're in court going like, hey, man, can you get me up out of the United States off of fear of persecution? Like, bro, come on now, bro. Just send me to, like, Mexico or Canada or something. Like, come on, you ain't got to send me to jail.
And the president.
All I did was rob, cheat, steal, and committed a couple murders. Like, come on, just send me to Canada.
President made that clear yesterday in the Oval Office with President Bukele. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. Could you, just going back to El Salvador, could you just explain to us a little bit more about the legal basis on which you may be able to send US citizens to prison there? I know you said that President Trump is looking at it, but can you explain to us a little bit more about how that might be possible?
We're looking at it, and when I have more for you to share, I certainly will. Sure.
Still going off the El Salvador questions. Yesterday in the Oval Office, administration officials made it very clear that El Salvador is responsible for Mr. Abrego Garcia, yet El Salvador's president said we're not going to do anything with him. So my question is, who is responsible for this man and where he's going to end up?
Well, no. First of all,
wrong. That's what I'm saying. Y'all got it wrong. The El Salvador president already has them, and he says, yeah, we're not giving him back. It's like, he didn't say we're not going to do nothing with him. He's a criminal. He's a gang member. He's committed crimes in our country and their country. He pretty much said that, yes, we're keeping him. If you don't believe me, go back to the meeting that they had live about a couple of days ago, I believe. So yeah, I don't know where the media is getting this whole, oh, well, El Salvador said they're not doing nothing with them. No, El Salvador said we're keeping his ass.
President Bukele said that he is not going to smuggle a foreign terrorist back into the United States of America, as many in this room in the Democrat Party seemingly want him to do. Abrego Garcia was a foreign terrorist. He is an MS-13 gang member. He was engaged in human trafficking. He illegally came into our country. And so deporting him back to El Salvador was always going to be the end result. There is never going to be a world in which this is an individual who's going to live a peaceful life in Maryland because he is a foreign terrorist and a MS-13 gang member. Not only have we confirmed that, President Bukele yesterday in the Oval Office confirmed that as well. So he went back to his home country where he will face consequences for his gang affiliation and his engagement in human trafficking. I'm not sure what is so difficult about this for everyone in the media to understand. And it's appalling, truly appalling, that there has been so much time covering this alleged human trafficker and this gang member, MS-13 gang member. It's truly striking to me. Karen.
Thanks, Caroline. The president was posting on Truth Social today about helping American farmers. And last week in his cabinet meeting, he was talking about a plan to work with farmers to retain workers who are in the U.S. illegally, provided that they leave and then come back through what he said would be a legal process. Can you give details on what that would look like? How many workers he's talking about, how long a plan like that would take to implement, and the timeline for more details on getting this actually to implementation?
I can check in with our immigration and our policy team and get you some more details on that, Karen.
And is this something he wants to roll out soon? I mean, he was talking back and forth with Secretary Rollins.
Right.
This is kind of imminent that he wants to do this.
Yeah, look, the president is in constant communication with all of his cabinet secretaries, particularly Secretary Rollins, who has the backs of American farmers and ranchers. It's something that he spoke about with her in the front of all the cameras in the cabinet room, but I'll check in with not only our immigration team, but also with USDA, and we'll get you an answer. Jonathan.
Hi, Caroline.
Hi, it's great to see you in here.
You too. The president has long said that it would be an abuse of power for a president to direct prosecutors to investigate him. Last week, President Trump explicitly directed the Justice Department to scrutinize Chris Krebs to see if it can find any evidence of criminal wrongdoing. How is that not an abuse of power to direct the Justice Department to look into an individual, a named individual?
Look, the president signed that executive order. It's the position of the president in this White House that it's well within his authority to do it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have signed it. And he signed it, and that's his policy. Jeff, how you doing?
Fine, thanks. Thanks, Caroline. A follow-up on Harvard. The president floated on Truth Social, I believe, the possibility of removing tax-exempt status.
All right. Because let me give y'all a quick little reading assignment, right? Go to supremecourt.gov and look up Gnomes versus Arbego Garcia, or Mr. Garcia, right? This is where you're going to pretty much hear the outlines of the case, and you're going to hear all the evidence. Remember, the Supreme Court looked over this man's case, and they determined that he's MS-13, he's committed crime, and he needs to be deported. The Supreme Court even agreed with it. So please go to supremecourt.com. And I believe it is, if you want to write it down, I'll even put down the case number of 24A949. And it happened on April 10th, 2025. So 6 days ago. 6 days ago. My man got due process like 3 times at this point. 3 times. He even got his case reviewed by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court looked over this man's case and said, he's MS-13. He's an illegal immigrant. But we did something that we weren't going to send him to El Salvador, but he's in El Salvador. Is El Salvador going to give him back? Oh, no. Well, if they want to, we'll facilitate the flight. That's pretty much what went down.
How serious is that threat, and other universities is considering? And then a follow-up question on foreign policy. Can you give us an update on what the president hopes to come from the next round of talks with Iran?
Sure. First, when it comes to Harvard, as I said, the president has been quite clear. They must follow federal law. He also wants to see Harvard apologize, and Harvard should apologize for the egregious anti-Semitism that took place on their college campus against Jewish American students. There were professors who said that he had engaged in discriminatory behavior against Jewish students. Of course, you had the former president of the university saying bullying and harassment depends on the context. You also had an encampment on Harvard Yard that we all saw play out before the cameras. The university failed to impose formal discipline on any students for this anti-Semitic conduct violations, including the occupation of a campus building and a disruption of classes with bullhorns. The president believes Harvard should apologize to its Jewish American students for allowing such egregious.
Yeah, that's what I said. The whole Claudia Gale thing. That's what I said. Oh, yeah, she kind of did deserve to be fired. Like, yo, you're not stopping the extremists of this of the protest. Like I said, it's okay to have a pro-Palestinian protest, but like I said, when you start trying to harm Jewish students, discriminate against Jewish students, yeah, you're inciting violence. So that gotta stop. That gotta be like, well, meshed. And like honestly, it's the university's fault for letting it carry out like this. I have no idea why they let it carry out like this to the point where it's hurting their students who are paying into it, or paying the university money. But you know what's so sad about these universities? They don't really care about the people who pay tuition because their donors pay way more than the people who pay tuition. Yep, donors pay way more than the students.
Behavior. As for the tax exempt status, I would defer you to the IRS for any updates. I do want to answer your question on Iran. Of course, the maximum pressure campaign on Iran continues.
I'm done. Hey, shout out Green Bean. He said people should go to El Salvador to protest his return. I'm like, nah, for real though, because like, hey, y'all feel so strongly, go over there and get my man back. I mean, shoot, what you mean? You think the El Salvador president gonna give you a criminal to what? Bring back to the U.S.? Oh, what you guys gonna do? You're gonna go there, break into El Salvador, break into an El Salvadoran prison, and then go get this guy back for what? So he can get due process and sent right back? Okay. Please.
But as you know, the president has made it clear he wants to see dialogue and discussion with Iran while making his directive about Iran never being able to obtain a nuclear weapon quite clear. And the president spoke to the Sultan of Oman today, who helped facilitate these talks. I have a readout for all of you. He held a call with the Sultan of Oman today, and he thanked him for hosting the first direct meeting between the United States and Iran and emphasized the need for Iran to end its nuclear program through negotiations. The two leaders also discussed the United States' ongoing operations against the Houthis and emphasized that the Houthis will pay a severe price until they end their attacks on maritime traffic in the Red Sea. As you know, an additional negotiation between Steve Witkoff and Iran's representative.
Which you're welcome, Russia. I mean, not Russia, but Europe. Yes, Europe, you're welcome for solving your trade problem that could have affected y'all trade lines. You're welcome. Like, bro, this shit don't even really affect us, but it affects Europe way more, and we're helping them out. But then they want to give us, but they want to play hardball with these trade deals. It's wild.
Representative has been scheduled for Saturday. And since these are ongoing negotiations, I have nothing more to add on that. Sure.
Oh, thank you, Caroline. When you said that the president said that Iran will never have nuclear weapons, is the focus on dismantling the entire nuclear program, or it just restricting enriched uranium or the missile program?
The president does not want to see Iran have a nuclear program. He does not want Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. He's been very clear about this. Shelby. Shelby, you have a seat today.
I know, stole it.
Glad to see it.
Two quick ones on TikTok. First, is the president expecting to extend the TikTok ban that's now June 19th if China doesn't come to the table in time?
Well, June 19th is a long ways away, obviously. I think it's 2 months away. 2 months is a long time. And the Trump administration, as you have all seen, we work at Trump speed around here. We get a lot done. So definitely don't want to get ahead. The vice president continues to lead these negotiations and talks. The president's involved and they're ongoing.
And then the president previously said he'd consider reducing tariffs on China in order to get a TikTok deal done. Is that option still on the table?
Look, the president has made his position on China quite clear, although I do have an additional statement that he just shared with me in the Oval Office. The ball is in China's court. Mm-hmm. China needs to make a deal with us. We don't have to make a deal with them. There's no difference between China and any other country, except they are much larger. And China wants what we have, what every country wants, what we have, the American consumer. Or to put it another way, they need our money. So the president, again, has made it quite clear that he's open to a deal with China, but China needs to make a deal with the United States of America. Sure.
On tariffs, Yesterday in the Oval Office.
Man, it's like a game of chicken. You gotta see who falls first.
Which outlet are you with?
The Canadian Public Broadcaster.
Oh, nice to see you.
Thank you. Yesterday in the Oval Office, President Trump suggested that there could be some help for automakers. I'm wondering what that looks like. Is it tariff relief on the 25% tariffs that are in place right now?
Oh God, trust me, we're gonna be hearing about this immigrant for a while now. Because trust me, NBC News already came out with El Salvador's president says he won't return a mistakenly deported man to the U.S. And I'm like, bro, he is an El Salvador citizen. This is what they're missing. It's like there is no getting this man back unless he, says so. But yep, nothing can be done
Now, or the new tariffs that are coming up in May on auto parts. And a second on Canada, if I may. President Trump's tone when it comes to Canada-U.S. relations, Canadians have noticed it's shifted a bit in the past few weeks. Ever since the election campaign started, he stopped talking about Canada becoming the 51st state, at least publicly. I'm wondering if that's on purpose and why.
I would reject the president's position on Canada has shifted. Perhaps he just hasn't been asked about Canada by questions from this group in the Oval Office, but they see him almost every day. But the president still maintains his position on Canada. The United States has been subsidizing Canada's national defense, and he believes that Canadians would benefit greatly from becoming the 51st state of the United States of America. As for autos and auto parts, I don't have anything to read out for you there, but I think the point the president was making is flexibility, and he has flexibility when it comes to negotiate.
Let's make sure to like the video, guys. We got 200 plus y'all in here. Do me a favor and double tap the screen and like the video. Yes, stop being a ghost watcher. Come on now, stop being a ninja watcher and double tap that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
And talks, but ultimately his goal in his fair trade deals that he is pursuing with many countries around the world is to put the American worker first. And we had automakers and auto workers here at the White House on Liberation Day who believe in this president and his negotiating ability to put them first and to bring those jobs back to the United States of America. And the president's been very clear about that in his conversations with the automakers as well. Deanna, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. One on Ukraine and one on China. On Ukraine, this past weekend, Zelensky offered an invitation to President Trump, extending an offer for him to visit Ukraine. Just wondering if there's any update on that. Has Trump seen that offer and what he's thinking about?
I don't know. Actually, I haven't talked to the president about that, or if he saw Zelensky's offer. I'm sure he did. I haven't spoken to him about it. I can ask him what he thinks. I certainly don't.
Like I said, I don't know why Zelensky offered that, because I'm like, bro, you're being very emotional about this. And then you can tell Zelensky's being a little too emotional. We need somebody who's not so emotionally caught up in a situation to come here with some logical sense. Because, like, bro, you showing Trump how your country's looking is only going to make him look at you and be like, bro, then stop the war. It's like, bro, your people are dying. Like, do I need even to say it like the man? Your people are dying. Men, children are dying, my friend. You need to cut the bullshit. You showing Trump the horrors going down in your country is not just going to fill him full of Ukrainian patriotism and he's just going to run into there and just, rush us into World War III for you guys? No. He's going to look you dead in your eyes and be like, yo, this is one of the main reasons you should cut the shit and come to the table ready for a ceasefire, ready to make a deal.
Don't have any plans to share on a potential trip to Ukraine, though.
And then on China, this last week, Chinese officials were posting videos on, social media sites depicting a Trump, J.D. Vance, Elon Musk in AI-generated videos working in factories, putting together Nike shoes and, iPhones and products like that. Does the White House, have they seen these videos? Do you guys have a response to that?
I have seen the videos. I'm not sure who made the videos or if we can verify the authenticity, but whoever made it clearly does not see the potential of the American worker, the American workforce. The president believes in the American people, and he knows that we have the best not only consumer base in the world, but also the best workforce in the world. And that's why he's so focused on bringing investments home and shoring up our critical supply chains and bolstering our manufacturing here as well. Brett.
Would the president support a ban on members of Congress trading stocks?
I'm certain that's something the president would be interested in looking at, and I can ask him if he would support such a bill. Sure. Yes.
I have a question about the president's post from this morning on farmers. He asks farmers to be patient and just hold on. But a lot of farmers that I've talked to in the last week or so have said, they're in the middle of spring planting season and that a trade war makes everything sort of up in the air. What would his message to them be? And also, is there anything specifically planned to provide relief like in President Trump's last term?
Yes, well, relief is being considered. The Secretary of Agriculture, I know, has spoken to the president about that. And again, it's being considered. And as for the president's message to the farmers, he put it out himself. He could speak for himself much better than I can speak for him. And so I would just direct you to the statement he had telling the farmers again and reiterating his support for them and that he has their backs, which he certainly does. Kelly, in the back.
Thanks, Caroline. 2 questions. The first one, a Georgia man was just arrested over alleged threats to kill Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard. Reportedly, there is now increased security around the FBI deputy director. Can you talk about the level of threats against various administration officials? And then a second one on Biden.
I'm sorry to hear that. I had not seen that report. It's very unfortunately, and obviously the White House, the president, and the entire administration condemn any threats of violence against any administration officials or public officials on both sides of the aisle here in Washington, D.C. It shouldn't be tolerated, and we commend the local law enforcement agencies for arresting this individual.
Former President Biden, he's set to deliver his first major speech since leaving office tonight. He plans to talk about what I'm told will be Social Security under the current administration, closing of offices, longer wait times, harder for seniors and people with disabilities to access earned benefits is what Democrats have been saying today. I wanted to get the president's response, or if he plans to respond to this, and comments on what Democrats are calling cuts to Social Security.
My first reaction when seeing former President Biden was speaking tonight was I'm shocked that he is speaking at nighttime. I thought his bedtime was much earlier than his speech tonight. I understand the topic of his speech will be Social Security. Let me make it very clear ahead of former President Biden's remarks. President Trump, is absolutely certain about protecting Social Security benefits for law-abiding, tax-paying American citizens and seniors who have paid into this program. He will always protect that program. He campaigned on it. He protected it in his first term, and he's back again to continue protecting it. On the topic of Social Security, I have some news before I let you all go. Later this afternoon, the president will be signing a presidential memorandum aimed at stopping illegal aliens and other ineligible people from obtaining Social Security Act benefits. The memorandum will direct the administration to ensure ineligible aliens are not receiving funds from the Social Security Act programs. It will expand the Social Security Administration's fraud prosecutor program to...
For those of you guys who want to believe that Sam Cedar lie about, oh, they were giving out Social Security that had a non-voting purposes label on them. I mean, like, bro, are you for real? Like, really? Yeah, like, let's not believe that. There's only 3 types of Social Security cards, guys, and none of them have a non-voting purpose on it. Actually, you don't even really need your Social Security to register to vote. But hey, that's the they was hinging on.
At least 50 U.S. attorney offices and establishes a Medicare and Medicaid fraud prosecution program in 15 U.S. attorney offices. The memorandum will also require the Social Security Administration Inspector General to investigate earning reports for individuals aged 100 or older with mismatched Social Security records to combat identity theft. And the memorandum will direct the Social Security Administration to consider whether to reinstate the use of civil monetary penalties against individuals who engage in Social Security fraud, an effort that has been paused for several years. These taxpayer-funded benefits should be only for eligible taxpayers. And President Biden should think about what he did in his last term, which is allow tens of millions of illegal people into our country, many of whom were fraudulently receiving these benefits. So you'll hear from the president on that later, and we will see you later in the East Room. Bye, guys.
All right, so looking forward to an executive order being signed again. I mean, he keeps them coming. He definitely keeps them coming. All right, now let's get into this El Salvadorian president, or the El Salvador president that, you know, the media is about to blow y'all up about. What should our Wall Street Journal? I was kicking in doors, pretty much locking in people's like, bro, I'm talking about violent hell of amendments that we have here. Like, bro, the same rights we have here, they do not got in El Salvador. That was obvious because, bro, set up a super prison, kicking in doors of all the gang members, locked up them and their family members, and, you know, released the family members once they found out that they weren't gang members, but kept the family members that were. Yeah, I mean, he went hard. I mean, yo. Now, this is me just wildly speculating, but could El Salvador be the whole America First blueprint of what they were trying to get off? Because everything, that they're getting off in El Salvador is kind of what, the literally fear mongering that Trump's going to do. And of course, we got Supreme Court's Constitution that's, kind of subverts that from happening. These guys, they don't got none of that. None of that. So yeah, you might hear about this man damn near being a dictator. Well, he's elected. He's elected, so not really a dictator, but he might be like another Franklin D. Roosevelt, just getting hella terms off the satisfaction of his people. And that's not bad. That's not bad at all. I'm for it. Honest though, almost all the Hispanic countries are kind of Christian based. Heavy Catholics, heavy Christians.
By the MAGA movement.
Bro, hold on. An Hispanic man being a hella Christian is brand, bro. When the lid is low-key exposed how much it really don't be outside or how much they don't really actually get to know other cultures, it's amazing to me. You serious? Y'all must have never been to an Hispanic cookout. So I'm like, how did you get all them gang members? You know what? Shout out. Somehow you unified your police force and you just went full force after the gang member. And the police force wants to protect their citizens. So it was a pretty easy call. But smaller country, so things running probably a little smoother. I said the same thing though. I said the same shit. I was like, bro, how the hell you just get that off? I remember before even Trump said this, I'm like, nah, bro, that don't make too much sense. You round these guys up, you put them all in jail, and that's cool, fantastic. But how the hell they start disappearing out your jail and somehow ending up in America? That's what always made me look at bro kind of sideways. His people feel safer. Crime went down. He's doing a pretty damn good job. Ask the people and stop fear mongering for the media. I would like to ask people of El Salvador, and guess what? Crime is down. Their economy's up. I doubt they have any complaints, but if they do, shoot, I'd be willing to hear it. I would be willing to hear it. All right, guys, let's get into a little bit of comedic interlude. This should be a fun one. But we're gonna go down all the lies, most of the lies, at least top 15 of the lies that CNN told about Trump. And this is why the beef with CNN and Trump will forever be continued until CNN is eventually bought and renamed.
This is Donald J. Trump, the 45th and 47th president of the United States. Early morning on Sunday, April 13th, Trump visited the press mid-flight on Air Force One.
It's like 2 a.m. and we're doing this. You people requested. I'm always available, unlike Biden. I think Biden would do an interview at 2 a.m. He would do one at 9 a.m.
Fact check true. In the first few months of his second term, Trump has taken literally thousands of questions from the press, despite the fact that they treat him so poorly.
Okay, come on over here. You know the fake news? This is the fake news.
Hey, what's up, everyone? How are you guys? Good morning.
He says it right to their faces. What a savage.
You don't care. You don't care.
But it's not just the president. It's also various members of his administration. Now, I know it's only been a couple months, but let's do the top 15 most savage moments of the Trump White House so far. So coming in at number 15 is the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, versus CNN's Jake Tapper.
So how long do you anticipate this tariff chaos is going to be going on? 30 days, 60 days, 90 days?
Well, first of all, Jake, thank you for having me. I think it's really important to realize that last Wednesday was when the president announced this new American order, the new American economic plan. We're now 2 days in, right? You've got 2 days of data. Everyone, especially on your side, on the left, is freaking out.
I'm not on the left.
But at the end of the day, listen, this whole concept, all right, Jake, thank you. This whole concept is about rebuilding.
I can't believe he said that with a straight face.
Oh God, no. He's like, I'm not on the left. Like, Jake, come on now. Don't come on. Don't lie to me. You ain't got a lie to us.
Just own it, Jake. You're not fooling anyone.
I'm not on the left.
All right, Jake, thank you.
And speaking of CNN, here's number 14 on the list.
And this should have been done by Biden years ago. This should have never been allowed to happen. I know he's a friend of yours. He's a friend of CNN. That's why nobody watches CNN anymore, because they have no credibility. Okay, who else? Yes, please.
Number 13 on.
I mean, yeah, they definitely lost all credibility with backing the libs, whatever they did. I mean, but they was quick to hop on Trump about whatever hoax that was going on. But, you know, everything that was going on with Biden, I mean, his son, I mean, past sexual assault allegations of Biden, y'all never wanted to cover those. But it was, y'all went all out on Trump. So it's understandable why Trump has such a, disdain for CNN. It makes sense.
On the list involves a confrontation between Caitlin Collins and the VA Secretary, Doug Collins, no relation, where Collins was asked about Signalgate.
You served in the Navy and the Air Force. How would you have felt if information like this was talked about in an unclassified group chat, if a Navy fighter pilot, is in the air?
I think the one thing, Caitlin, it's good to be with you tonight. I think the president and those involved in the chat, which I was not involved in the chat, have explained that. I trust the president's opinion on this. I trust what's been going on. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. My opinion is that my job is to take care of veterans in this country.
You know what's so crazy is like CNN they're too used to Trump's old cabinet. The cabinet that was just stabbing them in the back anytime they hopped on the media. So yeah, this is what they're used to. Like, they're used to being able to talk to Trump's cabinet and then being able to sell them out. Well, and that's what they're doing. They're standing 10 toes with the president. It's a beautiful thing to see. I'm not even gonna lie. All right, let's get right back to it. Let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. But yes, make sure we double tap that screen
as they come out of service, and that's what I'm going to continue to do.
We heard from some of your former colleagues up on the Hill today, some Republicans who said they don't like how the administration is handling this, that they're kind of tying themselves in knots by saying it wasn't classified information. Do you believe that a mistake was made here, though, to have this conversation, to add a reporter and to have it on an unsupported, classified group setting?
Caitlin, as I've just told you, I've just answered the question. I wasn't part of it. And, I'm not going to speculate more than what the president's already talked about and those who've been involved have talked about. But we'd love to talk about the veterans.
But Caitlin Collins doesn't actually care. She just wanted to keep asking about Signalgate. And Doug Collins wasn't having it.
Yeah, and I do have questions about the veterans, but given what we saw with the group chat and how this was used, you are a member of the cabinet. You obviously know these other members, several of them who were in there. Is this typical for the cabinet to have conversations over Signal? Is this something that you use?
Well, Caitlin, since you undoubtedly do not want to talk about the VA, I have a question as VA Secretary. Cabinet, I want to ask you, because I've been curious about this, because my job is to take care of veterans. And I would like to know why CNN is hostile to veterans, especially one in Florida, where you just had a $5 million defamation suit taking offense at a veteran who was trying to help people.
Doug Collins is referring to U.S. Navy veteran Zachary Young.
I'm weak. He's like, yeah, so now that you're done asking me stuff that is outside my element, I mean, like, bro, I'm the VA secretary. Why are you asking me about this stuff? Like, first off, how about this? Why don't I ask you about all the disrespect you guys got for our veterans? Like, let's talk about that. Y'all ain't gonna lie, that'd have been a great topic. That'd have been a fantastic topic.
Who was trying to help people.
Doug Collins is referring to U.S. Navy veteran Zachary Young, who sued CNN over a hit piece that aired in November 2021 that painted Young as a black marketeer smuggler, illegally profiting from charging exorbitant fees to desperate people trying to flee Afghanistan.
That person offering those evacuations, Zachary Young, he wrote, "Availability is extremely limited and demand is high." Jake, he goes on to say, that's how economics works, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Alex Marquardt, thanks so much for that important report.
I have a question for you, Caitlin. Is that employee still employed? Are you really concerned about veterans? So if we don't want to talk about veterans now, you want to talk about everything else, I'd like to hear from CNN as the veteran cabinet secretary, why CNN seems to have a problem with veterans.
Well, Mr. Secretary, respectfully, my question was about whether or not you as a member of the cabinet use this. And respectfully, I'm conducting the investigation. And I do have a lot of questions for you on Veterans Affairs.
She's conducting an investigation, guys. But listen to her reasoning as to why she won't comment on the actions of a fellow CNN employee.
I've asked and answered your question. Why don't you answer mine? Is this person still employed who said they were going to nail one of my veterans? who you had to do a $5 million award to a jury because of defamation, and then you settled the case. Answer my question.
No, bro, ain't fired. What you mean? He right behind the camera.
Respectfully, sir, I'm asking the questions here, and I have no involvement in what you're referencing there.
So Caitlin Collins demands that he answer all of her questions about the Signal chat because he's part of Trump's cabinet. But at the same time, she claims that she had no involvement in the Zachary Young piece, doesn't need to answer questions about CNN, even though she works at the network.
It was a look off to the side that let me know that, nah, bro's in the room. Bros was in the room like, yeah, but he still work here. He definitely still work here. Like, we ain't let him go. What you mean, man? We still need him for more false defamation. We still need that. Apparently, that is still a tool in CNN's arsenal. And I guess them not getting sued is honestly kind of what plays into it. I ain't even gonna lie. It does take a while for people to actually sue CNN.
In other words, rules for thee, but not for CNN.
Yep. I mean, that's the thing, though. When it comes to filing a defamation case, you gotta let them roll it. So pretty much, you gotta roll with the punches until they're done, and let them lay out everything. Let them lay out all the lies and the defamation, and then you bring it all together and bring your case. So it does suck when you gotta sit out there and watch people call you a smuggler. It's like, damn, I was helping people. I thought I was helping these women, come over to America and live a better lifestyle, but nope. But who knows? Who knows? Apparently, it was all a lie. He's not a smuggler smuggling people from Afghanistan.
Number 12 on the list is when Stephen Miller turned the tables on CNN's Jake Tapper.
And I want to really drill down on this, Jake, because it's so important. There's 2 million employees in the federal government. Overwhelmingly, the career federal service in this country is far left wing. I don't know that to be a fact. Well, I'll give you a great example. We looked at USAID as an example. That's 98% of the workforce either donated to Kamala Harris or another left-wing candidate, just as an example.
Okay, but let me just an entire workforce is having a
whoa. Did you just say that saying someone voted for Kamala Harris is demonizing them?
No.
So according
your suggestion is that there's a bias.
No, but you used the word demonizing. You just said that I'm demonizing somebody by saying they voted for Kamala Harris.
Let's get back on track.
But I am on track.
Number 11 on the countdown is when Trump was answering questions on Air Force One and was surprised to learn which outlet a reporter was from.
Vice President suggested that if the Supreme Court rules in a way that you don't like, they can just enforce it by themselves. Do you agree with that?
I don't know even what you're talking about. Neither do you. Who are you with?
Up close, sir.
Who?
Up close.
No wonder. I thought they died. Are they still around? I haven't read them in years. I thought they died.
Number 10 was when a reporter asked Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth about the nomination of Dan Kane to be the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Why did you select an underqualified retired lieutenant general to be the next chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff?
I'm gonna choose to reject your
lieutenant general to be the next.
Wow, why did you elect an underqualified retired lieutenant general to be the next chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff? I mean, bro, what? Do you hear your question within itself? Like, how do you put unqualified next to a retired lieutenant general? Like, bro, are you serious? He really asked that question? It's like, how do you, like, damn near saying, like, how do you pick an unqualified, most qualified person for the job? You hear how dumb I just sounded? How do I pick an unqualified, most qualified person for the job? How'd you do that, bro?
I'm gonna choose to reject your unqualified question. Who's next?
Imagine being so stupid to think that a highly decorated 3-star general is underqualified for anything. That reporter 100% deserved that response from Hegseth. And of course, you know the type of questions that he was probably asking during the Biden administration. What kind of ice cream did you order, Mr. President?
Chocolate chip.
Number 9 on our countdown is border czar Tom Homan versus a Haitian.
One of those threats is this illegal alien from Haiti. ICE says he's a gang member with 17 criminal convictions in recent years.
So, you feel me? Little Biden forever, bro. Thank Obama for everything that he did for me, bro. I'm not going back to Haiti.
Well, he's wrong. He's going back to Haiti. I got to tell him that.
Number 8 on our countdown is when Vice President J.D. Vance attended the Munich Security Conference and gave a blistering speech criticizing European leaders and their approach to democracy and free speech.
Oh, guys, make sure to support the show with any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements. I appreciate the support, guys. I believe we're 20 super chats away from opening up the call-in line. Appreciate it. And make sure to double tap that screen. This is actually hilarious.
The threat that I worry the most about vis-a-vis Europe is not Russia, it's not China, it's not any other external actor. And what I worry about is the threat from within, the retreat of Europe from some of its most fundamental values, values shared with the United States of America. When we see European courts canceling elections and senior officials threatening to cancel others, we ought to ask whether we're holding ourselves to an appropriately high standard. We must do more than talk about democratic values, we must live them. If you're running in fear of your own voters, there is nothing America can do for you. We shouldn't be afraid of our people, even when they express views that disagree with their leadership.
I mean, yeah, it's very ironic that he's bringing up the split, due to the fact that we're locking up students who disagree with our government's opinion. Well, this administration's opinion.
So instead of going to Germany and kissing Europe's ass, Joe Biden style, Vance gave an excellent speech, calling out these supposed...
But it was a great speech, though. Trust me, it was a fantastic speech. You pretty much telling everybody, yo, y'all need to adopt this freedom of speech. I want to see you people in Europe need to stand up to your government and tell them, yo, you guys need to demand, but you guys need to demand your freedom of speech at this point, because they're not going to give it to you. So you better demand it, because it won't be given.
Democratic countries. One moment that stuck out was when he called out Germany for their Orwellian free speech policies.
This very country, where police have carried out raids against citizens suspected of posting anti-feminist comments online as part of, quote, combating misogyny on the internet, a day of action.
They are literally arresting people in Europe for posting memes. But journalists like Face the Nation's Margaret Brennan are more concerned about making the Trump administration look like Nazi sympathizers. And Secretary of State Marco Rubio is there to push back, which is number 7 on the list.
He also met with the leader of a far-right party known as the AfD, which, as you know, is under investigation and monitoring by German intelligence because of extremism. What did all of this accomplish other than irritating our allies?
Why would our allies or anybody be irritated by free speech and by someone giving their opinion? We are, after all, democracies. The Munich Security Conference is largely a conference of democracies. They don't have to agree with him, but to be angry about it, I think actually makes his point.
Exactly. The left only likes free speech that it agrees with. But then Margaret Brennan tried to imply that J.D. Vance is promoting extremism by pulling this historically illiterate claim out of her ass.
Well, he was standing in a country where free speech was weaponized to conduct a genocide. And he met with the head of a political party that has far-right views and some historic ties to extreme groups. The context of that was changing the tone of it. And you know that.
No, I have to disagree with you. Free speech was not used to conduct a genocide. The genocide was conducted by an authoritarian Nazi regime that happened to also be genocidal because they hated Jews and they hated minorities and they hated those that they had a list of people they hated, but primarily the Jews. There was no free speech in Nazi Germany. There was none. There was also no opposition in Nazi Germany. They were a sole and only party that governed that country. So that's not an accurate reflection of history.
I can't believe that she still has a job after that.
I'm pretty sure if there was free speech going around in Germany, maybe that wouldn't have popped off as the way it did. Maybe.
Oh, wait, now I can. Anyway, let's watch Margaret Brennan's most excellent rebuttal.
Mr. Secretary, I'm told that we are out of time. A lot to get through with you. We appreciate you making time today.
Yeah.
We'll be back in a minute.
Number 6 on the list is when AP reporter Josh Boak went up against White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
If we could just step back for a second. When President Trump last addressed the BRT when he was on the campaign trail, his big push was on tax cuts. He's going there today as he's proposing tax hikes in the form of tariffs.
Not
and
true.
I'm curious
He's not doing
why
that.
he's prioritizing that over the tax cuts.
He's actually not implementing tax hikes. Tariffs are a tax hike on foreign countries that, again, have been ripping us off. Tariffs are a tax cut for the American people. And the president is a staunch advocate of tax cuts, as you know.
But then, for some reason, Josh Boak tried to make it personal and immediately regretted it.
I'm sorry, have you ever paid a tariff? Because I have.
That's
they
it.
don't get charged on foreign companies. They get charged on the importers.
And ultimately, when we have fair and balanced trade, which the American people have not seen in decades, as I said at the beginning, revenues will.
Yeah, I know. They pay the tariff to send the money, to send the product over here. So they got to pay that. In China's case, 145% tariff, depending on what product they're sending over. And then, once they pay that, they can go ahead and send the product over and we'll receive it. And that money goes to the government, and the government uses that to subsidize certain industries. Shout out tariffs.
Will stay here, wages will go up, and our country will be made wealthy again. And I think it's insulting that you are trying to test my knowledge of economics and the decisions that this president has made. I'm now regret giving a question to the Associated Press.
Number 5 on the list is a now classic confrontation between Vice President Vance and Margaret Brennan.
Do you personally support the idea of conducting a raid or enforcement action in a church service, at a school?
Let me ask this question, Margaret. Let's separate the immigration issue. If you had a violent murder in a school, of course I want law enforcement to go and get that person out.
Of course.
So what's the point of the question?
The point of the question, of course, was to make the Trump administration look like monsters. But VP J.D. Vance is very skilled at this.
I want to ask you about refugee admissions, which were just suspended by the president. Refugee screening takes 18 to 24 months to go through. They are heavily vetted.
Well, Margaret, I don't agree that all these immigrants or all these refugees have been properly vetted. In fact, we know that there are cases of people who allegedly were properly vetted and then were literally planning terrorist attacks on our country. That happened during the campaign, if you may remember.
And that's correct. According to the Department of Justice, an Afghan national motivated by ISIS was arrested for allegedly conspiring to commit a violent attack on Election Day.
He was allegedly properly vetted, and many people in the media and the Democratic Party said that he was properly vetted. Clearly, he wasn't.
And that was a very particular case. It wasn't clear if he was radicalized when he got here or while he was living here.
I don't really care, Margaret. I don't want that person in my country, and I think most Americans agree with me.
I don't really care, Margaret.
Number 4 in the countdown occurred during a White House working meeting with governors, where he called out the governor of Maine, Janet Mills.
I signed an executive order banning men from playing in women's sports. Many Democrats are fighting me on that. I hope you continue because you'll never win another race. The NCAA has complied immediately, by the way. That's good. But I understand Maine. Is Maine here, the governor of Maine? Well, are you not going to comply with it? Well, we are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it because you're not going to get any federal funding at all if you don't. And by the way, your population, even though it's somewhat liberal, although I did very well there, your population doesn't want men playing in women's sports. So you better comply because otherwise you're not getting any federal funding. Every state, good. I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one. Every state has a responsibility.
Kicking and screaming over keeping transgenders in sports. In women's sports, by keeping trans women in women's sports, by letting a man with a wig, which I like to say is a coward move, you could be a transgender, and trust me, I'm not saying you're a coward for being a transgender. I'm saying you're a coward for, instead of competing with the men, you just have to put a wig on to go beat up on women or to go outcompete women. Yeah, you're a coward for that.
Ability to comply with Title IX. They have an obligation, a legal obligation, and we'll be enforcing aggressively, and we're going to be protecting our citizens. We're going to protect.
But then, weeks later, Governor Mills would double down and claim that she didn't have to listen to Trump because he was making stuff up.
I read the Constitution. The Constitution says that the president, the chief executive, shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed. It doesn't allow him to make laws out of whole cloth by tweet or Instagram post or press release or executive order.
But Trump is, in fact, taking care that laws be faithfully executed. In this case, Title IX, a federal law that Governor Mills is not only ignoring, but violating.
And enjoy your life after governor, because I don't think you'll be in elected politics.
Number 3 on the countdown was during a White House event for the LA Dodgers. As presidents are wont to do, Trump acknowledged several members of the audience, including members of Congress.
We have also Representatives Kevin Kiley, Congressman Kevin Kiley, Young Kim, thank you, congratulations, great job. Jay Obernolte, Jay, thanks, Jay.
But then when it was time to acknowledge the senators from California, Adam Schiff and Alex Padilla, Trump decided not to.
We have a couple of senators here I just don't particularly like them, so I won't introduce. Over the course of this amazing season, the members of this team I didn't think it was that big a deal, actually. Washington.
Number 2 on the countdown occurred during a visit to the White House by the president of El Salvador, Nayib Bukele.
Actually, what you're doing with the border is remarkable. It has dropped, what, 95% to revenue?
Okay. As of this morning, 99%, 99.1% to be exact.
Why are those numbers not in the media?
Well, they get up with the fake news, like CNN over here doesn't want to put them out because they don't like putting out good numbers. They only like putting out because I think they hate our country, actually. Do you have any questions, please? No, let's not start with CNN because they're just so wrong.
So the big news surrounding the event was regarding the fate of Kilmar Abrigo Garcia, an illegal immigrant from El Salvador. Both an immigration court and an appellate immigration court ruled that Garcia was a member of MS-13 and was illegally in the country. However, due to a paperwork error, he was mistakenly sent back to his home country. And since he's allegedly a gang member, he was sent to C-Cot prison in El Salvador. And the press has been obsessed with this case, trying to paint him as an innocent father from Maryland. And paperwork or not, he was going to be sent back eventually. So when Trump finally called on Caitlin Collins, she asked if President Bukele was going to send Garcia back since the Supreme Court ruled that the United States should facilitate his return.
Go ahead. Let's hear the question from this very low-rated anchor at CNN. Low-rated. Which one is that?
The man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador. Do you plan to return him?
Well, I'm supposed to have suggested that I smuggle a terrorist into the United States.
I mean, exactly. It's like, you're telling me I should smuggle this MS-13 member, a gang member, an official now terrorist, or pretty much a member of a terrorist organization back into the United States, and he's an El Salvador citizen. So what do you mean? This guy is his citizen. This is his guy. Let's keep him there. He said, I want to keep him. It's all good. We're going to keep him right here where he belongs.
It's always
How can I return him to the United States? Like, could I smuggle him into the United States? Or whether, of course, it's like, I mean, the question is preposterous.
This individual is a citizen of El Salvador. He was illegally in the United States and was returned to his country. That's where you deport people, back to their country of origin. The foreign policy of the United States is conducted by the President of the United States, not by a court. And no court in the United States has a right to conduct the foreign policy of the United States. It's that simple.
And that should have sufficiently answered her questions on the matter. But Caitlin Collins is a glutton for punishment.
You said that if the Supreme Court said someone needed to be returned, that you would abide by that. You said that on Air Force One just a few days ago.
How long do we have to answer this question from you? Why don't you just say, isn't it wonderful that we're keeping criminals out of our country? Why can't you just say that? Why do you go over and over? And that's why nobody watches you anymore. You have no credibility. They always ask it with a slant because they're totally slanting because they don't know what's happening. That's why nobody's watching them.
And now, the number one most savage moment on the list. On April 9th, as Trump was signing executive orders in the Oval Office, the camera panned over to reveal a visibly uncomfortable Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of Michigan. Whitmer was reportedly expecting a private meeting with the president, but instead, Team Trump threw Big Gretch into the lion's den, knowing that it would put her in a vulnerable position because, as a powerful Democrat, she's supposed to be a leader of the resistance, not meeting with the bad orange man.
We're honored to have Gretchen Whitmer from Michigan, great state of Michigan. And she's.
Here's the funny thing though, it's like, oh man, y'all are mad at Bill Maher. Well, what about Gretchen? Oh, because Trump is actually trying to help Gretchen's state do well. So why wouldn't she meet with this man Trump? But she got to do it secretly, you know, off persecution of the Dems.
And she's really done an excellent job. And a very good person.
Yeah, he knew exactly what he was doing. But then days later, the New York Times posted this image by photographer Eric Lee, showing Whitmer attempting to hide her face from the media. The optics of meeting with Trump was one thing, but Whitmer's reaction made it 50 times worse. Does this look like someone who can stand up to Putin or Xi or anyone? This now iconic photo effectively puts an end to any presidential aspirations that Big Gretch may have had.
You know what? Let's go into some savage moments from Trump that I found. You know, I believe I showed this before, but man, great moments.
I'm gonna bomb the shit out of him. But it's political bullshit.
She said he's a pussy.
They're ripping the shit out of the sea.
Not you, not you. Your organization's terrible.
Can you imagine if I used the F-bomb? It would be the electric chair, right?
You're not gonna raise that fucking price.
That there are, for immigrants on the whole,
Come on, try getting it out. Try getting it out.
I'll get it out.
I mean, I don't know if you're going to put this on television, but you don't even know what you're talking about. Try getting it out. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Sure. She's shocked that I picked her.
No.
It's like in a state of shock.
I'm not thinking, Mr.
That's
President.
okay. I know you're not thinking. You never do.
Continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more border patrol and more asylum officers.
He's always been a savage, guys. He's always been a savage.
Thank you for having us
he
inside.
did that one girl dirty. He's like, hey, yeah, I know. You're never thinking. Like, damn.
The Treasury, we appreciate it. Mr.
right.
Secretary, thank you for having us inside the Treasury. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Brian. Glad to have you here.
Yeah, no, this is
especially on April 15th.
Yes, tax day, of course. And of course, Mr. Secretary, we do sit here on tax day. Consumer confidence, it has been under pressure. Everybody loves to look at eggs, one of their favorite barometers. They're at record highs, according to the CPI. The 10-year that has climbed to about 4.5%, has backed up a bit. And Mr. Secretary, I just had the CEO of Constellation Brands, they make Corona beer, telling me consumers are pulling back. Level set for us. What's the state of the economy through your eyes right now?
Well, Brian, let's back up a little. Egg prices, I believe, are down 50, 60, 70% off the highs. So that we inherited an egg inflation when President Trump came into office. I think egg prices were up 200 and something percent under the previous administration, and just through culling fewer hen houses and some imports, we were able to alleviate that. So check. And consumer confidence, we're seeing some concern.
And let's make sure we double tap that, man. Let's make sure we double tap the screen and like the video, guys. And let's make sure to support the stream with any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements. $2 and up. I'll be happy to engage with it and post to the top of the screen. Let's keep it going, guys. We're 20 super chats away from opening up the call-in line.
Concern in the survey data, but we haven't seen anything in the hard data. So very, very solid job market last week, up 228,000 versus an expectation of about 150,000. And we have lots of CEOs come in, especially from financial institutions, since we're here at Treasury, and they're seeing solid credit card growth, spending growth. They think the consumer's in good shape, corporate's in good shape. So in my prior life in the investment business, what we were not good at, and I think it's very hard to be very good at, is predicting the macroeconomic numbers. But what we did was form a mosaic. We called it the micro, so a bunch of micro data points drives the overall economy. And from right now, I see nothing alarming from the micro data points.
What do you say? You mentioned in your prior life, of course, you were a hedge fund manager, long career. We have Jamie Dimon out there saying a recession is likely. Just yesterday, Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon said the prospect of a recession has increased. You know these leaders well.
Mm-hmm.
What do you say to these folks that are worried about a recession?
Look, I think that the news cycle, for whatever reason, is focused on tariff policy, and the Trump economic policy that I'm part of the team that's...
There's one scary fact about this man, Scott Besson. And one of the reasons why I trust him in this crucial moment is because this man used to work with George Soros. Yes, the financial supervillain himself, George Soros. The guy who bet against currencies and pretty much caused the economic downturn of, nations. Yeah, he's a savage. So we're talking about Scott Besson, the guy who worked with him. If anybody knows how to manipulate currency and make sure that the market works for them or in their country's favor, it's this guy right here. Scary enough. So it's almost like we got like a super villain working for the side of the good. I mean, bro, it's almost like we got Lex Luthor working for the Justice League. Think about it like that. Mm-hmm.
In charge of implementing it is really a three-legged stool. So tariffs are getting the majority of the publicity now, but we were having very good luck, or very, very good progress. It's not luck because it's been a lot of hard work on the tax bill. So the tax bill is moving through the Senate, moving through the House. I think we're going to have some permanence for the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, probably by 4th of July. And I think that will give people certainty. And then the third leg is deregulation. So the tariffs came in quickly, taxes by midsummer, and then we think the deregulation, which could be substantial savings for households, will kick in third, fourth quarters.
Why do you think then the likes of Jamie Dimon and David Solomon, why would they be concerned?
Look, that's their job, is to be concerned. But again, I think that there is all this chatter on tariffs, and what we're worried about. And I come from Wall Street. I think Wall Street can continue to do great, but we are focused on Main Street. And my cousin who lives in coastal Georgia called me and said, congratulations. The gas here is $1.98. It's below $2 for the first time. So, I think that we've got to look at it kind of on a holistic basis, everything that's going on. There's something called FCI, or Financial Conditions Index.
I'll give it to them on that, though. Gas prices did definitely go down. Like the gas finally in my area finally broke around that, 290, 280 something.
And that's a combination.
I mean, bro, we were dealing with like 350, 385, like around that time with Biden. So trust me, this is some relief, especially on the egg prices as well. But hey,
of what's the stock market doing, what are interest rates doing, what's energy doing, what's the currency doing, and financial conditions, they are still in a very good spot.
Some experts I've talked to, Mr. Secretary, they acknowledge that gas prices have come down, but they, in the same breath, say that is because the economy has slowed. Where do you stand on that?
Well, look, everybody wants to have it both ways. That 2 weeks ago, there were all these stories, and as you know, Brian, that this year, I've tried not to talk about the stock market because the stock market is really a long-term proposition, and it's more fun that when it goes up in the short term, less when it goes down, but that people should be in it for the long term, and over the long term, it is the best asset for retail investors. But what I've been focused on is lowering energy prices and lowering the 10-year yield. So 2 weeks ago, 10-year yield hit 390, and said, oh, well, Secretary Bessent's getting what he wanted, but for the wrong reason. Then it popped up last week to 450, and it's the end of the dollar, it's the end of the U.S. as a reserve currency. And in my mind, it was just a bunch of over-leveraged speculators who were getting stopped out.
So no foreign countries dumping treasuries?
We actually saw the opposite last week. We had 3 big auctions and the 10 and 30-year auctions, which are when foreign
the way he's framing it is that, bro, it was mainly American investors that dropped our stock, that dropped the yield, which is wild. Dang, so pretty much it's like the investors who want the plan to fail pretty much left the dollar. And we're pretty much framing it as other countries who are leaving the dollar. And that, like I said, it doesn't really make sense. Because these other countries really do need our dollar. So it is hilarious how people frame that. But like I said, the way Scott Bessent is framing it is that, bro, the reason why the yield did that when it went from that 390 to that 450 is because of not foreign investors, but investors in here. Yes, in the US that pretty much dumped it. Yeah, I mean, bro, it makes sense. You can tell by the sentiment that they're really, bro, we have people that bet against the U.S. that live in the U.S. That's just what it is right now. We have people who don't believe in the plan, who don't want American manufacturing to come back and all this good stuff because, well, they profit off things not changing. They profit off the status quo. And I don't blame them for defending the status quo that they make money on. I really can't.
Buyers tend to come in, which is where they can buy in size. We actually saw very good foreign accumulation of 10-year and 30-year bonds.
Of course, as you know, Mr. Secretary, China is the second largest holder of treasuries. And some would say they could retaliate by selling treasuries given how things are going on the trade front. Does that keep you up at night, the fact that the Chinese could sell treasuries and impact negatively our economy?
I could burn down my house if I had an argument with my spouse, but it's not going to do me very much good. So that, if they started selling treasuries, they would, they'd have an effect on the price. But more importantly, they accumulate dollars. And what are they going to do with the dollars? So if they sell treasuries, then they would have to buy RMB, and it would strengthen their currency. And they've been doing just the opposite. They've had a weak RMB or yuan, the policy. So it really serves no purpose for them to weaponize treasuries.
If you saw them trying to weaponize treasuries, how does the Treasury Secretary respond?
Look, we have a big toolkit. We do buybacks. The Federal Reserve, I think if treasuries hit a certain level, or if the Federal Reserve believed that a foreign, I won't call them an adversary, but a foreign rival were weaponizing the U.S. government bond market or attempting to destabilize it for political gain, I am sure that we would do something in conjunction with each other, but we just haven't seen that.
You mentioned tariffs. We're less than 90 days out from the tariff pause ending, Mr. Secretary. How much?
It's so funny how people want to talk about our currency. Well, here's the thing, though. Now, who's the main competitor in this trade deal, in this trade war? China. Now, if you look up the exchange rate for the U.S. dollar for the Chinese yuan offshores, I mean, if China's going to win this war, don't they need at least a stronger currency? And here's the thing. I mean, China's currency is shit. China's economy is on the verge of collapsing. We'll get into a video on this later on. But I do want to let y'all know, when y'all look at America's dollar, why don't y'all compare it to China's and other countries? And you'll kind of see the reality of the matter. And, well, like I said, I always like to look at things at at least about a 3-month spread or a year. I'll say give it a year.
How many deals do you envision being done by the time that pause would lift?
Yeah, well, Brian, let's set aside China.
But as of now, though, still, and as always, the U.S. dollar is still dominant over the Chinese yuan. I mean, $1 US is like 7 a dare. So, I'm really trying to wonder what type of leverage they got on us. I mean, they kind of need our currency to even work in the world.
There are 15 large trading partners. We set aside China. There are 14. And we're in rapid motion and setting up our process for the 14 largest trading partners, most of whom have very large deficits. So in 90 days, are we going to have a complete a formal legal document done and dusted? Not likely, but I think if we follow the process, we could have substantial clarity on those 14 away from China in terms of agreements in principle. And then once we reach a level that we've agreed on and they've agreed to lower their tariffs, lower their non-tariff barriers, currency manipulation, and subsidies of industry and labor, then I think we can move forward.
Would tariffs still be in place, though, as part of any agreement?
Depend on what they have on offer. I'm telling everyone, bring your A game. And also, they should all know, for the big countries, President Trump wants to be involved.
What does a first mover get?
Well, traditionally, first mover gets the best deal. So I'd encourage everyone to come fast and come with a great deal.
Have you talked to your counterpart in China?
We did an introductory call a couple of months ago. We haven't spoken since. I'm not sure who from PRC will be. Next week is a big week in Washington. It's the International Monetary Fund World Bank Week. So I know that People's Republic will send someone from finance, probably the PBOC, People's Bank of China governor. So they will be here. I may bump into them. We don't have anything scheduled.
How much is the president willing to go beyond 145% tariffs on China, or is that the ceiling?
Look,
there's some people who say he should be hitting them with 400%. That's Kevin O'Leary. That man said, nah, he's going too easy on them. They need to get hit with that 400. They really need to feel it. I'm like, dang.
I think no one thinks that these are sustainable over the long run. But with President Trump, I'm not going to give away his negotiating strategy on a widely viewed network like Yahoo. So
or Bloomberg. It's like, that's what I'm saying. Yahoo and Bloomberg should honestly they should know that, we're not going to get the strategy out like on here. Especially Bloomberg, who actually has an Asian show dedicated to the Asian economy. I mean, should we really be talking about our plans on there?
President Trump, he gets maximum strategy because he keeps everything on the table all the time.
What I imagine can't help, Mr. Secretary, is that on his trip to Vietnam, China President Xi Jinping said tariffs, quote, are unilateral bullying. I mean, I can't imagine that helps this process at all.
Look, also, I think the Chinese trade minister said the tariffs were a joke. And I don't know, maybe Chinese have a different sense of humor than I do, but I don't think there's anything funny about it. But I also don't think there's anything funny about the intellectual property theft that they've done, the blockage that we've had on reciprocal trade with them, the tariffs that they put on, the subsidies that they do for labor, for industry. So I don't see anything funny about it.
What's the best endgame scenario for the relationship with the U.S. and China in terms of tariffs?
Well, Brian, for your viewers, and I used to teach economic history, so you just give me a moment or two. There were a lot of big trade and currency deals in the 1980s. President Reagan did Japan auto deals. Then there was something called the Plaza Accord, the Louvre Accord. And what was important and different about those was in the 80s, our economic rivals were our military allies. So most of the Europeans and the Japanese, and that there was the Soviet Union and then China, but China really wasn't a force back then. What's very different this time, And we are in uncharted waters here. Is for the first time, our largest economic rival is also a military rival. So we are going to have to deal with this in a different way. Now, I think that the Chinese, I think they would acknowledge, but they've been reluctant to do it. And every macroeconomist who follows China, who I know, believes that the Chinese need to do a big rebalancing. They are the most unbalanced economy in the history of the modern world, and they favor production and manufacturing over consumer. And
that's the problem here. I mean, like, look, we kind of have an uneven balance here. Like, yeah, we consume more than we produce, but a lot of people are very uneducated on what's going on in China. Like, they've tipped the scales to something that's economically unstable. So they've tipped the scales so far on the production side that it's no longer economically stable. Like, they did no consuming and all producing. And all these countries said, oh, we'll just buy from China, or we'll just buy into China's economy. I'm like, you're hilarious. China doesn't buy into nobody. China doesn't buy, but they'll sell. Okay, that's all China does is sell, sell, sell. They rarely buy. So if all the whole world was to depend on China, bro, yeah, y'all be, bro, economic destruction is going to be within what, 3 months. If everybody was dependent on China, you try to replace the U.S. with China. Oh my goodness. I honestly feel bad for anybody who think that. Like, bro, hopefully you never become a world leader.
Relative to their share of world population, relative to their share of GDP, they export more than any other country ever has. So the first contour of a deal would be for them to take steps to increase consumption, help households, and stop the subsidy to the manufacturing sector. And so, a good deal would look like they rebalance toward more consumption, less state subsidized manufacturing. In the US, we have a bit less consumption and we bring back a manufacturing base, and that could work very well together in a symmetric way. But we haven't seen any interest on their side to do that.
Sounds like a.
I mean, look, they have no choice. Eventually, they're gonna have to come crawling. Like, bro, we could work with China to both balance out our economies. I mean, cool, bro. We'll take away some of that production from y'all. Y'all can take on some of the consumer from us, and we can balance things out. But if y'all don't want to do that, I mean, you guys need the money. So I don't know what y'all going to do with that. We can always find somebody else to buy these rare earth minerals from, steel from. We could always exclude you guys out of our consumerism and just go with other countries. Like, we can always do this.
A lot needs to be done, Mr. Secretary, to reach a deal with China.
Look, these are two big economies. I think the good news at the end of the day is the President Trump, Chairman Xi, have a lot of respect.
And shout out to my man Green Bean. And shout out to Green Bean. We're now 9 super chats away from opening up the call-in line. He said, China dark factories are real. I mean, bro. Man, dog, I remember what I was hearing about the suicide nets, that people would be so depressed at their job, they just jump out the window and they'd have a net to catch them, but their body would roll in. Of course, they're alive. And then you just put them right back on the line, and then you just wait till they commit suicide on their break again. And then they'll try to commit suicide on their lunch again. So crazy.
For each other. They've been in contact before, and they've done deals together.
The market has gotten excited because certain electronics will be excluded from tariffs. That exclusion, did that come about after a conversation with Apple CEO Tim Cook?
I wasn't on the exclusion.
Now, Apple has said, specifically Tim, that it's hard to make products in the U.S. I believe it was a 2015 interview, in part because the skills aren't here to make these iPhones and make them profitably. New report out of Woodbush Securities, Mr. Secretary, suggests if an iPhone is built in the U.S., it costs $3,500. Would that be acceptable to the administration?
Look, I haven't seen any of that. And I know Apple's been moving quite a bit of their supply chain into India. And I also think, look, you don't need a PhD.
Man, Apple, you might want to watch it with India. I'm gonna be so honest with you. India will ruin the quality of your. Okay, look, this is gonna sound hella racist, but bro, India will ruin the quality of your customer service. Okay, they will definitely do that. It will screw you over. I mean, bro, people might stop using iPhones just because they gotta every time they want to call in on some tech support, they gotta do it an Indian guy. You do not want to go down that path. Okay. Please do not sell out y'all call service for Indian people. You will piss a lot of Americans off doing that. Me, really me personally.
In mechanical engineering to assemble an iPhone. So I'm not sure why Tim Cook says that the skills aren't here.
But the prices to make it would still cost more, and they would have to, and Apple would have to trade. It's not, they can't open a factory overnight.
Of course not. Of course not. So over time, they'll move their supply chains, and they've been moving out of China for a long time. We've seen a lot of manufacturing move to Vietnam, move to India.
How important was it to get news that NVIDIA is going to spend $500 billion here to make AI supercomputers?
NVIDIA, I believe, has 98%, which is incredible, of the upper end chip market. And I think that for NVIDIA to bring this home is very important. And one of the greatest security concerns.
Yeah, and that's why we dropped the tariffs on electronics. We didn't do it for China. We did it for the electronic companies that already made vows to us, already signed deals with us to move their production here. Yes, to move their manufacturing here in the U.S. We already signed deals with these guys, and we want to make the transition easy. We don't want to have them dealing with tariffs on their next import of products. It's going to suck for them. It's going to hit them. And it's going to be hard for them to make that transition. So that's the only reason why Trump did it, is to help out his people, the people who are already working with him.
For global economy is the number of chips made on the island of Taiwan. To have one of the most important components made in one place is not great risk management. But you could say that about anything. Like you wouldn't want anything, wouldn't want to source just one thing from one place, especially when the whole world runs on it. I mean, imagine that if Abu Dhabi were the only place in the world that pumped oil. Right? That it's the equivalent of that.
I talked to a lot of CEOs, Mr. Secretary, especially over the past 2 months, and these are their words, not mine. They have told me their businesses have started to fall into chaos. They can't plan for the next 5 to 10 years. They are now considering cutting back on marketing and how many people they're hiring. What's your message to these very large CEOs? They hold the economic purse strings in many respects, that are having difficulty understanding what the administration is doing.
Well, again, as I said, I think we're going to have a lot more clarity on tariffs. And I assume that the reason you're asking me the question is because they have that view on tariffs, but we're going to have a lot more clarity on the way forward over the next 90 days. And then they'll also have clarity on tax and, excuse me, on deregulation. I remember in 2017, I heard a lot of the same things because the tax deal wasn't done until right before Christmas in 2017. And it was the same thing. We can't plan, we can't do this, we need clarity. So we're going to have clarity on tax, we're going to have clarity on deregulation. And I think over the next 90 days, it won't be finished, but we will have much more clarity on tariff policy.
You're also working very hard on taxes and President Trump's economic agenda and, as it pertains to the tax plan. How will the tax plan help someone making less than $100,000 a year?
Well, I think it depends on what they do, but or their age. But if you think about no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, we're going to go back to deductibility of auto loans if it's an American car, which when I bought my first car in the 80s, you were able to deduct auto loans. So people could take advantage of that. I think we will also see the surety of this staying in place, because what really fueled a lot of the economic.
That's a real patriot policy. Like, yeah, go ahead, buy an American car. You can go ahead, bro. I ain't like, he made it even sweeter for American cars. What was it? You get a deal on the interest if you loan, if you're financing the car. And now they're even saying, bro, you can go ahead and even write off your car payments. I'm like, hey, man, tax breaks on top of tax breaks.
Economic growth during President
and write-offs, of course.
Trump's first term was the full expensing of equipment by corporates. We're planning on full expensing of new factories also. So that's how we want to bring back manufacturing. You can write off the cost of your factory and the cost of your equipment in 1 year. And during President Trump's first term, because of these economic incentives and the private sector hiring, as opposed to what we saw from the previous administration, that we saw the real wage growth. And it was very substantial. It was higher for hourly workers and supervisory workers. We saw the bottom 50% of households, the net worth increase faster than the top 10%. So, I think we could expect that again.
Are you okay with letting tax breaks on the wealthy expire?
I think that we're looking at everything. So we're looking at a range of revenue raisers. And I'm not going to get out ahead of the president, which is always a bad idea. And we'll
the tariffs pulling in $2 billion a day. You can't say it's not a revenue raiser. I'm like, $2 billion a day. I mean, keep it coming.
We'll see where the president comes down on that.
Lastly, Mr. Secretary, I know financial literacy is near and dear to your heart. And I think a lot of Americans have a lot of stuff coming at them, whether it's stock prices, stock price volatility, movements in the bond market. How can they go about becoming better investors?
Well, I think the more you read, the more you're informed. But I think the most important thing, what I've noticed, is that there's a whole range of financial advisors now, and who are willing to educate you, very, very reputable, from some of the biggest firms. But I think the most important thing that households can do in terms of financial literacy is understand your goals and understand the products that you're invested in, and kind of do a gut check and rate your personal risk tolerance. And obviously, a young person should have higher risk tolerance and a longer horizon. If you're getting closer to retirement, then your risk tolerance should be lower. But again,
I mean, the young person got time to wait out at the stock market, stables. Like, you got some years into retirement. And now the rest, the guys who are inching closer and closer toward retirement, or toward, finally liquidating their funds for retirement, liquidating their assets for retirement. Yeah, I can see where it's looking a little shaky for you.
Two, that there are no get rich.
Well, not right now. The market's up.
Schemes.
If someone was studying your career, how could they replicate what you did? You broke the Bank of England, Mr. Secretary.
Well,
yes, you did.
I also, a lot of it's.
Yes, you did. You betted against the Bank of England, and you guys won, and you kind of caused a little bit of economic downturn in England. Well. And this is why I trust this man when it comes to currencies. I'm like, trust me, Scott Bessett is not going to let the dollar fall. This man is the king of damn near currency at a certain point. Him and George Soros are pretty knowledgeable when it comes to manipulating currencies. Like I say, like the super villain working for the good. His history is a bit shaky. That's why he kind of called him out on it. It's like, bro, you broke the Bank of England. It's like you and George Soros together were betting against currencies and winning. Oh man, trust me, bro. Like, his expertise on the matter is to be damn near in a way feared. It's like, I don't know.
It's timing that
Like, stories about Scott Betts scares me sometimes. I'm like, damn, bro, you are literally like a supervillain working on our side, and it's kind of weird. It's like, you were working with the man George Soros himself.
I was a college freshman in 1980. Ronald Reagan was elected. The Capitol got treated very well for the next 4 decades. So we've had this incredible run. But again, to the extent I had a strength in my business, it was always risk management. You're always thinking, what amount of risk am I willing to take? What amount of risk are my investors willing to take? And you always want to be on your front foot. You always want to understand everything you're doing. You want to think about one big component of financial literacy is the household debt level. What amount are you able to save for a rainy day fund? But again, it all comes back to what are your goals? What amount of liquidity do you want? What are your personal circumstances?
Mr. Secretary, thank you for having us here inside Treasury. We really appreciate the time and good luck on your work. It's very important.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank
Good
you.
to see you.
Thank you.
All right, now let's get to the next one with it. Well, exposing what's going on in China. All right, let's get right to it.
A trade war or any other type of war, we're ready to fight till the end. As Secretary of Defense by the Chinese embassy, quote, if war is what the U.S. wants, be it a tariff war, a trade war, or any other type of war, we're ready to fight till the end. As Secretary of Defense, how do you take that?
Well, we're prepared. Those who long for peace must prepare for war. That's why we're rebuilding our military. That's why we're reestablishing deterrence and the warrior ethos, is because we live in a dangerous world with powerful, ascendant countries.
The U.S.-China trade war has kicked off. Just look at these containers piling up on the docks. These are all waiting to be exported.
Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Chinese workers protest. I mean, yeah, the high tariffs means that they got to cut jobs immediately. Like, think about it. This affects profit margins immediately. So some of these factories got to react immediately by cutting jobs. And that means there's going to be mass protests. And a lot of people are saying in China that, well, if the people lose their jobs, hey, man, my man Xi might be out of leadership. Like, what do you think, bro? If mass people don't have a job, I mean, they can only fight back so many of their citizens.
Chinese businesses are facing a total collapse. Everyone from small businesses to behemoths like Temu are struggling to survive in this environment. Temu just announced that it is pausing all ads in the United States. This has led to Temu's App Store ranking falling off a cliff. And it's not just Temu. Chinese ports are shutting down and small businesses are literally burning to the ground. The workers at these businesses are so mad about not getting paid that they're burning the factories that they once worked at. So let's talk about all this.
They're burning factories, guys, because they can't get paid because of the tariffs. Bro, these people are pulling in zero, like, bro, either breaking even and making nothing, or they're in the negative because a lot of Chinese companies are built on debt. I mean, that's the whole reason why the whole housing market crashes, because all they do is build shit on debt. But y'all don't know that much about the Chinese economy to make these assertions. They were, oh, China's gonna dominate us. Oh, why are we doing this with China? This is dumb. No, is that y'all don't know how vulnerable China is.
Starting, of course, with Chinese factories literally shutting down overnight.
I finished cleaning. My shift is over, and now I'm unemployed. Where can I find a job? There are no orders, and I don't even have money to live on. Right now, with the tariff war going on,
yeah, and these people live paycheck to paycheck in these factories, like, bro, and all it took was a tariff. All it took was a tariff to mess with their profit margins. And, bro, these corporations are a lot more savage than their corporations in America. In America, you lay people, bro, we literally publicly shame corporations and companies for laying people off. Like, and then we low-key champion them for keeping people on during hard economic times. In China, they do not do that. They do not have that sentiment. They will let your ass go within a second. As soon as the profit margin go down by at least a couple percentage, like 5%, well, okay, cool. Now we need to get rid of 500 people. This is how they operate. And when you hit them with tariffs like this, it's going to cause mass unemployment. Now, how long could their government keep this up before their own people turn on the government? Who knows? Who knows?
Many people in China are losing their jobs. Even business owners aren't spared.
最近大家关注的问题就是
Recently, everyone's talking about the increase in U.S. tariffs. For us in the textile industry, this is really a huge blow. A lot of our clients have either stopped placing orders or canceled them altogether. Things were already bad before, and
Yeah. So that means all the orders that they oversupply for, remember, their economy that has an oversupply problem. So they was expecting orders for the next 3 years to come from these people. Gone. Yeah, now we're going to try to go find a cheaper option, a country that's not tariff, or an American-made option. These are the options that the consumer is left with. These are the options that people who buy into China's economy are left with. You can either buy this more expensive, go into this more expensive supplier and get tariffed and get hit with the tariff, or you can go somewhere else. This is a position that we put China in, and a lot of that's what China's hiding. I mean, Chinese propaganda does not make it out of China mostly. It's a really hard find to get it. So shout out to the guys who actually scour the internet for this stuff.
now it's even more uncertain. With the intense competition going on everywhere, where can small and medium-sized businesses like us go? We have so much production capacity, but we can't sell overseas. If we try to sell in the domestic market, we're crushed by competition. It's like having too many eggs. They go bad before anyone eats them.
Damn. So their only hope is to sell internationally. They can't sell in the domestic market because they'll get crushed by competition, because some of these textile companies are favored by the government. Some of the steel companies in China are favored by the government. There are certain companies that are complete Chinese loyalists, so the Chinese award them more government subsidies, which is a economic competition domestically over their competitors. What Biden was trying to do with the CHIPS Act.
Production capacity, but we can't sell overseas. If we try to sell in the domestic market, we're crushed by competition. It's like having too many eggs. They go bad before anyone eats them.
All the while this is happening, workers in some places are actually protesting. As you guys can see from the clips on your screen, this is from Nanjing Jijianchu. I'm sure the name is on the screen because I'm probably mispronouncing it. But a Volkswagen factory is shutting down after 16 years in operations, which has led to workers protesting because of their salary issues. I'm guessing by salary issues, they mean they haven't been paid. And this is exactly why they're protesting. So what do you guys think the CCP of...
When you're ran on debt and you're pretty much paying your employees off debt and now all income is stopped, what can you do? The first thing you got to do is pay the damn debt, and then you could probably pay your employees. When you can't even pay the interest or your monthly payments, I mean, debt comes first, then employees, I guess, in China. So this is what they're dealing with. Honestly, a company's economics, well, we're dealing with a country whose whole economy is held up by debt.
Officials are doing in a time like this, when the workers are struggling and the government's job is to make sure the people of the country are living a good life and have fair opportunities. Well, this is the statement from someone who's very close to Xi Jinping. Wang Qishan, former vice president of China and a close ally of Xi Jinping, once famously declared, "We are not afraid of a trade war with the United States. The Chinese people can survive an entire year eating nothing but grass." This just makes me laugh. Because this...
Nah, that whoa. Former vice president of China and a close ally of Xi Jinping once famously declared, "We are not afraid of a trade war with the U.S. The Chinese people can survive an entire year eating nothing but grass." I mean, but what about you, my friend? I mean, you're one of the oligarchs, so it's kind of wild you're just speaking for your people like that, and then you censor your people's social media so nobody can hear what your people's actually saying. And then there got to be videos like this that come out so we can actually hear what's going on in China. I mean, bro, China's hiding their cards pretty damn well. And this is why these liberals are freaking out, because they don't know what's going on in China. If they knew the situation going on in China, they would honestly relax and be like, all right, I see this is just a waiting game. It's a day-by-day waiting game because things are getting worse day by day in China.
An entire year eating nothing but grass. This just makes me laugh. Because this guy is likely extremely rich. He's a very close ally of Xi Jinping, who himself is worth 1 billion.
You dishonor your people.
all the while being the chairman of the CCP. This guy who's making these comments, he was once a vice president of the party. I'm sure he has millions and millions of dollars, and he's telling Chinese citizens, normal people who are protesting for their salaries, to eat grass for a whole year. This reminds me of that scene from Shrek movie where the king goes, millions of you will die in this war, and that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
It seems the CCP has a habit of letting Chinese citizens starve. You see, Mao did this back in 1950s, and Xi Jinping is trying to do this in 2025.
He said, man, I'm about to remix the Mao. And at that point, we know what bro's getting to. Like I said, they don't care. We're talking about a Chinese government that don't care, that honestly you Dems are supporting. This is what you Dems are supporting by telling Trump to stop the bullshit. This is what you Dems are supporting, by the way. Remember that. Remember that. Like, if we can get these people to, honestly, I'm gonna be honest, it sounds wild as hell, but enough unemployed people could, bro might honestly get overthrown. We could probably deal with a more rational leader who's not so anti-America. You never know. Or he can cut the bullshit, he can crawl, wave the white flag, and do proper business with us. We'd love to do it.
It doesn't seem like CCP has learned any lessons from their history because they're actively pushing propaganda using Mao's own clips. Back in 1953, Mao was telling the world how it's ready to fight the United States till the end, even if that means millions of Chinese die. Just look at the graphics on your screen. Mao Zedong was one of the most deadliest dictators in the history, killing more people than Stalin and even Hitler. What makes this even more sad is the fact that Mao killed his own citizens. He starved 60 plus million Chinese citizens to death during peacetime. It wasn't even war. Mao was just so hell-bent on implementing communism that he didn't care how many lives it cost. And now, Xi Jinping and the CCP that he's managing is using speeches from Mao to, I guess, energize the Chinese space, Chinese citizens? Because this is what they're posting on Twitter.
As to how long this war will last, we are not the ones who can decide. It used to depend on President Truman, and it will depend on President Eisenhower, or whoever becomes the next US president. It's up to them. No matter how long this war is going to last, we'll never yield. We'll
pretty much saying we're just gonna outlast y'all. We're just gonna outweight you because Mao pretty much saying I'm gonna be here. But hey, one of y'all presidents is gonna concede. Pretty much is what he's saying, and that's what the Chinese are hoping on. And here's the thing, though. China was in a lot stronger position back then. They was able to do this with us back then. Now they've damn near walked themselves off the cliff, and now they're at our mercy. It is what it is.
We'll fight until we completely triumph.
Now, it's not just those propaganda clips. CCP also hires millions and millions of internet commentators to push Chinese propaganda and downvote any videos that criticize the Chinese communist government. So if you guys can just do us a quick favor and hit that like and subscribe button down below to help us counteract the CCP bots, it would help us out tremendously in the algorithm. Now, another thing CCP is...
We got some CCP bots in here. Everything you start talking about tariffs and this whole trade war with China, it does seem like there's a lot of people who support China more than the U.S. I'm just looking at them like, hold on, are you even a U.S. citizen? Like those of y'all who support China say that we're doing a dumb thing. Are you even a U.S. citizen? Because at this point, man, it's kind of looking like we got the CCP bots up in here, and nah, we ain't going with that. We have a little bit too much pride and faith in our people to let y'all just take that away from us. Sorry.
Doing to get back at the United States for all the tariffs is they have banned all the Hollywood movies from China. Now, for all the Hollywood movies, China was a big market, but there's some positives for all of us from this.
Example, case one. Hey, what's good, China? How you doing?
Move by the CCP. You see, since China was such a big market for all the Hollywood producers, they were always very careful about not offending the CCP when they were building their movies and when they were building their storylines. That's why they shied away from any movies covering the Tiananmen Square massacre or the Cultural Revolution or anything like that. But now that CCP has banned Hollywood movies, I guess we can expect a lot more spicy stuff coming out when it relates to Chinese history and the true character and the true nature of the CCP. CCP and how they took power. So that's something I'm
Yeah.
personally excited about. But all the while CCP is banning Hollywood movies, this is what the Chinese state media is pushing to Chinese citizens. Basically anti-American sentiment. Now, I want to remind you guys before I read this report, this is from the Chinese state media, and in China, media is controlled by the CCP. So they're getting their talking points straight from Xi Jinping, basically. Here's what they were reporting. Recently, CCTV News and other...
Here's the thing, though. A lot of people don't even know that they're repeating Chinese talking points. You know what? I finally understand how you Dems feel. Every time we try to talk about Russia and being, not wanting to walk into World War III, you say, oh, Russian propaganda. Well, now every time we hear you guys talk against America and how we're going to lose this trade war, we're going to send ourselves into economic despair. Oh, okay, Chinese propaganda. Move on. Hey, all right, bet. Chinese propaganda.
Chinese official media reported that due to the upcoming reciprocal tariffs on April 9th, local American residents rushed into supermarkets to grab goods in fear of soaring prices, and Americans set off a wave of stockpiling. Now, this report is translated from Chinese to English using computer translation, so grammar may be off, but this was the message, and this is the video they were showing. Unfortunately, the video they used is from 2015 or something, so clearly even the state media is lying. That's how desperate CCP is getting, that they have to push.
See, this is the story that they're selling about us. This is what they're selling. They just had to sell old COVID images. Well, ironic that they choose, images from COVID. I'm pretty sure they're real proud about that. Sure, there was real
fake propaganda from clearly a different time period. The worst part of all this is the Chinese people living here in the United States who don't really like the CCP decided to hit back. However, videos shot by several local Chinese showed that the situation reported by Chinese official media did not appear in the videos. On April 7th, Tommy, who lives in Los Angeles, went to a supermarket near his home. He said it's probably a small probability event that was exaggerated. This supermarket has a lot of Chinese made products and no one rushed to buy them. It's all same as usual. Lao Sun, a Chinese living in Seattle, filmed a Costco supermarket near his home. He said TikTok is all nonsense. These bastards are really good at talking nonsense. Another writer said that there was no looting, it's all calm as usual. Clearly, this story was a dud. But all the while CCP is trying to push fake propaganda, it's ignoring real Chinese who are struggling. Chinese citizens who have worked hard all their lives and now they can't make a living to support their family and support their kids. Here we have an example of a law school graduate basically breaking down on social media saying that the daily wage that the youth is getting in China, more specifically a highly educated youth, a law school graduate, is not enough to survive on.
I told my supervisor that what I wanted was insurance. Deduct it from my salary. My monthly salary is 25,000 new Taiwan dollars. After deducting insurance, I get about 18,000 to 19,000 new Taiwan dollars. I work 12 hours a day. Based on that, my daily wage is over 800 new Taiwan dollars, so more than 30 new Taiwan dollars per hour. Why do I want insurance? Because if I get hurt and you're not willing to pay for treatment, you'll ask for medical records and receipts. And I'll need to find a lawyer to file a lawsuit. If I don't have insurance, how can I afford a lawyer? Every day I get scolded by customers.
Bro, this girl surviving on about $259. $259, and that's after they take out her health care and all that good stuff, or health insurance. Wow. $259? How are you surviving? Hopefully you ain't single. Like, oh Lord, man, y'all women think y'all struggling.
Mocked by seniors and disrespected by nurses. I feel like no one sees us as people. I am a caregiver, helping the elderly with baths, massages, feeding, and cleaning poop. The elderly think I'm a maid. My employer treats me like a machine. You're laughing, right? Because...
Well, yeah, because when you get paid so little, yeah, they're going to treat you like that. They're going to treat you how you get paid, sweetheart, and that's the... I mean, shit, come to America, baby girl. You have your own house, a nice ass car. I mean, your own shit credit. I mean, you'd be doing well over. You're a nurse, like medical nurse, like Even if you were a nurse who just took care of old people, you'd be doing 20 times better in America. Oh man. I mean, some of y'all really don't understand how bad they got it in China. But okay, keep on preaching that Chinese propaganda. See what you're doing here. Like, this is what you guys support. This is what you guys want to continue. The suffering of the Chinese people, so you guys can get like cheap goods and sell out the American middle class. This is what we're supporting. Okay.
Even the lawyer says
Yeah,
my
on
case
that.
can't go to trial. If you treat caregivers like me the same way as construction workers, at least they're covered. I am not. I can't afford to get sick or injured because there's no compensation. Even if I faint, people say I'm just pretending because no one sees us as important. You see that man over there? Small frame, hunched back, carrying a huge load. He belongs to a family. He sends money home. He works from morning to night, never complains, never takes a break because if he does, he won't get paid. His family depends on him, so he has no choice. Even if he's hurt, he has to keep working. What insurance? I don't understand. We don't have insurance. We don't have holidays. We work every day. You wouldn't understand.
A law school graduate broke down saying that their salary of 2,500 yuan, social security deductions are 1,800 yuan, leaving them with 700 yuan a month. That's just over 30 yuan every single day. I don't know about you guys, but to me, it doesn't seem like that the Chinese citizens are well.
That's $4 a day. They rocking with $4 a day. Like, hey, nah, that's a nah. I couldn't imagine. I could not imagine.
Willing to eat grass for a year.
Bro, there is no job. There's literally no job out here in America where you're surviving off like, bro, $4 a day. Like, I don't know about that. I don't know, guys. I don't think we're struggling that hard in America. Like, bro, you would be homeless, bro. The homeless getting more money than this lady. $4 a day, bro. Dude can stand out on the street and make that.
Year, like the CCP vice president said. This is what happens when politicians
are homeless doing better than working Chinese people. Like, think about that. We got some people who are homeless, making more money than somebody who done worked a whole damn day doing an honest work.
Get too rich. They can't relate with normal people. In reality, when citizens are not happy, they turn to violence. They turn to burning stuff down. And that's exactly what was happening in China even before this trade war started. And things have only escalated. Here's details about Chinese citizens, Chinese workers burning down factories because of salary issues.
At the end of 2024, multiple factories in China were reportedly set on fire by workers who had not been paid and could not afford to return home for the Lunar New Year. This year, after work resumed, fires have broken out again in different regions, and they are spreading even faster. At 6:33 a.m. on February 17th, a fire broke out at the Guangcheng Industrial Park in Jiangbei District, Chongqing. The blaze lasted more than 7 hours, destroying an entire warehouse. Several people in Chongqing shared videos on social media showing a factory building at the industrial park engulfed in flames, with thick smoke billowing into the sky. Around 10 a.m., a reporter from Cover News arrived at the scene. Police had set up cordon about 400 meters from the fire, blocking access for pedestrians and vehicles. Fire hoses stretched for about a kilometer, drawing water from a nearby river in the industrial park.
And now it seems things are picking up again. On April 14th in Hsinchu, China, a fire broke out at an equipment company with explosions heard at the scene. Some netizens claimed that the factory on fire is a manufacturer of military training equipment.
I mean, yeah, you take away people's like whole living way of life from them, pretty much how they're gonna support their life. And yeah, I can see where they get violent. I can see that. Burning down factories.
To me, it doesn't seem like that the Chinese citizens are happy.
The Chinese government probably paid for it.
Be with CCP's decision to fight back in this trade war, because at the end of the day, China is dependent on US dollars and China needs the US consumer market. China sells almost $450 billion of goods to United States, and that's not including all the stuff that they send to Hong Kong and then that stuff comes to the United States. That's also not including stuff they send to Vietnam, Cambodia, and Mexico, and then all that stuff comes into the United States. You see, the goal with putting tariffs on all the countries was to make sure China doesn't get away with all these loopholes that they've been using to exploit the tariff rules. In fact, the biggest loophole that's been closed now is the de minimis provision in the tariff law that we had that was exploited by companies like Temu and Shein. You see, when you and me go out to travel overseas and we want to bring back souvenirs, government has this rule called de minimis provision. What that basically means is too small to trifle with. How this actually works is, let's say if we go overseas and we're bringing back something as a souvenir, we don't have to declare it at customs. We don't have to pay the tariff on anything we're bringing back as long as it's less than $800. You see, this is a great provision, great exception that we had built in for US citizens. But companies like Temu and Shein started exploiting it at a massive scale. In fact, last year, Temu and Shein combined shipped in more than 1 billion packages under this exception. And how they would do it is basically they would send.
But that's how they get that shit for like so damn cheap. Like, bro, things be like, what, a back massager for $3? You can get you a drone for like $10, and it's like, bro, what? Like, trust me, I was thinking somebody would show me the Temu prices, and I'm just like, yeah, no, there's no way. I thought it was a whole scam. I'm like, bro, I'm not putting in my card into this bullshit. Like, hell nah, bro, they about to take my information and run off with it. I didn't trust it, but to actually figure that this was real and it was really sending out packages, I was quite surprised. I thought this was a whole scam. I mean, bro, you look at them Temu prices at come on, bro. You can't tell me that didn't look like a scam.
Containers full of orders to countries like Mexico and Canada, and there they will bring it to their warehouses where they will break apart all the orders in small packages of $800 or less, and then they will bring it into the United States through the land border we have with both these countries. This way, Temu and Shein would not have to pay any tariffs on their orders, and on top of that, all the money, all the product that they bring in using this method doesn't get counted as a trade deficit against US-China trade. So that means in reality, the US-China trade deficit is much bigger than the official number states.
Damn, because so pretty much since they use this loophole, that's not even counted into the current trade deficit we got with them now, which is, I mean, what is it? I think right now, what is that, like 270 billion?
According to official numbers, we export roughly $150 billion to China and we import roughly $450 billion from China. That means we have around $300 billion of trade deficit. But in reality, this number doesn't take into account all the loophole exploitation that Chinese companies carry out. This was definitely a bad thing for the US economy, but good part, or I guess blessing in disguise, is during this trade war, we are way less dependent on China than China is on us. We are the deficit nation. We are the people who are buying Chinese stuff. So at the end of the day, China needs the dollars more than we need cheap Chinese stuff.
Now, when you think about this with tariffs, you say, okay, who's flexible and who's inflexible? We can reallocate our demand across borders. Factories that are already built cannot move. They are stuck where they are. China has developed factories for selling to the US consumer market. They have trained workers for selling to the US consumer market. We can move our demand across borders. Those factories and citizens cannot move. They're stuck where they are. And so the incidence will fall on them, just as in the property tax example, right? Now, does this automatically happen on day one? No. But will this happen in the fullness of time? Absolutely. This is just the basic economics of incidence in public finance. And and if the incidence is falling on other countries because they're inflexible, the Chinese now have to find someplace else to absorb their demand, to absorb their excess supply. And guess what? There isn't anywhere else to absorb their excess supply. Who's going to buy as much as American consumers?
Yeah, and whose dollar is going to be converted into 7 yuan like the American consumers? They need our dollars. Our dollars honestly are, still the strongest. We still have a pretty good conversion rate when it comes to the dollar. Actually, they damn near survive off of our dollar because their dollar ain't worth nothing.
Nobody. right? There is no place else to absorb their excess supply.
Remember, if you look at the exchange rate, $1 is 7 of theirs.
This is exactly why
A little bit over 7.
CCP is sending in their propagandists on US television to push this narrative that China can survive without US markets, even though the reality is it cannot. But we still have to understand what CCP is trying to do. They cannot come into negotiations saying they are desperate, because at that point they'll look too weak to Chinese people, and that's why CCP is sending out all these people on US television to say China is much stronger than the United States, all the while CCP is willing to negotiate using back channels.
China is fully prepared to fight to the very end because the world is big enough that the United States is not the totality of the market in the world. So if the United States wants to go in that direction of completely shutting itself out of the China market, be my guest.
I mean, no. My friend, we're shutting you out of the market by working with everybody else and making you look like the oddball out. But like I said, y'all can continue frame it however y'all like, but as we go day by day, your country falls apart bit by bit.
Yeah, and China will lose the US market, which, as I've said, is 15%.
We don't care. We don't care. China has been here for 5,000.
My boy was like,
we do not care. Years. Most of the time, there was no United States, and we survived. And if the United States wants to bully China, we will deal with the situation without the United States. And we expect to survive for another 5,000 years.
But in my humble opinion, I think CCP picked the wrong guy, because this guy has been exposed for saying anything CCP wants. In an interview earlier this year, he tried arguing that Chinese president is just like a UK prime minister or a US president. But when asked if he can criticize anything that the Chinese president has done, he couldn't even come up with a single thing. That just goes to show the kind of fear that CCP instills in its citizens who never ever criticize the party or party's action.
We prefer a system that works for the benefit of the Chinese people.
I've not said a word about what works or not. You got great economic growth.
Look at
but you're a dictatorship.
No, facts. I'm sorry, I gotta speak on that. They do it for the green, bro. They did it for the blue bubble. I ain't gonna lie. We did, like, bro, everybody bought iPhones, and I remember I called my friends back out about it, like, about a decade ago. It was like, bro, you guys don't even like these phones. You're just doing it for the hoes. It's like you're literally doing this because all the girls says that, oh, I ain't gonna talk to no dude without an iPhone. Bruh. Like, bro, this is we're literally doing what? We're buying phone for hoes now. This is what we do. Like, how manly is this? Oh yeah, I need to get an iPhone, bro. Why? I don't want that blue text. I'm like, so you're telling me there's more things important in your life as a man as your message being sent through in blue? Oh, man. But good times, though. Good times.
There is no dictatorship, Mehdi.
You just
Do you
admitted
want me to
that there's no name on the ballot paper, no votes against him, and they all just follow him. That's a dictatorship.
Mehdi, when you have
You
a
can say my
succession
name
of
multiple
the
times,
king after
but
the
it's a
queen,
dictatorship.
How many candidates are there on the ballot paper?
How many? What? King and queen.
When the king succeeds the queen,
Yes.
how many candidates are there on the ballot paper?
How many?
Does that make Britain not a democracy?
Well, you're asking the wrong guy. I'm a Republican, so I think we should be a full democracy and get rid of the monarchy. And I can say that here. You can't say that in China.
You cannot take any action against them.
Yes, I can. Actually, I can go out on the street. I can hold up a placard and say, let's get rid of King Charles. I can create a whole protest outside Buckingham Palace. You can't do that in China. You can't even put one other person's name on a ballot paper. That's how insecure your leader is.
I'm a lawyer.
YouTube just dropped a mind-boggling announcement. It is paying creators $64 million.
But all right, now, hopefully we got that. Hopefully. Now let's go ahead and take a bit of a nice little conspiracy hour. Let's have ourselves a nice little conspiracy hour with every insane U.S. conspiracy that turned out to be true. All right, guys, let's get right into it. This should be a fun one.
Operation Gladio. After World War II, the US and the UK set up secret paramilitary groups in Western Europe called stay-behind organizations. A stay-behind operation is one where a country places secret operatives or organizations in its own territory for use in case of a later enemy occupation. Operation Gladio was the code name for these covert operations. The official purpose was to prepare for a possible Soviet invasion by using sabotage and guerrilla warfare behind enemy lines.
Yeah, we did it with the help of the mob. I mean, shout out to the mob for financing our corrupt military efforts. We appreciate y'all for that. Like, hey man, but as the mob would tell you, forget about it.
However, in reality, these groups also carried out assassinations, psychological warfare, and false flag operations to undermine left-wing parties in Western Europe. They even supported
And make sure you can support the stream, man. We appreciate the support here. And with any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, appreciate the support, guys. Or just go ahead and double tap that screen. Yes, go ahead and double tap the screen. Let's go ahead and push this video. All right, let's keep it going.
Communist militias and right-wing terrorism carried out assassinations, psychological warfare, and false flag operations to undermine left-wing parties in Western Europe. They even supported anti-communist militias and right-wing terrorism, with reports suggesting they were involved in the torture and killing of communists. For example, the 1969 assassination of Eduardo Mondlane by the Portuguese Secret Service. These operations were initially organized by the Western Union, founded in 1948, and later by NATO, formed in 1949, and the CIA, established in 1947, working closely with various European intelligence agencies. On the 24th of October 1990, Italian Prime Minister Giulio Andreotti publicly confirmed Gladio's existence. He described it as a structure of information, response, and safeguard that included hidden gun stashes and reserve officers. He also released a list of 622 civilians he claimed were part of Gladio. Following this revelation, the European Union Parliament drafted a resolution strongly condemning the operation. However, only Italy, Belgium, and Switzerland launched parliamentary investigations, while the administration of U.S. President George H.W. Bush refused to comment. Later, the United States Department of State rejected the view that it supported terrorists and maintained that the operation served only to resist a potential invasion of Western European countries by the Soviet Union. Iran-Contra affairs. The Iran-Contra affair was a major political scandal in the United States that took place between 1981 and 1986. Senior officials in the Ronald Reagan administration secretly arranged to sell arms to Iran. This was especially controversial because after the Iran hostage crisis in November 1979, when Iranian students seized 53 American hostages from the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, including diplomats and civilians, the U.S. government under President Jimmy Carter had imposed an arms embargo on Iran, making it illegal to sell weapons to the country. The Reagan administration argued that the arms shipments were part of a plan to free 7 U.S. hostages held in Lebanon by Hezbollah, an Islamist paramilitary group with close ties to Iran and connections to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The proposal to exchange arms for hostages was put forward by Manoucher Ghorbanifar, an Iranian arms dealer in exile, and some officials believed that these sales would pressure Iran to compel Hezbollah to release the hostages. The administration also...
This is the finesse of Kennedy's being elected. They pretty much said that this whole thing is what got, honestly, not Kennedy, but Reagan elected. The finesse of Reagan's election. This is what they like to say about that, this whole Iran-Contra affairs, because it was kind of weird how things just seemed to work out as, Reagan grew closer and closer to the White House. Things just worked out all of a sudden.
Hoped to use money from the arms sales to fund the Contras, an anti-Sandinista rebel group in Nicaragua. They were worried about the spread of communism in Central America, especially since the Sandinistas had the support of Fidel Castro. Although the Reagan administration had previously funded the Contras, the Boland Agreement later banned such support due to concerns about human rights abuses and drug trafficking by the guerrilla group. However, the administration later found a loophole and secretly used non-appropriated funds, which were not controlled by Congress, to continue supporting them. After a leak by Mehdi Hashemi, a senior official in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the Lebanese magazine Ash-Shira exposed the arrangement on November 3, 1986. The Iranian government confirmed the Ash-Shira story, and within 10 days, it became international news. In response, President Reagan appeared on national television and acknowledged that the weapons transfers had indeed occurred, but he insisted that the U.S. had not traded arms for hostages. This was the first public report of the weapons for hostages deal. According to journalist Seymour Hersh, an unnamed former military officer claimed that a covert team led by Arthur S. Moreau Jr., assistant to the chair of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, may have arranged the leak. They were reportedly worried that the scheme was spiraling out of control. The operation was fully uncovered only after an airlift of guns, Corporate Air Services HPF 821, was downed over Nicaragua by the Sandinistas. Eugene Hasenfuss, who was captured by Nicaraguan authorities authorities after surviving the crash, initially claimed during a press conference that two of his co-workers, Max Gomez and Ramon Medina, worked for the CIA. The investigation was slowed down when large amounts of documents related to the affair were either destroyed or kept from investigators by officials in the Reagan administration. In March 1987, President Reagan made another nationally televised address, taking full responsibility for the affair and saying, "What began as a strategic opening to Iran deteriorated in its implementation into trading arms for hostages." Operation Condor. Operation Condor was a secret campaign of political repression run by right-wing dictatorships in South America's southern cone from 1975 to 1983. It involved intelligence operations, coups, and assassinations targeting left-wing sympathizers. The operation was supported and financed by the United States, and although France denies any involvement, there are claims that it was involved as well. Venezuela and Colombia are also said to have collaborated in these covert activities. Condor was formally created in November 1975, when Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet's spy chief, Manuel Contreras, invited 50 intelligence officers from these countries to the Army War Academy in Santiago, Chile. These countries became the founding members of the operation, but Ecuador and Peru later joined, taking a more peripheral role. Operation Condor continued until it ended with the fall of the Argentine junta in 1983. Condor operatives used brutal tactics such as death flights, a method of extrajudicial killing where victims were dropped from airplanes or helicopters into oceans, large rivers, or mountains. Due to its secretive nature, the exact number of deaths directly linked to Operation Condor remains highly disputed. Some estimates suggest that at least 60,000 people were killed, with up to 30,000 of those fatalities occurring in Argentina alone. The victims included dissidents, leftists, union and peasant leaders, religious figures such as priests, monks, and nuns, as well as students, teachers, intellectuals, and suspected guerrillas. Although the CIA described Operation Condor as a cooperative effort by the intelligence and security services of several South American countries to combat terrorism and subversion, the fight against guerrillas was merely a pretext. In reality, guerrilla groups were never strong enough to control territory, secure significant foreign support, or seriously threaten national security. Based on formerly secret CIA documents from 1976, American historian J. Patrice McSherry claims that in the 1960s and early 1970s, international security officials at the U.S. Army School of the Americas and the Conference of American Armies developed plans to counter what they saw as threats from political dissidents in South America. In June 1999, under President Bill Clinton's order, the State Department released thousands of declassified documents that revealed for the first time that the CIA, as well as the State and Defense Departments, were fully aware of Operation Condor. The report described Condor's joint counterinsurgency operations aimed at eliminating Marxist terrorist activities and mentioned that Argentina had set up a special Condor team that was organized much like a U.S. Special Forces unit. Operation Cyclone. After the communists took power in Afghanistan in 1978, the CIA began arming and financing the Afghan Mujahideen from 1979 to 1992, both before and during the Soviet military intervention in support of the Democratic Republic of Afghanistan. This operation, codenamed Operation Cyclone, leaned heavily towards supporting militant Islamic groups, including those with jihadist ties. Operation Cyclone was one of the longest and most expensive secret CIA operations ever. It started with $695,000 in mid-1979, then grew to between $20 and $30 million per year in 1980. And by 1987, funding had jumped to $630 million per year, making it the largest support ever given to a third world insurgency. To hide U.S. involvement at first, they supplied the rebels only with Soviet-made weapons. This was made possible with quiet support from Israel, which had captured large amounts of Soviet arms during the Yom Kippur War and secretly sold them to the CIA, and Egypt, which had modernized its army with Western weapons while passing on older Soviet-made arms to the Mujahideen. The first non-Soviet weapons were old British Lee Enfield rifles shipped in December 1979. By September 1986, the program had grown to include modern U.S. weapons like the FIM-92 Stinger surface-to-air missiles, about 2,300 of which were sent to Afghanistan. Funding continued at reduced levels after the Soviet withdrawal in 1989, as the Mujahideen kept fighting the armed forces of the Democratic Republic of Afghanistan during the first Afghan Civil War. Key figures behind the program included Texas Congressman Charlie Wilson, young CIA paramilitary officer Michael G. Vickers, and CIA regional head Gust Avrakotos, who formed a close bond with Wilson. The distribution of the weapons depended largely on Pakistani President Muhammad Zia-ul-Haq, who had a personal relationship with Congressman Wilson. Pakistan's Inter-Services Intelligence, ISI, acted as the middleman, handling funds, transferring weapons, arranging military training, and providing financial support to the Afghan resistance groups. After 1985, when the Reagan administration openly supported anti-Soviet resistance movements worldwide, an approach now known as the Reagan Doctrine, there was no longer any need to hide the source of the weapons. Operation Mockingbird. During the early Cold War, the U.S. government, through the CIA, launched an alleged large-scale program called Operation Mockingbird. Its goal was to manipulate domestic American news media for propaganda purposes. According to author Deborah Davis, the operation recruited prominent American journalists into a propaganda network and even influenced various front groups. Operation Mockingbird wasn't limited to influencing domestic public opinion, it also aimed to shape views internationally. The Church Committee's report, issued in 1976 by a Senate Select Committee led by Senator Frank Church, confirmed.
And that's why it's so hard to trust the media today, because you never know.
Earlier claims that the CIA had secret ties with private institutions, including the press. Although the report didn't name names, it mentioned finding 50 journalists with covert relationships with the CIA. In a 1977 Rolling Stone article titled "The CIA and the Media," reporter Carl Bernstein expanded on these findings. He claimed that over 400 U.S. press members secretly carried out assignments for the CIA. Among those mentioned were New York Times publisher Arthur Hayes Sulzberger, columnist Stuart Alsop, and staff from Time magazine. Bernstein noted that the overseas branches of major U.S. news agencies had long served as the eyes and ears of Operation Mockingbird, spreading CIA propaganda through domestic media. To this day, the government has neither confirmed nor denied the operation. Many cite operations like these as the reason for the modern distrust of traditional media. But luckily,
I mean, every time the CIA said I can neither confirm nor deny, I just take it as that was us. Like every time, like, when they hit you with I can neither confirm nor deny, I'm like, I mean, yeah, all right, I'm damn near going to take that as a yes.
Today, we have alternative ways of finding news that are as objective as possible. Take Ground News, today's sponsor, for example. They don't come at you with a single version of events. They gather news from around the world on one platform, so you can come to your own independent decisions. For example, look at this article about the Operation LAC. During the early 1950s, amid fears of biological warfare, the U.S. government decided to test the spread of chemical and biological agents on its own citizens. Operation LAC, Large Area Coverage, was carried out by the U.S. Army Chemical Corps in 1957 and 1958. The project involved dispersing tiny fluorescent zinc-cadmium sulfide particles over large parts of the United States and Canada to study how far these particles could travel, simulating the spread of harmful agents. To conduct the tests, the U.S. Air Force loaned the Army a C-119 flying boxcar airplane. This aircraft was used to release massive quantities of the material into the atmosphere. Ground stations then tracked the fluorescent particles. In the initial test and subsequent ones, much of the material was carried by winds into Canada, with particles being detected up to 1,200 miles from their drop point. A typical flight along a 400-mile route would disperse about 5,000 pounds of zinc-cadmium sulfide. In fiscal year 1958 alone, approximately 100 hours of flight time were dedicated to Operation LAC, including 4 runs of varying lengths, one of which extended for 1,400 miles. In December 1957, a test from South Dakota to International Falls lost particles to a Canadian cold front, though some reached New York 1,200 miles away. In February 1958, another front at Dugway Proving Ground carried particles into the Gulf of Mexico. Subsequent tests from Toledo to Abilene and from Detroit to Springfield and Goodland showed aerial dispersal could reach both sides of the flight paths. Some anecdotal reports suggested that exposure to zinc-cadmium sulfide during Operation LAC may have caused health issues. However, a U.S. government study by the National Research Council stated, after an exhaustive, independent review requested by Congress, we found no evidence that exposure to zinc-cadmium sulfide at those levels could cause people to become sick. Despite this, the use of ZNCDS remained controversial. One critic even accused the Army of literally using the country as an experimental laboratory. Additionally, the National Library of Medicine's ToxNet database shows that the EPA classified cadmium sulfide as a probable human carcinogen. The U.S. government has never apologized for these tests. COINTELPRO. COINTELPRO, short for the Counterintelligence Program, was a series of secret and illegal projects run by the FBI from 1956 to 1971. The goal was to monitor, infiltrate, discredit, and disrupt American political groups that the FBI believed were subversive. The FBI targeted a wide range of groups and individuals through COINTELPRO. These included feminist organizations, the Communist Party USA, anti-Vietnam War organizers, and civil rights and Black Power activists, such as Martin Luther King Jr., the Nation of Islam, and the Black Panther Party. The FBI also targeted independence movements, including Puerto Rican groups like the Young Lords and the Puerto Rican Socialist Party, although the main focus was on groups associated with the new
It kind of seems like the whole premise of that was, well, anything to sow division.
left. Even white supremacist organizations like the Ku Klux Klan and the National States Rights Party were not spared. FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover personally issued orders for COINTELPRO, instructing agents to expose, disrupt, misdirect, discredit, or otherwise neutralize these groups, especially their leaders. Additionally, Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy gave written approval for limited wiretapping of Martin Luther King Jr.'s phones on a trial basis for about a month. Hoover later extended that approval, effectively giving his agents free rein to search for evidence in any area of King's life they found relevant. The program remained secret until March 8th,
Well, his love of white women was pretty interesting, and it was kind of funny. It was funny, I ain't even gonna lie. But shout out to the wife for holding it down, though.
1971, when the Citizens Commission to investigate the FBI broke into an FBI field office in Media, Pennsylvania. They seized several dossiers and exposed the program by turning the material over to news agencies. The timing coincided with the fight of the century boxing match between Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier in March 1971, which provided cover for the activists' burglary. Muhammad Ali was a COINTELPRO target due to his involvement with the Nation of Islam and his participation in the anti-war movement. Many news outlets initially refused to publish the documents, except for the Washington Post, which broke the story. After checking that the material was reliable, the Post ran the documents on its front page, despite a request from the Attorney General not to do so. This led other news organizations to publish the documents as well. Within a year, Director J. Edgar Hoover announced that centralized COINTELPRO operations were over, and that future counterintelligence activities would be managed on a case-by-case basis. Operation Popeye. Operation Popeye was a secret U.S. Air Force program during the Vietnam War, running from 1967 to 1972. Its goal was to use cloud seeding to induce extra rainfall during the rainy season, from March to November, and extend the monsoon over parts of the Ho Chi Minh Trail by an additional 30 to 45 days.
I mean, that was the problem about the Black Panthers. They told too much truth. It was too much truth, G-Dude. We already know that. And that's why they had to take out the leader. I mean, look how much they did overkill on the leader. Think about how much overkill they did on the Black Panthers and how to kind of let the Nation of Islam right off into the sunset.
This trail, a network of roads and paths used by the Viet Cong and North Vietnamese Army to transport supplies between North and South Vietnam through Laos and Cambodia, was vital for enemy logistics. By increasing rainfall, Operation Popeye aimed to soften road surfaces, trigger landslides, and wash out river crossings, thereby disrupting the movement of military supply trucks and hindering enemy supply lines. The chemical weather modification program was conducted from Thailand over Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam. It was allegedly sponsored by Secretary of State Henry Kissinger and the CIA, without the approval of then Secretary of Defense Melvin Laird under President Nixon. Laird had categorically denied to Congress that any such tactical weather modification program existed. Reporter Jack Anderson first published a story about Operation Popeye in March 1971. The name Operation Popeye entered public discourse through a brief mention in the Pentagon Papers, a top-secret Pentagon study of U.S. government decision-making related to the Vietnam War that was leaked by Daniel Ellsberg, a United States military analyst, to the New York Times, the Washington Post, and other newspapers. Project Minaret. Project Minaret was a domestic espionage operation run by the NSA. It intercepted electronic communications that mentioned specific U.S. citizens and then passed those messages on to other government agencies. The intercepted communications were shared with the FBI, CIA Secret Service, Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, and the Department of Defense. Starting in 1962, the NSA kept a watch list of Americans traveling to Cuba. Over time, the list expanded to include narcotics traffickers. From 1967 onward, President Lyndon B. Johnson added the names of anti-war activists, and President Richard Nixon further broadened broadened the list to include civil rights leaders, journalists, and even 2 senators. Between 1967 and 1973, Project Minaret's watch lists targeted over 5,925 foreigners, 1,690 organizations, and 1,650 U.S. citizens, including these guys. In 1975, NSA Director Lou Allen testified before the
That's how he briefly showed the black people, like, including these guys.
including these.
Like, hey, including these. Okay, cool. Makes sense.
Guys. In 1975, NSA Director Lou Allen testified before the Senate Intelligence Committee that the NSA had issued more than 3,900 reports on these watch-listed Americans. There was no judge overseeing the project, and it operated without legal permission to listen in. The NSA helped the FBI and CIA when they asked for international communications about certain people, but only if those agencies didn't involve the NSA further. Under this system, the FBI and CIA had to either give the reports back to the NSA or destroy them after 2 weeks, mark them as top secret, and keep them separate from other NSA records. A 1977 Department of Justice review found that wiretap laws had been violated. The review argued that if intelligence agencies had too much discretionary power with too little accountability, it wasn't just a flaw within the agencies. It was a 35-year failure of oversight by presidents and Congress. One result of these investigations was the creation of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, FISA, in 1978.
Well, I ain't gonna lie, the CIA is like, well, I mean, real with you, if the executive power does know what's going on, it's like kind of like their secret hand on how to get things done. Or if they want to keep, political power, you can use the CIA for that. If the CIA is, if you're working with the CIA's agenda, of course. It does look like the CIA has a different agenda than, making sure our secrets are safe within America. It doesn't seem like the CIA really wants that. Or just to, keep tabs on all of our enemies. Because if that was the case, then they'd be bringing, more information about them and less about us.
FISA limited what the NSA could do by setting up a legal process for getting warrants and having judges review its actions. In addition, the U.S. Signal Intelligence Directive 18, first introduced in 1980 and updated in 1993, was established as an internal rule to protect the NSA and the entire intelligence community. If you want to discuss this video or suggest an idea for the next one, join my Discord.
All right, now let's get right back to this tariff debate with our man Kevin O'Leary. Let's get right into it.
So nobody's talking about China like you are. Why?
Because I've lived it. I've lived it for almost a quarter of a century. The way it works, let me be very specific so it's just not noise, okay? Let's say you have a great innovation here in America. Somebody comes along and creates a product that reduces the cost of maintaining a hotel, a bathtub, or sink by 30%. A company like Drainwig. It's just a very simple technology that you put down.
We call it Roto-Rooter here.
Yeah, but this actually is something that you put down the drain, and then you pull it out every 90 days, throw it away, and put another one down. But it's patented, and it was made in China because that's where the mold was. What happens is, as soon as a product like that hits 5 million run rate in the American domestic market, so it's a proven winner, it's a winner, it gets knocked off in China. And let's say I'm just giving you numbers. Let's say you spend $100 million developing the product, okay, in R&D in the United States. You raise the money. You're an entrepreneur. You worked 8 days a week. You worked your tail off, and now you got a hit. Not every product's a hit, but this is a hit because it's proven itself to 5 million. It's always around 5 million this happens. Boom. It gets knocked off in China. You find it on Alibaba at 30 to 40% discount, and it's on Amazon too, and it's being sold in retail, sometimes under the same name in the U.S., the U.S. retailers. And it's a small company that just got started. The Chinese knocked it off, ripped off the IP, don't even care. You can't go litigate. You can go to the World Trade Organization that they agreed to back in 2000 to be part of, and there's rules about that, but they ignore them all. They've never, ever, ever complied, not once, and there's thousands of complaints.
So take it to somebody who's been, the man been traumatized apparently. And it is kind of funny because I'm just like, damn, bro, I ain't gonna lie. Like, China did you dirty. He's like, bro, I done paid for the patent. I'd send it down there to get made because of the mold, and then these guys steal it and then sell it on the international market and put me out of business. Yeah, I would be pretty pissed off if I was Kevin O'Leary too. I'd be on their ass as well. I'd be like, oh yeah, bet I'm about to scorch the earth on y'all. They did me like that.
Knocked it off, ripped off the IP, don't even care. You can't go litigate. You can go to the World Trade Organization that they agreed to back in 2000 to be part of, and there's rules about that, but they ignore them all. They've never, ever, ever complied, not once, and there's thousands of complaints at WTO. I mean, I could just go on with a litany of reasons why this, and finally, I'm pissed. I'm really pissed. Enough, because you can't cheat and steal forever. And we've not given them a single consequence. Nothing happens to them when they do this.
That's where I was going to go. You said they don't comply. We have rules, laws, regulations about this. Why have we gone soft on all that?
Try and enforce them. Try and bring.
And that's what I'm saying. And it's crazy how some people's argument is just like, let them cheat. Like, do you understand, like, when y'all go against Trump's plan, or where you say, oh, Trump should pull out, and you spread all this Chinese propaganda, you're pretty much just saying that, oh, yeah, let them cheat. Let them do whatever they want. Let them do whatever they want to the market, manipulate their currency, unfair trade policies. You know, they could sell to everybody else, but nobody could sell to them. It's like, really? Is that really y'all stance? Just let them cheat.
Bring a case. You know, here's something else. Okay, you're a Chinese.
Now, and to the Dems, I'm not even going to lie. I can see why y'all would go with this, because you guys are the same people that was letting transgender women playing women's sports. So, yeah, hey, y'all was telling them to let them cheat too. So I see why you okay with letting China cheat the rest of their lives.
Company, and you want to litigate a competitor in the United States, you can hire an American lawyer and sue the crap out of that American company. Try and do that in China. You don't have a reciprocal right to do that. You cannot do that in China. So my attitude is, okay, Chinese company, if you're a controlled Chinese company, controlled by the Chinese Communist Party, you can't use the American legal system, not until you give us reciprocal rights. I'm sorry, you're just shut off. Now, here's another one. If you go and look on the NASDAQ or the New York Stock Exchange, there's $800 billion worth of market capitalization of Chinese companies that don't comply by American GAAP laws. I have to comply. I have to pay millions of dollars to actually comply with the rules of the SEC and all the other regulators. The Chinese guys don't, and they get to raise money. So when I'm trying to raise dollars, I'm competing with a Chinese company that doesn't even comply. I mean, how is that even legal?
Donald Trump's on your speed dial. Does he get this?
Yes, and the good news there is they just brought a new sheriff into town. He's just got approved. His name is Paul Atkins. He's the new head of the SEC, and he will finally make these companies comply. There's a law on the books that was brought out 4 years ago by Rick Scott, senator from Florida, that says, if you're a Chinese company, you're not complying with GAAP, you have 36 months to comply. Then he tightened the law, made it 24 months. And if you don't comply, you're delisted. So all I'm asking, and I went to the Hill last week, I said to Atkins, hey, are you going to enforce this law? Because I got no problem competing with any company that I have to play in the same level playing field with. And he said, yeah, we're going to start delisting these companies finally. And that Rick Scott sent him a letter he made public last week saying, hey, look, do your job, because if you don't, I'm going to make a lot of noise. And I think that's what Atkins is going to do. So the Chinese are getting squeezed in the capital markets. I want them to be squeezed in the IP markets. And I want to do business in China, and I want to compete there. And I love the Chinese people. I got no problem with them. It's their government. All of this stuff is happening at the same time. So it's different than the other tariff negotiations. I say 400% tariffs on China. Shut them down until Xi comes to the table and resolves all these issues.
How is he reacting now? How is Xi reacting to all this?
Well, it just started, 4 days ago when these things went on. So I think
the tariffs he's known for a while.
Yeah, but now he's facing reality here. Xi doesn't face an election. He actually faces one every day. He's got millions of people employed in these factories. They make stuff. The largest consumer market, 39% of all goods consumed on Earth, is the United States of America. It's the largest economy on Earth. Multi-trillion-dollar economy represents 21.6% of the world GDP. He can't keep his people employed unless he has access to the American markets. Yep. It's a head squeezer for him.
I'm telling you, yeah, we're the only people who can have enough, who pretty much produces enough consumerism. I know that's something we're producing is buying for some reason, but hopefully we change that. Now, yes, but with all this buying power that we have, yeah, our buying power is the only thing sustaining their economy. Yes, nobody else's economy, nobody else has much buying power as the U.S. to sustain China's economy. That's why they're shaking in their boots over these tariffs, because they know it. As soon as they lose our business, millions upon millions of their people lose jobs, and they can't sustain their economy already.
Him, It's like something's going to get resolved here, but basically Trump has shut down trade 100% or 400%, same thing. You're not selling anything in America.
Let's talk North Dakota a little bit. What is possible in North Dakota with what's happening in the world right now?
So there's some very big trends happening, and I would say North Dakota's in the catbird seat on two of these in terms of investing. Number one is data centers, because right now demand domestically, just to give you an idea about what's needed and what we got. Now, data centers are all about AI development. You can't develop AI without a data center. Data centers need power. So demand is for 45 gigawatts of data centers right now stateside. Now, where are you going to put them? You can't add it to the grid, and here's why. So you go to any state and you say, look, I want to put a gig of power onto this local grid for a data center. I'm going to get lots of jobs, lots of engineers, and the mayor of that town says, wait a second, Bubba Louie, how much is that going to increase the ratepayers' rate? Because they got to pay for it. And then you got to say, well, I think the rate's going to go up 20%. Not a chance in hell that's happening.
Even with other development around it, it'll raise property value.
So that's what stymied the entire AI developments of these centers, and for all of the hyperscalers like Amazon, Microsoft, Google, you name it, they all need these. So what everybody's looking at now are find states that have stranded natural gas, get a turbine there, turn that into electricity, and build the data center beside it. Now, you need about $18 billion to build one of these just with the turbines, and you need water to cool them if you're in a hot state like Texas. But if you're in a cold state like maybe North Dakota, that makes life a lot easier. So what do you need? You need people. You got it in North Dakota. You need fiber because you got to connect the data center to fiber. You got it. You need land. You got it. You need permits. That means the governor has to be willing, and he is. Kelly's willing, obviously. And then you got to get the turbines. And so that's what they're looking at. And there's only 3 places in North America right now that have that stranded gas: North Dakota, West Virginia, and Alberta, Canada.
So what about the customer? Is this a build it and they'll come, build the data center, and the customers will take care of themselves, or do you have to have the customer first?
Well, you don't even get to talk to the customer until you prove to them, because they've seen the story so many times and find out you don't have the power. So you say, look, I found 2,000 acres. We can build a 1 gigawatt center here. Okay, check the box. You got the land. You got the water? Well, I don't think I got the water yet. I don't have the permits yet. Okay, call me when you get the permits for the water. And then I got the permits for the water. Okay, what about the power? Well, the local power authority says if we give them $750,000 to do a study to tell us they'll never have the power for us. Oh, that's no good for us. We can't be your tenant. You got to get the power. You got to get the water. You got the land. You got the power. Then all of a sudden you're in a discussion with Amazon or whoever, and they're saying we're moving to North Dakota.
Wow, you are, VIP access to every C-suite in the world. You've been quite an ambassador for North Dakota. Talk about what can be possible as someone that is a savvy investor like you and the connection you have to North Dakota in this space and others.
So this all started, and I have to be careful which states I say this about, because I got in a lot of trouble defining loser states and winner states. But there's a lot of loser states. And so, well, you know the story, and I don't even say that anymore, but you guys, your taxes are crazy there, and you got to fix that. I mean, that whole thing of taxing wealthy people so they just move out of your state, that's not so smart. But anyway,
my God, and raising the taxes on wealthy people so they move out the country, that wasn't going to be smart either.
Anyways, don't get me down that road. My point is, I said, look at this place, North Dakota. The guys there look like they want to do business. And sure enough, you have to have a partnership with the administrator, with the regulator, with the governor, with the senators that say, yeah, if you bring money here, we'll get things done. That's all you want as an investor. And that's when I discovered North Dakota, saying, wow, winner state. And we've invested in lots of deals here. And I think I tell everybody about it now, saying, hey, have you ever put a dime into North Dakota? And they say, no. I said, well, I found a deal. You want to come in with me on this deal? And this is an ag tech deal maybe, or a drone deal maybe, or a power deal, or whatever it is. And I'm bringing in all.
Hey, shout out to my man, Maine Harbor. Hey, bro, appreciate the support. He says, like and subscribe, everyone. No, for real, though. Make sure y'all double tap the screen, like and subscribe to the channel, man. Appreciate the support, bro. Let's keep it going.
Tons of new money into here that have never invested here before. And get this, if I find a company that actually should be in North Dakota because its market is in North Dakota, like ag tech, I'll move the whole friggin' company here and put them in one of the cities. And they come here for the first time saying, wow, I didn't expect this. Most people don't understand North Dakota till they come to North Dakota. You got to hang out here. I don't care if you come in February. Come and just check it out. Meet the people, see the cities, look at the services, all the technology, and the go-to attitude of the government. You know, I'm a path of least resistance guy. I want to get stuff done. I'm an investor, and I want to do it while I'm alive. I don't want to wait.
Yeah, and sadly, you can't be a real investor in China. That's what it's looking like. That's bro. The potential for China's consumer market, like, it doesn't make sense why are people doing so bad. It's crazy that their government does not see the vision of making sure their people have a livable wage and a great way of life, or a sustainable way of life, where a lady's not crying and she's a nurse, where she should be making at least what our nurses are making. Our nurses are making like what, 50, 60K? Like, damn, at least she can do is make the 40, 50. Like, this is insane. Like, bro. But yeah, like, the fact that the fact that they cannot see the vision of actually making sure that their people is living a good life, and how that's going to increase their market value altogether is going to increase their consumer market, and then they can have that leverage against us. But at that point, like I said, I'm pretty sure things will be evened out, because by them increasing their consumer market, that means they're increasing business with us or other countries, but most likely it's going to be with us.
Years and years and years for permits. That's why North Dakota is a winner.
Comedic interlude. Let's get into lefties losing it.
Losing it. It's time for lefties losing it, and he's back. The puppet president Joe Biden has made his first public remarks since he left office in January, and of course he launched into an incoherent attack against President Donald Trump. It was a mess, folks, a train wreck, just like his presidency. It started badly and it got worse. Let's look at Biden here, ignoring the blaring music and just launching into his speech.
Thank you. You deserve.
Oh, they had to abruptly cut the music because he wasn't stopping, folks. He was going to keep talking even though no one could hear him. Bless. Perhaps they...
I mean, yeah, that was the beginning. I definitely skipped that part. I was like, bro, were they just playing the music? Oh, like, hold on. So he was supposed to wait till the music stopped, and he just started talking. He was like, oh, okay, fuck it then. He's just going to rock. He's just going to rock. And well, then there was multiple times he called him... Now, am I tripping, or did this man just say he was 40 when he's 82? Am I tripping?
Should have kept the music going.
Well, that's what you're all about. That's what the legislation's about. It's about dignity, simple dignity. Everyone deserves to be treated with dignity, regardless of their standing, regardless of the economic situation, regardless of who they are. Making sure that more than 60 million Americans who are living with disabilities are treated with dignity is who we are as Americans. That's what it's about. I mean it.
It was classic Joe Biden, gibberish, barely coherent sentences, bursts of anger and shouting, and whatever this is.
Pulled into the parking lot, and I had never seen hardly any black people in Scranton at the time I was only going in 4th grade. And I remember seeing the kids going by at the time called colored kids on a bus going by.
Okay, Joe, Biden's cognitive decline is nothing new.
I was woefully saying, I'm like, bro, who's like rags to riches story was Biden telling? Like, but that was not his story. And here's the thing, I'm like, bro, Biden, you supported segregation back in the day. Now, I'm not saying you can't change, but how do you go from a kid being outraged by, segregation to growing up and supporting, segregation? Make it make sense.
It was evident even before he became president. Remember this?
Got hairy legs that turn, that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I love kids jumping on my lap.
He learned about roaches. He learned about kids jumping on his lap, and he loves kids jumping on his lap.
I mean, like, where was that story going? Because was there some hints of old Biden, the old racist Biden, the Biden we all know and remember, the real Biden, the racist one.
That was before he was president. Never forget how the leftist media covered up that man's obvious mental decline. Now, talking about mental decline, let's check in with Bernie Sanders, who was at Coachella. Yes, the millionaire socialist with 3 houses thought a music festival was the perfect place for this anti-Trump sermon.
We need you to stand up to fight for justice. He thinks that climate change is a hoax. He is dangerously wrong. And you and I are going to have to stand up to the fossil fuel industry and tell them to stop destroying this planet.
Yes, I'm sure the drugged up yuppies at Coachella really appreciated that rant. And
yeah, free money for free drugs and free sex. Yeah, that hippie shit. It's like, bro, you're at Coachella. What the hell? Like, what type of serious politician goes to a Coachella? Really? Really, guys? This is what we're doing? We're going to Coachella? I mean, this is like something that I would do. This is something that I would do maybe. But Bernie Sanders, though, like, you can expect this out of me. Well, honestly, I don't like musical performances. I ain't gonna lie. Musical performances, they're kind of like a downgrade of the song. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like them. But to honestly do this as a politician, though, is honestly hilarious. I get where you're trying to go with this because, Trump was talking to the youth, and this is his way of talking to the youth. But you're talking to the drugged up youth. Okay, bro, this is not the youth you want to be talking to right now. Well, at least not right now. At least wait until the last day where they're coming off their drug binge.
everything at that music festival is actually dependent on fossil fuels, including the jets the rich and famous take to perform or attend the festival. There was plenty more lefties losing it at Coachella. Here is Kneecap. Kneecap, Google tells me it's a Irish hip-hop group, as if that's a thing. They had the drugged up yuppies in California singing this delightful tune about Margaret Thatcher.
If anybody was wondering, Margaret Thatcher is still dead. Maggie's in a box, in a box. Maggie's in a box. Na 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 na. Maggie's in a box, in a box. Maggie's in a box.
Yes, the greatest female leader we have seen died at the age of 87 12 years ago, and these sad losers are still chanting about it. And rounding up the Coachella lunacy are middle-aged mascara-wearing pop rockers Green Day, who've taken a break from their pro-Palestinian activism to again rail against MAGA.
Well, maybe I'm American. I'm not a part of a MAGA agenda.
Now, it seemed like only last week we were laughing at Democrat Cory Booker's stunt of talking for 24 hours straight. We wondered whether he was wearing an adult nappy. Those questions.
I'd always say this to some of these entertainers. I'm like, you're a guy in makeup in a tight suit in all black. I mean, you're part of some agenda, my friend, and trust me, it's not a good one.
Were never answered. And bless him, Cory Booker is back now, and he's not only providing lols, but hugs.
What are we going to do about protecting LGBTQ rights and trans rights for those who don't have a voice that can...
Whoa, I'm sorry, but
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Speak up. This is not a costume. This is who I am, and I am not about to let him tell me who I am.
Thank you for coming. So first of all, can I have a hug? Yes. Bruh.
We've already spoken about the insufferable, self-delighted, rich and famous ladies who went into space for a few minutes. But they keep talking about it, so I've got to cover it. Here is Katy Perry.
I hope they can see the unity that we modeled and replicate that and understand that we weren't just taking up space, we were making space for the future. And for me, like Gail said, this wasn't a ride, it wasn't a destination, it was a journey, and it was a supernatural one.
And here is Oprah's bestie, Gayle King, talking about the backlash to all the hyperbole we've heard from these ladies.
This is what bothers me, because I've certainly read some of the things online coming from people that I know, that I like, that I consider friends. Space is not an either or, it's a both and. And because you do something in space doesn't mean you're taking anything away from Earth. And what you're doing in space is trying to make things better here on Earth.
And Gayle King claims that these overprivileged women were victims of sexism. How else can you explain this stunt being called frivolous?
What do you think when people say, oh, it's frivolous? Number one, they call it a ride, which I find very irritating because they never say.
I mean, it is frivolous because did they build a rocket? Did they build this little spaceship to put them in orbit and all that good stuff? Did they build it? Are they flying it? Shoot, did they at least write the specs? I mean, or how about this? Did they at least put the oil in there? I mean, damn, did they do something? Did they put the fuel in? No, that's why it's frivolous. We just put a bunch of cute girls on a goddamn, like, bro, it's like putting bitches on a yacht. It's frivolous. We just put a beautiful, bro, all we did was put a bunch of beautiful women on a ship. Like, okay. You're acting like another country couldn't have done the same damn thing.
Men went for a ride. What do you say to people who think that this was frivolous or just a ride? You know, I think the message that it sends is very, very powerful.
Lauren Sanchez, whose fiance Jeff owns the rocket, well, she was reduced to tears by the experience.
And 6 women just did the same flight that, yeah, he didn't.
Oh, I just want to keep hugging you.
It's really cool.
Yeah,
and I hope that more people get to see this because
y'all went on a flight and you guys danced around. You did not build the goddamn ship. You didn't, like, bro, you didn't even do nothing of the engineering and none of the calculations to make sure y'all made it back okay and all this good stuff. You did nothing but hop on the ship. It's just a way more spectacular way of putting beautiful women on a yacht.
I feel I don't even know how much it's going to change me.
And if you thought that was bad, watch this performance from Katy Perry.
Katy! And this is why we don't take women that seriously. I'm so serious. Like, this is why it's hard to take women serious sometimes. None of the struggle, but all the theatrics.
Joining me now is Newsweek's senior editor-at-large and Article 3 Project Senior Counsel, Josh Hammer. Josh, just how insufferable and self-delighted can these ladies be? We had less carry-on when real astronauts stranded in space for months were rescued recently by SpaceX. These overprivileged ladies spent...
Like, damn, Zolo, can we give these women their moment? Like, yeah, they got on a rocket. This is a big achievement for women everywhere. Women, congrats, you made it on a rocket. Like, are you freaking serious, bro? So you're telling me y'all celebrate women on a rocket, but you won't celebrate the women in Trump's cabinets who are holding high positions in the government? You won't, bro, you'll celebrate this frivolous bullshit, but you won't celebrate real achievement, real female merit? Okay. This is who we are. This your queen? These are y'all queens? Okay.
A total of 11 minutes floating around in their designer spacesuits, and now they think it's going to bring about world peace.
Yeah, Rita, you know, it kind of reminds me a little bit of the old John Lennon song, Imagine, otherwise known as the worst song ever written. I mean, John Lennon had this song back in the 1970s after the breakup of the Beatles, that it's going to be a world with no borders, no religion, just kumbaya, world peace there, you know, and apparently Katy Perry here and the ladies circumnavigating the globe in the year 2025 are trying to do their best John Lennon Imagine impression there. But I mean, what a bunch of just overindulgent pure exhibitionism. I mean, that really is the word that comes to mind here. I mean, this is obviously a stunt. It is transparently a stunt. These people are not going into space for any other reason other than to kind of raise their fist and say rah rah feminism, world peace. I mean, the message, frankly, like I don't even fully understand exactly what the purpose of this stunt was. I mean, it's kind of like a United Nations like hold hands together kumbaya thing. It's also partially like a feminism thing. But frankly, I mean, when people do this in the name of feminism, they actually set real feminism and real genuine equality of the sexes backwards there. Because I mean, if this is what people think of when they think of feminism, someone who gets dolled up and
sure, I remember women used to do calculations for landing rockets. And now we got women just hopping in rockets and taking all the credit in the world. Man. I mean, no, girls, I ain't even about to do y'all like this. I'm not even about to make y'all look at this all the way through. I know, it's embarrassing, and I get it. My bad. Let's take it to my man, Bill O'Reilly.
Bill O'Reilly here. Welcome to the No Spin News for Tuesday, April 15th, 2025. Stand up for your country. Well, this is a true statement. Many people in this world are frightened. They live in that kind of a scared state all the time. And some of it's justified, depending on where you are. Some of it isn't. Most human beings are cautious. They don't live in a state of fear, but they're not bold. I mean, they calculate before they move. But President Trump is not one of them. He is a gambler. And now his gamble on the American economy, the worldwide economy, really, is in question. I think that's all accurate. So let's run it down. So on April 30th, a Tuesday, I'll be co-anchoring a town hall on News Nation about Donald Trump's first 100 days. Then the following Friday, 3 days later, I'll be doing an analysis with Leland Burdett, an hour special on the 100 days. That'll just be me and Leland. The town hall is going to be, a big dog and pony, but I am going to be the traffic cop. So that's coming up. It will surprise you what I have to tell you because I'm researching it now. It's not going to be the same old stuff. And you'll be surprised. So that's coming up. So all this week, I'm basically zeroing in on what the president is doing, what he's accomplished, and what he has failed to do. All right. And we're going to do it in a very, as I said, methodical way. Now, the tariff situation and the economy and your 401k and investments, that is far and away the headline that exists today in America and all over the world. And that is the subject of this evening's Talking Points memo. So there is mass confusion. There is no doubt about that. It is very complicated. I have a master's degree in public administration from Harvard, which got slapped by Trump today, and we'll report that in a little while. And when I was studying in Cambridge, I hated macroeconomics. It was horrible because it was so difficult to learn all these systems. I forced myself to do it, and I know, I'm not saying I'm an economist, but I know how the world works. And most of the people,
I mean, trust me, you just need to take one good semester of economics. Those a 2-hour-long class every week. You're going to know a lot about economics. Trust me.
People don't, including seasoned journalists. So you may remember last week we had a guy named Dr. Nicholas Lardy. He was an expert on the Chinese economy, very smart guy, okay? And he disagreed with me about how China is handling all the dollars it gets every year from the USA. So I'll remind you of how much that is. We do $463 billion in trade with China. Okay? 463. And then Chinese investment. They buy savings bonds, they buy land, they buy securities. That's 127 billion going back to China every year in interest payments and dividends, things like that. That's $600 billion a year going into Beijing. The Communist Party runs that economy. It's a colossal amount. Anyway, I believe, and I think I can prove it, but I believe strongly, much of that money, those dollars, being used to build up the ferocious Chinese military. And this is what Lardy and I discussed. Roll it. What about the war machine? Are you worried about the Chinese war machine?
Well, they're ramping up their military expenditures, and it's been going on for a decade. Quite frankly, not very much of it is financed by the 600 or 700 billion we send to China. They have their domestic economy is 12, 13 trillion. So a few $100 billion coming from the United States is not a decisive factor.
No, I did not call Lardy on that because I don't have the stats because the Chinese government doesn't put them out. They don't say, hey, we spend this much on our military and this percentage coming from the USA. That doesn't happen in a communist regime. They do what they want and then nobody knows about it. But yesterday, Victor Davis Hanson, who I believe is the strongest columnist in America, wrote this, quote, NATO, the EU, Japan, South Korea, Australia, and the US are also curious as to why China is using its vast foreign exchange not to lift about a quarter of its population out of third world level poverty. Instead, it is frantically building 3 to 4 nuclear bombs a month, a 700 ship navy, and 2,500 combat aircraft as it.
God damn, man, the libs bitch at us for how we handle our defense. I mean, bro, look at this. Can you imagine? Can you imagine that we were going crazy building all this like military scrap and everybody was living like they're in a third world country? Man. But this is the guys you're cheering for to win the war. This is who you're cheering for. Team China. This is Team China. You guys, congratulations. Chinese propagandists. Team China. You want China to win this war? I mean, this trade war? Well, I suggest y'all go over there and live with China. Go over there and live in China then. Since you guys think China's going to win it, then go over there and live there.
It ratchets up pressure on Taiwan, unquote. Well, there you go. Hanson agrees with me. Okay? And I don't know whether he heard my interview with Dr. Lardy. He might have. But I don't think there's any doubt that U.S. dollars are fueling our enemy's military. Now, do you think most people know that? Has that been widely reported in the American press? No. People don't have a clue, not a scintilla of what is going on here. Trump knows because I talked to him about it, right? Now, I was on Leland Vitter's program on News Nation last night, and I'm on News Nation on Monday at 9 and with Cuomo Wednesdays 8:15. And it's worth you guys checking that out. Anyway, Leland is a very smart guy with a lot of experience abroad, the foreign correspondent for Fox in the Middle East for a long time. And here's what we were talking about vis-a-vis the tariffs. Go.
The money from tariffs doesn't come from overseas. The money for tariffs comes from all of us. And I think that's part of this inconsistency.
And shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says, hey, Seth, can you show Elon's can you show Elon's new hypersonic jet? I mean, he has a hypersonic jet, really? I didn't know that. Now I want to know. Shoot, let me find it. Let me see. I'll see if I can search X. I'm pretty sure I can find a video on X, most likely.
So you say it doesn't matter.
That's not right, Leland. So the United States Treasury gets the money that Mercedes pays on the tariffs from its cars coming into the USA. And that's what Trump wants. He wants more money coming in than going out. Now, he's not going to achieve that goal. It's impossible to achieve it. but he'll cut it 50, 60%, I'm pretty sure, over the next 6 months or so. Now, Leland, as I said, is one of the smartest of the pundits on television. He doesn't know how it works. So I'm sitting here every night and reporting to you and watching this insanity on television. It's the dumbest stuff I've ever heard, because the media has now made this into a political thing, not an economics thing. Trump bad. Tariffs bad. Because Trump's bad.
Oh, and shout
I'm sitting there going, you have no idea.
shout out to my man BTK. He says Team USA all the way or leave. Support MAGAs. No, for real though, I don't get it, bro. Somebody please tell me what's with this anti-American like sentiment when it comes to this trade war. It's like you want China to win, so you want China to continue to have child labor. You want them to continue to send their people into a third world country lifestyle. It's like, do you understand what you're supporting? It's like with the immigrants. It's like, do you understand that you guys are literally supporting criminals coming in here, hurting American citizens? It's like you guys don't know what you guys truly stand on. But hey, that's y'all.
What is happening in this world and how our enemies are being strengthened by this unfair trade system. You don't know. And worst of all, you don't care. And I'm talking to the network news and CNN and MSNBC and to some extent Fox. Because the mistake that Fox News makes is that it just rubber stamps everything Trump does. You can't. You got to cut through all of this special interest stuff and bring legitimate information and analysis and clarity to you, the American people. Okay, so I think we're doing a pretty good job of that. And the final thing in this whole thing is Donald Trump knows his entire legacy is on the line here with this tariff stuff.
Man.
If it succeeds and the American economy booms in the latter half of this year, which Trump believes will happen, okay, then he's going to go down alongside Ronald Reagan. If our country falls into a recession, it is over for Trump's legacy. The Republicans will lose the midterms and he'll just be a lame duck for 2 years. That is what is at stake. How huge is that? And that's the memo. All right, here's another example of United States getting hosed. So I've been to pretty much every European country. I don't think I missed any of them. I haven't been to Slovenia, where Melania Trump was born and raised. I have not been to Poland. I can't believe I missed it. But everywhere else I've been. And when you go there, you pay a VAT, value-added tax. Every country has it. But not only do you pay it if you want to buy some shoes in Italy, but American products shipped to the EU, all of them have to pay a tax, which is why they cost a lot more in Europe than here. So if you wanted to buy a Ford automobile in America, it's 30% less to buy it here than to buy it over there because of the VAT tax. Every American import into the EU is taxed. All right, and here are the rates. Italy, 22%. France, 20%. Germany, 19%. UK, 20%. Spain, 21%. So everything that we ship gets taxed at that rate so that the people who sell have to charge 20% more. And they can't compete with the domestic stuff, which is what the game is. So
and that's what I'm saying. That gotta stop. Like these markets need to open up our product to theirs so we can increase our demand for American products. And for these people to stop trying to say that American products are crap when American products are the best things built, strongest things built, just like the people. Well, except for the libs. No offense, libs, but yeah, come on now. Y'all are a bit soft.
Europeans don't buy a lot of American stuff. I remember one time I was in Sweden and I had a Washington Redskins jacket before the Redskins went. Okay. Guy offered me $100 on the spot for the jacket. Jacket cost back here about $60. I sold it to him. Because I had another jacket. I said, yeah, I'll just go back to the USA, buy another one. He goes, give me that. I'll pay $100 for that jacket. Okay. And because he knew that it was unaffordable and they weren't even in the stores. American products are not even in the European stores because they're so expensive because of the VAT tax. Now, did you know any of that? That's how the European countries make their money. They tax everything you buy.
Which is crazy because, I mean, anybody who depends on some, I mean, think about it like this. If they drop that BS, if they drop the whole VAT tax and the tariffs, that opens up a lot of, like, I'll be real, even small businesses now could go ahead and get like big international orders, like big bulk orders internationally, because now their product can compete with the domestic product. Now, instead of their product being sold in America where it's not taxed heavily, it can be sold overseas.
And their own people
Thus
have to pay.
expanding their profit margins. I mean, come on, or at least the opportunity to make more profit.
Let's go to immigration. So Abrego Garcia is still in El Salvador. He is the Maryland guy in the country illegally, who got swept up in an ICE raid, deported to El Salvador. But the Trump administration says it was a mistake. Okay, he has no criminal record here or in El Salvador. They booted him out, and he's there, and he's got an American wife and an American young daughter. And he's still in El Salvador. Well, the Supreme Court on April 14th, the Supreme Court ruled that Mr. Garcia has to be brought back. The government has to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from Salvadoran custody and effectuate his return. Facilitate and effectuate. It's basically the court is saying, you got to bring him back. Trump administration doesn't want to bring him back. And the word now is from the Department of Social Security, filed yesterday, said, well, we don't have the authority to bring him back. Okay, so you remember that yesterday the El Salvadoran president was in the White House and said, well, I'm not going to bring him back to the United States. Now, all President Trump has to do is say to this guy, you're going to, send him back. And in 10 seconds, the guy would be on a plane coming back. El Salvador's not going to defy the Trump administration. They're making billions of dollars from us down there. Okay? So if we want him back, but Trump doesn't want him back. And this is a big mistake because the Supreme Court's watching this. And the Supreme Court obviously wants this guy to get due process, which he should get. He is under the asylum court jurisdiction in Maryland now. He's applied for asylum. And you kick him out, and now the Supreme Court says, yeah, you got to bring him back. No. Donald Trump's going to need the Supreme Court. This is small ball. Bring the man back.
Here's the problem, O'Reilly. Here's the problem with that. He's their citizen. So you're right. I'm pretty sure Trump could tell the man that, hey, take back bring him back. Go ahead and we'll facilitate the flight, go ahead and have him outside. But think about it like this. The Supreme Court does not have jurisdiction in another country. That is what we're all forgetting here. We are the superpower of the world, but we're not the ruler of the world. So does the Supreme Court have jurisdiction in El Salvador? Of course not. Does they have jurisdiction in America? Well, yeah, if he was still in America, then we'd have to give him that due process that I guess the Supreme Court wants. But here's the problem, though. This is going to sound effed up, but maybe this was intentional. But it does sound like Trump found a way to skirt the Supreme Court on this guy. Because Supreme Court, they can't tell a world leader to bring back, his citizen. Really think about how that sounds. The Supreme Court cannot tell the El Salvador president to bring back his citizen to America for due process. If he says, no, I'm keeping him here, then that's that. And even if it is Trump's plan, it is outside the Supreme Court's hand. And I do see where the Supreme Court does feel a bit sly. Like, hey, yo, what? We told you to bring him back, but Supreme Court, this is where it's outside of their jurisdiction. Well, or well, their judicial. I'm sorry, their judicial power. They have no judicial power in El Salvador. Then this is where they kind of have to go back on a word and say, well, if El Salvador facilitates or said it's okay, then yeah, because even they understood that. Well, no branch in this government has any jurisdiction or any say so in El Salvador.
I mean, why do you want to pick a fight at that level? Okay. Do we have anything else here on the legal front? Maybe later. President Trump is trying to fix the economy, but some believe the damage is already done. As a dollar value drops, you'll like that commentary. Let's go to the mail. We got Ralph, who's a
All right, now let's get into the next one. My man, Bill O'Reilly. What can I say, man? I like to give y'all all perspectives from the left, right, and the center. What Bill O'Reilly pretty much is. Super territory.
Hey, Bill O'Reilly here. Welcome to the No Spin News, Monday, April 14th, 2025. Stand up for your country. Well, I talked with President Trump briefly over the weekend, and he says there is going to be some very good news for the country coming up shortly. We were talking about economics and foreign policy in those two areas.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I didn't push him on it. It was a casual conversation. But I have to say, I've known the man 35 years. He's never misled me one time. And he's been mad at me. But even then, he would just kind of ignore me or send me a text or something telling me how terrible I am, that kind of thing. But he hasn't misled me. So if he says there's good things ahead, I tend to believe it. But I can't get any more specific than that at this point. When I can, I will. I can tell you I have the best contacts. Hannity get very good contacts in the Trump administration, very good. But I'm on a par, and I'm not competing with Sean. I'm just telling you that there are certain people who know what's going on, and there are certain people that don't. And so I'm glad you're here listening to me because I do. Now, I want to spend a little time today on Donald Trump, the president, and how he is governing. And that is the subject of this evening's Talking Points memo. So everything to Trump is personal. Everything. He's not like most presidents and most politicians where, they forget about things after 24 hours. They're mad and then they forget. Trump does forget about things, but he incorporates his policy vision on a personal basis, right? What he wants, what he believes. And so you see a lot of personal stuff. And right now there is a controversy, not a major one, but somewhat of a controversy about how he's treating certain people in his past. Okay. Now, some say it's revenge. Others say it's retribution. Let's define the two terms first. Revenge is to harm someone as punishment for harm they have done to you. And I think every human being on the planet has at one time or another either committed revenge or contemplated it seriously. Retribution is deserved and severe punishment. Okay, so that is, let's say, the Nazi Party in Germany or the Tojo regime in Japan. You annihilated them. We annihilated them with the help of our allies, because if we did not, they would continue murdering people all over the world. That wasn't wrong for us to annihilate them. I know some people say Hiroshima, Nagasaki, we've gone through all that. But for me, if I'm the commander-in-chief, I'm the president, I'm annihilating both of them. I'm not shooting prisoners of war or anything like that, but it's total victory. Okay? And if they don't stop.
And guys, let's make sure to support the stream by sending any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements. I appreciate the support, but let's keep it going.
They die. Retribution. Again, if you did not do that, these people would continue their evil. It's like that in real life. You all know people who are evil. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that. Most of us know people who are evil. They hurt people time and time and time again. And some of them are stopped and some of them aren't. If you stop a person like that, you have to have the facts and the evidence. Okay? That's retribution, not revenge. All right. So let's look at 4 human beings that Donald Trump is after. John Bolton, former National Security Advisor. Mark Esper, former Defense Secretary. Bolton wrote a book and said that Trump was stunningly uninformed and unfit to be president. Esper wrote a book and said that Trump was unprincipled and wanted to shoot protesters. Okay. So those guys are in the revenge zone. Donald Trump is, he took away their national security thing. And if Trump could hurt him, he'd hurt him. I don't know about the retribution there because I don't think Bolton and Esper can do any further damage. It could be wrong, though. 2 others. Former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, and director of European Affairs for the U.S. National Security Council, Alexander Vindman. Milley wrote another book. Milley was quoted in Bob Woodward's book as saying that Trump is a fascist and a dangerous person. Vindman testified in front of Congress in November 2019 about Trump talking to Zelensky in a, quote, improper way. All right. Now, Milley and Vindman are both finished. Again, just like Esper and Bolton. They can't do any further harm, but Trump has got them on the radar screen.
Yeah, what do you expect? I mean, bro, when you tell lies against the president, when you write books on the president that are not so favorable, what do you expect? Y'all could have just went with y'all grievances and just went off onto the sunset. Nobody hear from y'all again. But no. I mean, you made some of y'all made a complete career about slandering the president. You didn't think it was ever going to come back for y'all? I mean, like, bro, when the president sued the ABC for like 15 mil, I was like, bro, who else? Because there's a lot of people that was like, spreading defamation on Trump's name. So I think he was being nice by just stopping it at ABC.
Law firms. There are 10, maybe more, that Trump is denying any federal access. No business can be done. Paul Weiss, awful firm, terrible. I had to deal with them. Covington and Burling, Perkins Coie, Wilkie Farr, and Gallagher. Weiss folded. It's giving Donald Trump $40 million in pro bono legal services, freely. So did Farr and Gallagher, $100 million. Perkins Coie, they represented Hillary Clinton in 2016 up to their eyebrows in the phony Russian investigation. Covington and Burling, they're representing former special counsel Jack Smith.
And now, quick little detour, guys. Quick detour. I do want to get into this video real quick because my man Castro brought it to my attention. Concept video.
Hypersonic flight is the next big leap in aviation, offering speeds faster than the speed of sound and leaving no trace behind other than a loud bang. Imagine cutting a flight from New York to London down to just 90 minutes. While companies like Hermeus are pushing the boundaries of what's possible, in a surprising twist, Elon Musk's SpaceX is rumored to be working on a top-secret project that could revolutionize hypersonic travel. With Musk's track record of turning ambitious ideas into reality, could his latest venture be the breakthrough we've been waiting for? What does this mean for the future of air travel and global connectivity? Join us to find out if Elon Musk's hypersonic jet defies the speed of light. The quest for hypersonic flight represents the next frontier in aviation, promising to revolutionize air travel and reshape global connectivity. While commercial planes typically cruise at around 550 miles per hour, hypersonic flight aims to achieve speeds of Mach 5, which is about 3,836 miles per hour or higher. At these velocities, a journey from New York to London could be completed in just 90 minutes, drastically reducing current travel times. Companies like Hermeus, Stratolaunch, and Hypersonics are at the forefront of this technological race. However, a surprising development has captured global attention. Elon Musk's SpaceX has unveiled the X-1, a revolutionary UFO fighter jet that challenges conventional aerospace technology. The X-1 promises to redefine air combat with its advanced technology and unprecedented capabilities. It can achieve hypersonic speeds of 4,600 miles per hour and features revolutionary camouflage technology that renders it virtually invisible to radar. The X-1's propulsion system, derived from SpaceX's Merlin and Raptor engines, enhances fuel efficiency by 30% compared to traditional military aircraft. While the X-1's primary focus appears to be military applications, its technological advancements could potentially influence the development of civilian hypersonic aircraft. The integration of such cutting-edge technology highlights the evolving landscape of global aerospace capabilities. These projects face significant challenges, including thermal management, propulsion efficiency, and the development of new materials capable of withstanding extreme temperatures. The intense heat generated at hypersonic speeds and the need for specialized propulsion systems are hurdles that engineers must overcome. Despite these obstacles, the potential applications of hypersonic technology extend beyond commercial travel to areas such as national security and space exploration. The development of safe, efficient, and economically viable hypersonic aircraft requires advancements in material science, aerodynamics, and propulsion technology. While routine hypersonic flight may still be years away, the ongoing research and development in this field continue to push the boundaries of what's possible in aviation.
You know, this is gonna sound like the most wildest speculation, so strap yourself in for sets of wild speculations. Bro, is Elon just some like DARPA agent that they just released out of nowhere to go ahead and try to usher us in with this new technology that's coming out of nowhere and at a rapid pace? And then it's all coming out of this one man, Elon? I don't know about that, man. Something seems a little bit off. But hey, I'm all for it. I love technology.
Aviation. Imagine a future where long-distance travel is faster than ever before, and it is possible to fly across the Atlantic Ocean in less time than it takes to watch a movie. The Concorde, a sleek and futuristic aircraft, made this dream a reality for over 27 years. Introduced in 1976, this supersonic passenger jet could fly at an impressive speed of 1,354 miles per hour, more than twice as fast as regular airplanes. This meant passengers could travel from New York to London in just under 3 hours, instead of the usual 7 to 8 hours. Despite its groundbreaking speed, the Concorde fell short of reaching hypersonic speeds, which start at Mach 5 or 3,836 miles per hour. Still, it remained an icon of aviation technology and luxury travel until its retirement in 2003. The final commercial Concorde flight took place on October 24, 2003, marking the end of an era in passenger aviation. Interestingly, the Concorde set a speed record even as it was heading to retirement. On November 5, 2003, a Concorde named G-Bog flew from New York to Seattle in just 3 hours, 55 minutes, and 12 seconds. This flight was part of the aircraft's journey to its final resting place at the Museum of Flight in Seattle. However, flying supersonic had its challenges. Due to noise concerns, supersonic flight over land was restricted in many countries, including the United States. This limitation meant that the Concorde could only reach its top speeds over oceans. For the record-breaking New York to Seattle flight, Canadian authorities had to grant special permission for the aircraft to fly at supersonic speeds over sparsely populated areas of Canada. The Concorde's retirement left a void in high-speed air travel. While it couldn't reach hypersonic speeds, it showed the world the potential of faster-than-sound passenger flight. Today, various companies are working on new technologies to pick up where the Concorde left off, aiming to make supersonic and even hypersonic travel a reality for future generations. Could a new era of air travel be on the horizon? where trips from New York to London are completed in just 90 minutes? Hermeus, an ambitious startup company, is working to make this incredible feat a reality. Founded in 2018, Hermeus aims to not only match the Concorde's achievements, but to surpass them by developing hypersonic passenger aircraft. Their goal is to create planes that can fly at speeds over Mach 5 or more than 5 times the speed of sound. To put this in perspective, the Concorde's fastest transatlantic flight from New York to London took 2 hours, 52 minutes, and 59 seconds. Hermeus plans to cut that time by more than half, offering passengers a mere 90-minute journey across the Atlantic. This would revolutionize international travel, making same-day round trips between continents a possibility. The company's CEO, AJ Piplica, has assembled a team of talented engineers from leading aerospace companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin. These experts bring valuable experience from the space industry, where achieving high speeds is crucial. Their shared vision is to bring the innovations of new space, the recent boom in private space exploration, to the world of aviation. Hermeus's first step towards this ambitious goal is the development of a prototype aircraft called Quarter Horse. This unmanned vehicle is designed to break speed records and prove the viability of the company's technologies. The team's ultimate target is to surpass the...
I have no idea, but hold on now. Let's get right back to it because this is going on a tangent and it's kind of going, honestly, I guess through the breakdown, but I couldn't really find a fighter jet, to be honest. Was there a video or something? Like, I was looking, I kept finding videos like this, like more concepts of where he was going.
Here with more ESPN host,
Let's
our
get right
good
back to
friend Stephen A. Smith. What do you mean you have no choice? You have a choice. You don't have to get involved in politics. You can be a commentator. You can get into the political arena. You can give your opinions. You can try to impact policy. You don't have to run for president to do that. So you have a choice. Why do you say you have no choice?
I didn't make an announcement. Because I didn't make an announcement that I'm running. I made an announcement that
I have no choice but to
excuse
do
me,
this.
don't answer a question and interrupt me before I even get a chance to answer your question. To answer your question, to answer your question directly. To answer your question directly. Yeah, sure, I got a choice. But at the end of the day, here's what it comes down to, Sean. You're absolutely right. I am a pundit. I am a commentator. I am a journalist by trade and what have you. These are the things that I care about, and I care about having a voice, and I care about making an impact and making a difference, especially when it comes to what's in the best interest of the United States of America. There's no question about that. The other side to it, however, is that I've had folks coming up to me, like I said, elected officials and others, including my own pastor, A.R. Bernard from the Christian Cultural Center here in Brooklyn, New York, who looked at me and said, hey, show respect to people who believe in you and respect you and believe that you could do good for this country by at least leaving the door open. You never know what God has planned for you. That's years down the road.
I've been told the same thing.
Stop saying no, no, no. And that's all I said. That's all.
So I watched this poll come out, and I did give you some of my thoughts on it. I have more to share with you.
Yeah.
I don't believe that poll. That's my gut instinct. I think there's probably, I think I would say, you know, the first poll that came out had you at 7%. Maybe you're at 5, 6, 7%. Do I think that the party that is now led by AOC and Bernie Sanders and Jasmine Crockett and the radical left would...
I'm like, bro, you're a straight black man. You're the last thing they want to champion, bro. Like, Stephen Smith, you're about to learn something real quick. You're about to learn the real reason why our community is going down the spiral. And it's one of the reasons is our, well, a political ideology, which is liberal. Yes, the black community is a liberal community, which is not a good thing. And Stephen Smith's about to realize he's been championing the side that's been destroying his community. And he's about to realize it real soon when he realizes that, oh, so it's only about colored women and gay men. There's nowhere, bro, trust me, there's nowhere for no straight black man in the Democratic Party. I mean, trust me, they barely allow it in our community. I think you know that.
Ever accept you or want your input or go along with your... That's my point.
I believe I don't believe. I believe that people would have a conversation with me and get my perspective on things? Sure. Do I believe they would ever really, really support me? Meaning those that have been entrenched within the Democratic Party now and for the last several years? Absolutely, positively not. I saw the poll. Listen, I'm not an expert in this, but I've been following politics for a very, very long time. We understand what comes with the process, particularly if you're a Democratic nominee. The super delegates got to approve for you. You got to get a whole bunch of support from all over the place for you to even be the nominee. And you know people are going to stand in your way. Look at what happened. I mean, you can look at Andrew Cuomo. You can look at Al Franken. You can look at a lot of different things. And at least on the left, what they say is that they eat their own, especially when they don't like you. So they don't know me. The chances are they don't like me. You got people that's craving to go on. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I apologize.
Look, bro, if you were gay like Don Lemon, they'd love you. Okay, bro? If you were gay, or if you were a woman like Jasmine Crockett, I mean, if you're a gay black woman, I mean, bro, you'd be front runner. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Of Andrew Cuomo. Who took out Andrew Cuomo? Do you think it was the Republicans in New York? Or do you think it was the Democrats? Because maybe he was a threat to them because they thought he had political aspirations.
Well, they thought that he was in line to fight for the presidency, fight for the Democratic nomination. And at least on the left, that's even those folks speculate about it. But in the end, here's what it comes down to. Poll comes out about 2 months ago or so. I'm at around 7.5% or whatever. Ever since then, I've been in the news ad nauseum every single damn day, and suddenly I'm at 1%. I don't believe that for 1 second. That's not how this works. No, but what I'm saying to you is this: at the end, you want listen. Listen, I'm not putting gasoline on anything. I'm just not running. And what I mean by that is that I have a voice. I care about the issues. I'm going to attack them. I'm going to address the issues that need to be addressed, no matter how I feel on the other side of the aisle. I'm an independent. I'm going to say what I feel. I'm going to speak my mind, and I'm not going to run from anybody. So it doesn't even matter running from office. I'm not going to run from them.
You're not talking about being an independent. Well, listen, you're talking about trying to change your party. Your party's a Democratic Party, and you're trying to, have it both ways. You want to either you're an independent or you're a Democrat.
Well, you gotta pick a side.
That's what
he's like. No. You have, if you're gonna play the political game, bro, you have to pick a side, especially if you want to run for president. Like, I get it. We all don't like the 2-party system, but this is what we have right now: is our 2-party system. Is either you're going to run Democrat or you're going to run Republican. Which game are you going to play, my friend? You can go over here and play with the Democrats and try to low-key fight their ideas and see if you can win your party over and just be the person with the best ideas. I believe Stephen A. Smith can do it, but I'm going to be honest with you, the media's going to be against him for a little bit. He might just be the Trump of the Democratic Party if he play his cards right.
What y'all say. That's what people like you say. That's what your politicians say. There's a whole bunch of American citizens out there that don't want anything to do with the fringes. That whether you're center left or center right, they want common sense, man. They want to listen to people that have common sense.
Do you align?
I'm telling you who I am.
The Democratic Party or the Republican Party, or are you more independent?
I'm more independent. But the reality is, what's the chances of an independent winning a general election? Slim to none.
I could see the Democrats.
You know this better than me.
You talked about billionaires and prominent Democrats, and you've been kind enough to share privately with me, and I would never reveal my sources, the number of people that have reached out to you and who these people are. I think that's pretty enticing. I think some of them probably they're trying to get intel for other candidates that they're really supporting and not for you. They're not really there for you. I think some may sincerely be there. But at the end of the day, do you want to be part of a party that led to the greatest national security threat in our history with wide open borders and 12 million unvetted illegals, including known terrorists, murderers, rapists, cartel members, gang members? Do you want to be part of a party that systemically lies?
I would say this, like, bro, I would say to write to Sean Hannity's face, like, yeah, and I'll be the one to change all that. Oh, yeah, we'll take that on and I'll change it. Like, if I was Stephen A. Smith, I'll take that approach and let them know you're coming with that fire. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people that would get behind you. It's like, bro, these guys got to stop worrying about satisfying these politicians and remember who's voting in these politicians, which is the people. Your goal is to win over the people, as Stephen A. Smith. It's not to win over these politicians.
lied about
Let me retort
Joe
with that.
Biden's cognitive health, that lied about the economy. Do you want to be part of a party?
Here we go.
Do you want to be part of a party that cares more about the rights of men to play women's sports, the rights of illegals over the safety of Americans? I have Rachel Morin's mother on this program tonight. Do you want to be part of a party that thinks it's a constitutional crisis if, in fact, you eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse? Is that what you believe? Because I don't think you do.
No, I do not. OK, and I spoke adamantly against some of those things that you articulated on my own show and on this show, along with various other shows. But let me tell you what I do want to be a part of. I want to be a part of a party and a part of an American society that looks at those actions that you just chronicled and says that has no business in the United States of America. We can do better. Let's exercise common sense and decency. Let's understand that even when we look at the right, every damn thing ain't wrong about what Trump do. You might have a problem with how he's going about with the tariffs, but his position about the tariffs isn't totally wrong. Guess what? The border is better since he's been in office because we no longer have open borders, but we can still look at him and say, you know what? With Obrego, the bottom line is this: the immigration, a judge ruled for protection for the kid, and the Supreme Court voted 9-0 in order for him to be here. Go back and get him from El Salvador. We can agree on some things, we can disagree on some things, but in the end, it's about a core decency that we are devoid of right now in our politics. I hope somebody from the Democratic Party steps up. I hope I light a fire under them and get a more qualified individual in this mix so people can stop.
I mean, bro, how do I say that, bro? I don't know. Don't doubt yourself, Stephen A. Smith. Don't doubt yourself. I believe you. Why not, bro? Black men to black men, bro. I go for it. Go for it. You're closer to the age than me, bro. If I had your type of influence at your age, then I'd be going for it. I'd be like, nah, fuck it. I'm taking the whole Democratic Party on. Like, bring them to the stage. Look, they've been avoiding smoke. They've been avoiding the fire for a minute now. They've been avoiding the political debate arena for a minute. Bring them to it and crucify their ass. To take your throne to the top there. Like, come on, bro. This could be a very epic thing you could do. I would be champion low key. I would get behind it. Like, I'll most likely still vote MAGA, but hey, though, you can still pull it off.
Stop asking me this stuff and I can enjoy my life. But if it continues to get worse, all hands on deck. All of us should consider running for crying out loud rather than dealing with this nonsense.
I get it. All right, let me ask you this. Do you believe in the environmental policies, climate alarmism, Green New Deal policies? Do you agree with the DEI agenda of the Democratic Party? Do you support woke in America, transgenderism? Do you think one tax dollar should ever go?
It's not as finite as you try to make it.
One tax dollar ever go into any of those programs, especially abroad? Why are we giving a penny to Harvard University when they have a $50 billion endowment? Help me with that.
I don't know the answer to that question. But what if I find out that there's a pretty decent answer for that question? I don't know the answer to that question. When you bring up Harvard, you would think with an endowment like that, they wouldn't do it. But why has this federal government spent years giving it? Maybe.
Well, if we actually look into these colleges, I can answer that question for you. That $8 billion really ain't shit to them. And what means more is their donors. The donors that are actually pretty much funding most of Harvard's revenue. Yes, Harvard gets most of its money, well, people from outside of their students, well, their tuition revenue, and outside of their government subsidy. So, yeah, that's why they don't give a fuck what the government says, and that's why they don't give a fuck what their students think, because it's all about what the donors care about. So if the donors call on the phone and say, hey, no, let those riots continue. Well, but the government about the whole $8 billion, but I don't give a shit, bro. I give you like 32. It don't matter. Keep it going. And that's exactly what they do. So you got to understand, it's like these colleges, they care more about their donors than their students or the government.
It's because they make a contribution to the American fabric that you're not articulating on this particular show. We don't know the answer to that question. And just like you ask questions about the left, I could ask questions about the right too. Let's just be fair about it. Everything. We don't have to agree on everything.
Why are we paying for an Ivy League elitist institution when maybe we could be shoring up community colleges, trade schools, so we can be helping the children of the hardworking men and women that don't have an opportunity to ever think about an elite private school like that. I'll give you the last word.
Okay, that's a fair question, and let's hope Trump, the president of the United States, has a big time answer for that. I get that part. I understand what you're saying. As a common American citizen, you look at your frustration. Excuse me, he's cutting them off. But why? But why?
Why? Because we're understanding that these colleges aren't. Well, think about it like this: they're not controlled by the government, they're not controlled by their state, and they're not controlled by the people who pay them the tuition. Controlled by donors, like outside people who enforce their ideologies on these campuses, like Soros. It's mainly Soros. I'm not even gonna lie to you. It's mainly him. Like, trust me, trace back to your look at your college, look who funds your college, and trace back that funding, and you'll most likely end up at Soros.
The intent matters. How you go about doing things matter. All of those things come into consideration.
These
I understand
Ivy
that.
School. We can't be paying these Ivy School brats tuition. If they want to go to an Ivy League school, get the money yourself, get it from mommy or daddy, or go to work, save up, and then go pay for it yourself. How's that?
And when did you come to this conclusion? When did you start saying this? Were you saying this before when Obama was in office? Because I'd love for you to interview him and ask him that question. I'm asking. I'm not accusing you of not saying it. I'm asking.
What question?
Ask Obama. Ask a Harvard student. Ask Barack Obama that question. He spoke adamantly of this.
I didn't get it. I had took out a student loan. I paid back every single penny of it. I paid for all my college myself. Checkmate.
So did I.
Boom.
You ain't the only one that did that. You're not the only one that did that. I did that as well. But what if that particular student from Harvard has an ability to make a major contribution to our society? We got to entertain that. Scholarships are given out all the time by everybody.
As you evolve politically, you are going to find you are more in agreement with things that I believe in and the values that I believe in than the values of this party that you feel compelled and have no other choice to align yourself with, because you do have a choice.
Let me tell you something. And I'm about free market capitalism. I'm about national security. I'm about controlling our borders. I'm about all of those things. But here's the problem. The minute Sean Hannity says you're going to find yourself agreeing with me, that's when you lose me. That's the last thing I want to do. So keep that in mind the next time you say that, okay?
Boom.
When you bring you up, you do.
Personal.
Why would I want to agree with you?
I'm not going to be a part of Sean Hannity.
Well, I'm going to lie. Sean Hannity does make it hard to agree with him, because he's kind of an ass. Let's be real. He is an asshole about being right. Like, you could kind of tell he's a bit of an ass. But hey, though, shout out my man Stephen A. Smith for pulling up. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and close it on down because it is about that time. Yep, about that time. So you know what time it is.
Legs be fans of me when that all got real. You ran on me 2 months ago, couldn't stand with me. Now she wanna be a part of my fantasy. Feel so real, but how